The axe came down about an inch from Fu Li's skull and buried itself in the log between his knees. He'd been reaching for my collar. Big guy, 40 maybe, arms like knotted rope, one of the older laborers in the wood camp, and he had decided out loud that the sickly pretty one in the corner was going to be his little pet for the winter. He had an audience, that was the point. 20 men squatting around the fire pit watching a dying kid get claimed like a stray dog. So I picked up the axe. I want to be clear that I was not brave. I was sick. I had been coughing blood into my sleeve for 3 days. My legs shook when I stood. My vision had a gray ring around the edges, and the sect physician had already written me off with 2 words on a slate. What I had instead of courage was arithmetic. You know what happens to me in 22 days? I said. Fu Li blinked at the axe head. The blade had gone in deep enough that the handle was still humming. Blood worship, I said. My name's on the list. 22 days, and they walk me up the hill and drain me into a jar for the elders' pills. That's my whole future. 22 days and a jar. I leaned on the handle and pulled the axe out of the wood, slow, so everybody got a good long look. Now think carefully. What exactly are you threatening me with? Nobody said anything. Somebody's soup was boiling over, and nobody moved to take it off. Go on, I said. Threaten me. I'll wait. Fu Li got up and walked to the other side of the fire and sat down with his back to me, and that is the closest thing to a legal victory a handyman gets in the demon sect. Here's the part you need to understand about where I lived. The demon sect was not a cult of screaming maniacs in skull masks. It was worse. It was a company. It had 9 branch sects, 3 mountain ranges, a payroll, a supply chain, and a personnel department, and at the very bottom of that org chart were the handymen. We chopped the wood, we dug the ore, we hauled the water, we got a bowl of gray porridge twice a day and a straw mat, and once a year the alchemy hall sent down a list of names for the blood worship, which is a very elegant way of saying they took the ones who weren't producing and turned them into ingredients. I had been in this body for 2 months, and my name was on that list because I had spent both of those months coughing. 2 months. That's how long I'd been Wei Bao. I went to sleep in one life and woke up in this one, on a straw mat, in a body that had already burned through most of its rope, with a name I didn't pick and a debt I didn't sign and a month left on the clock. The kid who'd owned this body before me had been a nobody who got sick and stayed sick. No family, no cultivation, no talent worth a copper. The demon sect had recruited him the way you recruit gravel. The first month I spent trying to figure out whether any of it was real. The second month I spent trying not to die. And then, standing in that wood camp with an axe in my hands and 20 men pretending they hadn't just watched me draw a line, something in the back of my skull went quiet and cold and clicked, like a lock turning. Congratulations, novice lumberjack. I'd like to tell you I understood what was happening. I didn't. What I understood was that the shaking in my legs stopped, just stopped, mid-tremor, like somebody had turned a dial. The gray ring at the edge of my vision faded out. The thing sitting on my chest for 5 days that turned every breath into a negotiation got up and left. I stood there in the middle of the yard, breathing air that went all the way to the bottom of my lungs for the first time since I'd arrived, and I nearly laughed out loud, which would have ruined the whole axe moment. Novice lumberjack. The lowest rank of the lowest profession, in a sect where profession work was what you did because you had no talent for anything else. And it had just cured me. So I did what anybody would do. I went and chopped down a tree to see if it would happen again. That was the night I learned the rule. And the rule is the only reason I'm alive to tell you any of this, so pay attention. The thing in my head did not pay for work. It paid for work that should have been impossible for me. Chopping 100 easy trees got me nothing. Chopping 1 tree that a man my size had no business chopping got me everything. It measured the gap between what I could do and what I did, which meant the only way to level up was to walk directly at the thing most likely to kill me and do it faster than a healthy man. The demon sect was, in that specific sense, an excellent place to work. The tree I picked was a cold iron elm, ice iron, the camp called it. The wood in it is so dense and so cold that a normal axe rings off it like you've hit a bell and sends the shock straight up into your elbows. And the standing rule in the camp was 2 men, 2 days, and a bucket of pig fat for the blade. Cheng Wei had one marked with red chalk at the north end of the cutting ground, waiting for a crew he didn't have. I got there before dawn. I set my feet, and I put the first swing in at the exact spot where the grain twisted, because for reasons I did not have time to examine, I could suddenly see where the grain twisted. It took me 1 hour, and it cost me both hands. I don't mean that dramatically. I mean the skin came off my palms in sheets, and my grip left blood on the handle in a spiral pattern, and by the last 20 swings, I was holding the axe with my fingers hooked like meat hooks because the muscles wouldn't close anymore. The elm went over at the 58th minute. It hit the frozen ground, and the sound rolled all the way down the valley, and 3 crows left a tree half a mountain away. And the lock in the back of my skull turned again. Intermediate lumberjack. And every torn thing on my hands sealed shut. I sat down in the snow next to a tree that was supposed to take 2 men 2 days, and I looked at my brand new unmarked palms, and I thought, okay, I know what I am now. I am a man who gets paid in medicine for doing the hardest possible version of the worst possible job, and there are 22 days left on my death sentence. And this sect has an enormous amount of the worst possible jobs. I was going to be the hardest working man in the history of evil. Now, there was one obvious flaw in the plan, and I want to close it early, because I spent that entire first week poking at it. Why not just chop the same impossible tree over and over? Because the second one was easy. That's it. That's the whole trick. That's the entire ceiling. Once I could do a thing, the thing stopped paying. The gap closed, and the well went dry. I chopped 4 more ice iron elms that week out of pure greed, and got exactly nothing for it except a reputation and a sore back. To move up, I had to find something new that was still slightly beyond me, every single time, forever, in a place where everything slightly beyond me was also actively trying to kill me. The other flaw was simpler. If anyone found out, I'd be an ingredient by sundown. In the demon sect, a promising handyman is not a promotion candidate. A promising handyman is a promising raw material. So the plan had 2 parts. Part 1, be spectacular. Part 2, be spectacular in a way that looked like luck. I was extremely bad at part 2. Cheng Wei found the elm at mid-morning. Cheng Wei was the wood district supervisor, a barrel of a man with a beard he braided when he was nervous, and he stood in front of the stump for a long time with his mouth slightly open. Then he walked the length of the fallen trunk. Then he came back to the stump and crouched and ran his thumb along the cut face, which was one clean plane, because you cannot make a mess of a cut when you can see the grain. Who? He said. Me, I said. He looked at me. I was the sick one. Everybody in the camp knew me as the sick one. I had been on the sick list so long that my name was basically a shrug. You, he said. I feel much better, I said. Cheng Wei stood up, braided about 4 inches of beard, and made the decision that changed the rest of my life, and to his credit, he made it in under 10 seconds. He didn't ask how. He didn't call the elders. He looked at a man who could fell an ice iron elm alone in an hour, and he thought like a supervisor whose quota was 3 weeks behind. Come with me, he said. You're going to cut something for me, and I'm going to bet on it. The something was small golden steel bamboo, and I want you to appreciate the joke the universe was setting up. Bamboo. You hear bamboo, and you think of a nice fence. Small golden steel bamboo grows in a grove at the base of the Sect's east cliff, and it is harder than the elm by a wide margin. It has a hollow core that rings when you strike it wrong, and the standard for a handyman with a certified assessment was a 5 fen cut in half an hour. 5 fen. That's the depth of a thumb joint. In half an hour. That was the pass mark. Cheng Wei took me to the storehouse first and let me pick an axe, which is not a thing that happens to handymen. There were 3 on the rack, a light one for brush, a middle one, the standard issue, the axe every laborer in the district carried, and a pale gold monster at the back, 27 jin of it, with a haft as thick as my wrist and a head like a slab of a door. That one's decorative, Cheng Wei said. That one's mine, I said. He watched me lift it. He watched me not fall over. He braided more beard. Wen Tao came to measure, because a bet needs a witness with no stake, and Wen Tao was the dark-skinned supervisor from the ore district who owed nobody anything and enjoyed watching other men be wrong. He had a measuring rod, a bored expression, and a way of standing with his arms folded that suggested he had already written the report. I hit the bamboo for half an hour. The first swing rang and I felt it in my teeth. The second one didn't ring because I'd found the seam. After that, it was just work, the good kind, the kind where your whole body is one moving thing and your mind is empty and the chips come off in long gold curls that smell like cut metal. Somewhere around minute 20, my shoulders caught fire. Somewhere around minute 25, my hands went numb. I kept swinging because there were 21 days left, and because I had figured out that the only currency I had in the entire world was the difference between what people expected and what I delivered. Wen Tao put the rod in the cut, and his face did something I enjoyed very much. 7 fen, he said. Cheng Wei said nothing. 7, Wen Tao said again, louder, and pulled the rod out and put it back in to check. The pass is 5. He's 2 fen over the pass, on small golden steel bamboo, with a 27 jin axe, in half an hour. He's been sick, Cheng Wei said, in the tone of a man who has just been handed a very large amount of money and is trying not to look at it. He's been sick, Wen Tao repeated. Very sick, I said. Almost died. It's a miracle. I'm considering religion. That should have been a great day. That should have been the day I got quietly bumped up the ladder, got a better mat, got a name that meant something in the district. It lasted about 4 hours. Then the red robes came down the mountain. You always heard them first, and what you heard was nothing, which was the problem. They walked without sound. 4 of them, red from throat to ankle, faces the color of old paper, and they came down the path through the wood camp in a line, and every single man in that yard found something urgent to look at on the ground. Cheng Wei's face went the shade of the porridge. That was the first time I ever saw him afraid, and I want to note for the record that I had watched this man break up a knife fight by walking into the middle of it. They were Elder May's puppets. Not servants, puppets. There's a difference, and the difference is that servants have opinions. The lead one stopped in front of Cheng Wei and delivered the message in a voice with nothing behind it. Elder May wishes to eat ice-scale fish, Duanwu Lake, delivered fresh. Then they turned around and went back up the mountain, and the yard stayed frozen for about 10 seconds after they were gone. How bad, I said. Cheng Wei's fingers were still on his beard, and they weren't moving. Ice-scale fish is a Bing-grade spirit fish, he said. None to this district has landed one in 4 years. The last crew that went out for one came back with 2 of 6. And if we don't get it? Then Elder May doesn't get her fish, Cheng Wei said, and she likes the name of the person who failed her better than she likes the fish. Which brings me to Lin Zhifeng. Lin Zhifeng was a supervisor like Cheng Wei was a supervisor, in the same way a tick is livestock. Round face, small eyes, and a mole on his cheek with 3 hairs growing out of it that I could never stop looking at once I'd noticed it. He'd been passed over twice for promotion. He had figured out that the fastest way up in a sect like ours was not to climb, but to make sure the men above you fell, and he had been sharpening himself on people weaker than him for 6 years. He had heard about the bamboo. Of course he had. And he had watched Cheng Wei stand in front of a fresh-cut face with an expression like a man who had just found gold on his own land, and Lin Zhifeng had thought about that all afternoon, and by evening he had a plan. And the plan was beautiful in its simplicity. The night fishing detail went out at dusk. It was cold. It was miserable. It was the one job where a man who was already exhausted could quietly stop existing, and the supervisor picking the crew got to pick anyone. Wei Bao, he said, reading off nobody's list from a slate that was blank. Wood District. He's had a restful day. He's been swinging a 27 jin axe since dawn, Cheng Wei said. Then he's warmed up, Lin Zhifeng said, and smiled with the whole mole. And here is the thing that Lin Zhifeng, in 9 years of sharpening himself on weaker men, had never once considered. He had just assigned me a job that was slightly beyond me. Duanwu Lake at night is the most beautiful place I have ever wanted to leave. Black water, no wind, mist sitting on the surface in flat sheets, and the mountains standing around it like men who have agreed not to talk about something. 12 of us on the north shore with poles and buckets and 1 lantern between us because Lin Zhifeng had signed out 1 lantern. I had never fished in my life. Either life. I want that on the record because what happened next was not skill, it was theft. I stood there watching the closest laborer flick his line out, and I watched the way his wrist snapped at the end and the way the weight carried the hook past where he was aiming, and something in my head took that motion apart like a man unfolding a chair. The rod they gave me was bamboo, springy, badly balanced, with the line whipped on at the tip instead of run through a guide, which meant you couldn't cast it like a rod at all. You had to cast it like a whip. So I cast it like a whip. The line went out over the water in one long, clean arc, and the weight hit 40 feet past the nearest man's float with a sound like a thumb on a drum, and the whole shoreline turned around. Elementary fishermen. The lake changed. That's the only way I can put it. 1 second, I'm looking at black water and mist, and the next second, I'm looking at black water and mist, and also I know that there's something moving under the surface 12 feet out and to my left, and that the water is colder in the channel where the spring comes in, and that the fish are not where the lantern is. Nobody told me any of that. It just arrived, the way you know a room is empty when you walk into it. I pulled the first fish out about 9 breaths later. The second one came before Chung Wei had finished walking over. The third one came while he was standing there. By the fourth, I had stopped counting and started arranging them in the bucket by size, because at some point during the third fish, it had stopped being fishing and started being shopping. Congratulations, intermediate fisherman, gathering spirit. I felt that one land differently. The others had been repairs. This one was an installation. It went in behind my eyes, and everything got very still and very sharp, like the moment before a thunderstorm when the air stops moving, and I could feel the shape of the whole lake. Not see it, feel it. Every fish in casting distance, weight and depth and the direction it was pointing, laid out in the dark like coins on a table. I have had a lot of gifts handed to me since then. Some of them could level a mountain. Gathering spirit is still the one I'd keep. 10 fish in about the time it takes to eat a bowl of rice, on a shore where the standing record for a night was 6. Chung Wei crouched down by my bucket and looked into it for a while. "Tell me if I'm being a fool," he said quietly. "Probably," I said, and put another one in. "I'm going to bet on you." "You already did that this morning." "That was a copper bet," he said. "I'm about to make an expensive one." The expensive one was standing 40 feet down the shore with his arms folded because Lin Zhifeng had come out to watch me fail and had instead been watching me not fail for an hour, and it was doing something to his face. He came over. He looked in the bucket. He counted, moving his lips, which I found deeply satisfying. "Luck," he said. "Sure," I said. "You've had a lucky day. Bamboo this morning, fish tonight." He smiled at Cheng Wei with the mole doing most of the work. "Brother Liu seems very invested in this sick boy's luck." "He's productive," Cheng Wei said. "Then let's price him." Lin Zhifeng turned so the whole shoreline could hear. That was the tell. He never said anything that mattered without an audience. "Elder May wants ice-scale fish. Ordinary fish are nothing. Any fool can pull a carp out of a hole. So, 1 Ma gathering pill from me against 1 from you, that your prodigy doesn't land a single spirit fish tonight, not an ice scale. Any spirit fish at all, 1. A Ma gathering pill is 3 months of a handyman's ration converted into a small brown ball. 2 supervisors betting 1 is not gambling, it's an announcement. Cheng Wei braided beard. 2, he said. I want you to know that I loved him a little bit right then. Now here is where the night got complicated, because about a quarter hour later, down at the far end of the shore, the black-faced laborer started screaming. That was his name to me for a long time, because nobody used any other one. Big, silent, sunburnt to the color of a saddle, one of the men from the ore district who'd been rotated onto the fishing detail because his lungs had gone bad in the shaft. He had his heels dug into the mud and his rod bent into a hoop, and he was going backwards in little skidding steps toward the water. 12 men dropped everything and grabbed the line behind him. What came out of the lake, eventually, after a fight that took the skin off 4 sets of hands, was white. Actually white, glowing faintly under the mist, about as long as my arm, and when it hit the mud, it flexed once and threw sparks of cold off its sides. Ice scale, somebody breathed. That's an ice scale fish. Lin Zhifeng was there in about 4 steps. He put his boot on the fish. He looked around the shoreline with his chest out, and he said the sentence he had been waiting 4 years to say to Cheng Wei, which was, "The ore district delivers for Elder May. Note who found it. Note who was standing here." Cheng Wei walked over and looked down at the fish for a long moment. Then he started laughing, and it was not a nice laugh. It was the laugh of a man watching a rival step in something. "That's a snow snapper," he said. The shoreline went quiet. "It's white," Lin Zhifeng said. "So is porridge." Cheng Wei crouched and lifted the gill cover with 2 fingers. Ice scale has a double row of gill rakers and a blue line under the jaw. This has neither. This is a snow snapper. It's a common fish. It lives under the ice shelf, and if you serve it to Elder May as a Bing grade spirit fish, she will take it as a personal insult, and she will remember your name while she's taking it that way." He stood up and brushed his hands. "By all means, note who found it." Lin Zhifeng's boot came off the fish very quickly. I was still fishing this entire time. I want to be clear about that. Everyone else was having a wonderful evening of politics, and I was standing in the mud 40 feet away with gathering spirit turned all the way up, feeling the bottom of the lake. And about 6 minutes into the snow snapper argument, I had found something in the deep channel that was not shaped like the other things. It was long. It was low. It was sitting under the cold water that came in from the spring, and it was not moving the way food moves. It was moving the way an opinion moves. You do not catch a fish like that by hooking it. Everybody on that shore had been trying to hook it out of the dark for 4 years by dropping bait on its head and yanking. I could feel exactly how much it hated that. So I annoyed it instead. I put the bait past it, upstream, and let the current carry it by just out of reach. Then I pulled it away. Then I did it again, closer. Then I did it again and let it get almost close enough and pulled it away again. And I kept doing that for 7 minutes while my arms shook, until the thing in the channel stopped being a fish making decisions and became a fish with a grudge. It hit the bait so hard it pulled me 2 steps into the water. The fight took a quarter hour and I lost the first half of it. It went for the deep channel, I gave it line. It went for the rocks, I ran down the shore. It came up once, all the way up, and I got a look at the double row of rakers and the blue line under the jaw, and I got a look at what I was actually holding, and I got a look at how much rod I had left, which was not enough. I put my thumb on the line and burned a groove into it and turned the fish at the rock. Frostfin ice scale fish, Bing grade. 4 feet of it, ice smoking off the scales, throwing a chill across the mud so sharp that the men who ran up to help stopped 6 feet short. Lin Zhifeng made a small sound, and then, because I was still holding the rod, and because the lake was still laid out in my head like coins on a table, and because I could feel a second cold shape coming up the channel to see what the noise was about, I flicked the line back out and caught its mate. 2 of them, side by side in the mud, steaming. The shoreline did not cheer. That's the thing I remember. 12 laborers and 2 supervisors stood in absolute silence looking at 2 Bing grade spirit fish that had not been landed in this district in 4 years, and the only sound was the lake. Chung Wei broke it. 2 pills, he said, and held out his hand, palm up, without turning his head. I have thought about that moment many times since, and I've come to the conclusion that if Lin Zhifeng had simply paid the pills, everything after would have been different. He'd have kept his job, he'd have kept his teeth, he'd have kept the part of his life where he wasn't afraid. Instead, he turned around and kicked the black-faced laborer's leg out from under him. It was fast, and it was ugly, and it was aimed at the side of the knee, and the sound it made was not a sound a leg should make. The man went down in the mud and didn't scream, which was somehow worse, and Lin Zhifeng stood over him and shouted about a snow snapper and about wasting a supervisor's time and about how the ore district was a disgrace, and what he was actually doing was looking for someone to be bigger than, right now, in front of everybody, because he had just been made small. Then he turned toward me. He got about 1 step. Chung Wei stepped in front of me on one side, and Wen Tao stepped in front of me on the other, and neither of them said a word. And I want you to understand that Wen Tao had no reason on earth to do that. He was Ore District. He was Lin Zhifeng's colleague. He had spent the morning trying to prove my bamboo cut was a fraud. He just didn't like watching it. Lin Zhifeng looked at the 2 of them for a while. Then he laughed, and the laugh was too loud for the size of the shore, and he said, "Fine, fine, take your prodigy." And he walked away up the path, and I thought that was the end of it. It was not the end of it. It was Lin Zhifeng deciding to stop fighting me at his level and go find a bigger hand to hold. The fish went up the mountain that same night to Tianlao Yard, which is where Elder May lived, and someone had to carry them, and Lin Zhifeng volunteered. I heard what he said in there about a month later from a puppet who had no reason to lie, and it was 14 words. The fish were caught by a handyman named Wei Bao, personally. He didn't accuse me of anything. He didn't have to. In the demon sect, you don't kill a man by telling an elder he's dangerous. You kill him by telling an elder he's interesting. Elder Mei Ling put down her cup and asked one question. How old is he? Wen Tao came to find me at dawn, and he didn't bother with hello. Sit down, he said. I'm going to tell you about Elder May, and then I'm going to pretend I didn't. We sat on the cutting stumps at the north end with our backs to the camp. He talked at the ground. She's an alchemist, he said. Third seat in the hall. She's been an elder longer than I've been alive, and she doesn't look it. And that is the first thing you need to hold on to. She does not look it. How old is she? Nobody knows. She looks about 25. He rubbed his thumb across his knuckles. The puppets you saw, red robes. Do you know what a puppet is? A servant. A servant is a man who was hired. Wen Tao looked up at me for the first time. A puppet is a man who was harvested and then patched back together to walk. They were disciples. Every one of them was a disciple. She takes the ones with a strong root, and she takes what she needs out of them, and what's left still fits in a robe, so she uses it. I didn't say anything for a bit. She has a hall of favorites, he said. Young men, good-looking ones. They live very well up there for a while. Silk, pills, real meat. Then they get quiet, and then they get thin, and then one day you see one of them carrying a tray and a red robe, and his eyes don't move when you say his name. She eats them. She refines them, Wen Tao said, and the correction was somehow the worst part. She's an alchemist. There's a difference. A man is an ingredient with legs, and she's spent 200 years learning how to cook one properly. Then I'll say no. He laughed once, no humor in it at all. That's the third thing. She never takes anyone who says no. Good. You're not listening. She never has to. He tapped the side of his own head, twice, hard. She has a charm. It goes in through the eyes. You walk into that yard with your spine straight, and you say no to her face, and about 4 breaths later, you hear yourself saying yes in your own voice, in your own mouth, and it feels like it was your idea, and you go up the stairs with her hand on your arm, feeling absolutely wonderful about it. That's why she never forces anyone. She's never needed to. Everybody who ever walked up those stairs went willingly, and every one of them meant it, right up until the door closed. The sun was coming up over the east cliff, and it was going to be a beautiful day. So, what do? I said. You're a handyman who got lucky with 2 fish, Wen Tao said, standing up. Be that. Be exactly that, and nothing else. Be so boring she loses interest before the tea's cold. He hesitated, which for him was practically a hug. And Wei Bao, whatever you did to that bamboo, stop doing it. I thought about that all the way to the ore district, where I was going specifically to do more of it. The ore district was 4 shafts cut into the black rock under the west face, and it was run by a bald man named Guo Kang, who had been broken and reset so many times that he'd stopped taking new information from the world. He had a face like a fist, and a quota he could not fill, and a great deal of contempt for the wood district, which he expressed by looking at me for exactly 2 seconds and then looking away. No, he said, you haven't heard the offer. You're the fish boy. Cheng Wei sent his fish boy down here to poach my ore quota, so his district gets the credit for the month. No. Your district is 21 jin short, I said, and there are 4 days left. 21 short, Guo Kang said, and then his jaw tightened, because he had just told a stranger the number. Give me a pickaxe. He gave me a pickaxe the way you give a child a stick to make it go away. It was a bad one. It was somebody's spare, with a loose head and a haft worn to a shine at the wrong spot, and he walked me down to the second shaft and pointed at a copper seam that 4 men had been chewing on for 2 days without getting anywhere. There was a man already working it. Old, wiry, with forearms like cable, and he had the pace of somebody who had been swinging a pick since before I was born in either life. Fan Hong, Guo Kang said, best hand in the district, try not to get in his way. Fan Hong didn't even turn around. I put my hand flat on the rock face first, which made Guo Kang make a noise behind me. And I want to explain why I did it, because it wasn't for show. Gathering spirit doesn't care what medium it's in. Water, wood, stone, it's the same instrument. I stood there with my palm on cold rock and let the wall come up into my head, and what I got was a map, faint and grainy, of where the seam ran fat and where it pinched, and where the whole face was one bad hit away from calving. Then I hit it there. The first swing dropped about 40 jin of rock off the face in one sheet. Fan Hong stopped swinging. Behind me, Guo Kang said something I won't repeat. elementary minor, before the dust had settled. By midday, I had the 21 jin. By evening, I had 35, and Fan Hong had put his pick down entirely and was sitting on a rock at the back of the shaft, watching me the way a man watches weather. "Where'd you learn to read a face like that?" he said, eventually. "I didn't." "No," he agreed, "you didn't. That's what I'm saying." Intermediate minor by the time the light went. Guo Kong came down at the end of it and stood in the shaft looking at the pile in the cart, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Then he did something that made no sense to me at the time. He sent everyone else up. He waited until the shaft was empty, and then he took a small clay pot out of his shirt and put it in my hands. 3 shoe bonworms, he said, for fishing. You put one on a hook, and there is not a spirit fish alive that will pass it by. I've had them 20 years. Why? Because you filled my quota, and you're going to walk out of here, and I'm never going to be able to pay you. He said it flat, like a man reading a bill, and because you didn't ask me for anything first. Then he pulled the rod off his own back. Golden bamboo, spliced and lashed and oiled black at the grip from 20 years of one man's hands. That's yours too, he said. That's your rod. I know what it is. He put it in my hands and closed my fingers on it, which took some doing because I wasn't cooperating. I can't fish anymore. Lungs. I go out there and sit and I can't stay past midnight. He shrugged with his whole ruined body. Someone should use it. I owed Guo Kong from that minute, and I want you to remember it, because I paid it, and the paying of it nearly killed me. I got back to the wood camp at dusk with a pot of worms, a golden bamboo rod, and a plan for the next 4 weeks that was frankly excellent. There was a red robe standing in the middle of the yard. Wei Bao, it said, in that voice with nothing behind it. Tianlu Yard, 9th hour tonight. Lin Zhifeng was standing by the fire pit with his arms folded, and he had come all the way over from the ore district to be present for this, and he was so happy that the mole was practically vibrating. Congratulations, he said, loud enough for the yard. An elder has taken an interest in you. Everyone here should learn from Wei Bao's example. Hard work is noticed. Cheng Wei's face had gone gray again. How long do I have? I said to him quietly. 4 hours. Then I need 4 hours. Because here's what I had worked out on the road down from the ore district, while my hands were still shaking from the pick. I could not fight her. I could not run. Wen Tao had told me exactly what was going to happen. She was going to look at me and put a hand on my mind, and my own mouth would say yes. The only defense I had against something reaching into my head was to have something in my head already, wedged in, all the way up, taking the whole room. Gathering Spirit went quiet and cold and sharp. It was the only thing I owned that lived in the same place a charm would land, and it got stronger every time the profession did. So I went to the lake. 4 hours, and I spent them on the thing I had felt out in the deep channel 2 nights before and left alone because I wasn't stupid. Silver blade fish. 8 meters of it. Not a spirit fish, nothing special about it at all except that it was 8 meters long and lived in the dark and had a dorsal ridge like a saw blade, and the last man who'd hooked one on Duanwu Lake had been pulled in and had come back up in 2 pieces. I baited a shoe bonworm. I sat down on Guo Kong's rod, and then for 3 hours and 40 minutes that fish and I had a conversation. I'm not going to pretend it was a fight. A fight has 2 parties who could win. What that was me refusing to let go of a rod while being dragged up and down a shoreline in the dark by something that outweighed me by a factor I'd rather not calculate. It took me into the water twice. It broke 2 of my fingers against a rock at the 2nd hour, and I kept holding, because the rod was Guo Kong's, and because I had 90 minutes left before an elder took me apart for parts. At the 3rd hour, it started to tire, and I understood that I was going to win, and I understood that I could not haul 8 meters of fish up a mud bank with 2 broken fingers, and I stopped trying. I walked it, down the shore, into the shallows at the spring mouth where the bottom came up hard, and I let it beach itself. Advanced angler, and the thing behind my eyes opened up like a haul. I lay in the mud next to a fish the size of a boat with the cold running up my spine and the whole lake in my head at once, every stone on the bottom, every current seam, the shape of the mist. I could feel the men walking on the path a quarter li away. I could feel my own heartbeat from the outside. Then I got up, washed the blood off my hands, splinted 2 fingers with a strip of my sleeve, and walked up the mountain to Tianlo Yard. Tianlo Yard was the nicest place I'd ever been, and it made my skin crawl. Everything down in the camps was gray. Gray stone, gray porridge, gray men. Up here there were lanterns and colored paper, and a stone path with the moss trimmed off the edges in a line so straight somebody must have used a rule, and a pond with pale fish in it that came to the surface when my shadow crossed, because pale fish in a place like that learn that shadows mean food. 4 red robes stood at the 4 corners of the courtyard. None of them looked at me. One of them had a scar through his eyebrow and a face I half recognized from the wood camp 2 months back, and I made myself stop looking at him because that road did not go anywhere I could afford to go tonight. "Come in," a voice said from inside. "You're bleeding on my path." I looked down. My splinted hand had been dripping the whole way up. Elder Mei Ling was sitting on a low couch with a book she wasn't reading, and Wen Tao had been right about the first thing, which was that she did not look it. She looked 25. Black hair unpinned, hanging over one shoulder, a red robe, but not the puppet red, a deeper one, bare feet, a cup of something that steamed, and she was beautiful in a very specific way, which was the way a knife on a table is beautiful. You don't admire it, you just find you're aware of exactly where it is. "So you're the fish," she said. "I'm the one who caught them, Elder." That's what I said." She set the book down. "Sit." I sat. There was a cushion. The cushion was better than my mat and my blanket combined, and I hated it. 2 frostfin ice scale in one night from a lake my hall has been failing to produce out of for 4 years. She turned her cup a quarter turn on the table. And this morning, 35 gin of copper from a shaft that 4 men could not make yield 20. And yesterday, a 7 fen cut in half an hour, on a bad diet, with no cultivation base. "I've been lucky, Elder." "Yes," she said. "That's an interesting word, too." And then she looked at me. I want to describe this properly because it happened fast and it decided everything. It came in through the eyes, exactly like Wen Tao said, and it was not painful and it was not frightening, and that is what makes it the best weapon I have ever had used on me. It came in warm. It came in like the first mouthful of hot soup after a day in the cold, spreading out from behind my face and down my neck and into my chest. And it arrived carrying an idea. The idea was that I liked her, that I had always liked her, that the sensible, obvious, frankly overdue thing was to stay in this warm room with this warm woman and stop fighting so hard about everything all the time. My mouth started to open. And gathering spirit ate it, not blocked, ate. That's what it felt like. 3.5 hours earlier, I had been dragged up and down a shoreline in the dark by an 8-meter fish, and whatever the thing behind my eyes had turned into when that fish finally beached, it had gotten hungry. The warm feeling went into it and came apart the way mist comes apart when the sun gets on it, and what was left behind was the cold, sharp, still place, and me, sitting on a very nice cushion with my mouth half open like an idiot. I closed my mouth. Then I opened it again, because a man who was being charmed would not have gone silent. "Elder," I said, and I let my voice go soft and stupid and grateful. "May I say something?" "Please." "I don't know why I'm this lucky." I looked at the floor. I was going to die. My name was on the blood worship list. And then I felt better, and everything I touched went right. I've been thinking about it all day, and I keep thinking, someone must be doing this for me. Someone must have looked at me. That much was even true. Mei Ling was quiet for a moment. Then she laughed, and it was a real laugh, low and pleased, and I felt something in the room let go a notch. "A simple one," she said, mostly to herself. "Elder?" "Nothing." She picked her cup back up. "How old are you?" "I don't know exactly." "No, you wouldn't." She drank. "You may go." I got up. I bowed the way handymen bow, too deep, and I made it to the door. And it was at the door that I got the piece of information that was worth the entire evening, because the door opened before I reached it and a young man came through it. He was about my age. He was very good looking, in the way you only get from 3 generations of not working, and he was wearing gray silk, and there were 2 pills in a jade dish balanced on his palm because he had brought her something. He looked at me, and I have never in my life seen a face rearrange itself that fast. It went from pleasant to blank to something with teeth in it, and then back to pleasant, all inside a single step. "Elder," he said warmly, "I didn't know you had company." "Ren Chang," she said, "this is Wei Bao. He caught the fish." "How wonderful," Ren Chang said. He was thin, that was the thing. He was beautiful, and he was polished, and he was wearing better cloth than any inner disciple I'd ever seen, and his wrists coming out of those sleeves were the wrists of a man on a long fast, and there was a gray tint under his eyes that powder had been used on. Wen Tao's voice, from that morning, then they get quiet, and then they get thin. I bowed to him too, lower than I had to, and got out. I made it about 20 steps down the path before I heard her, through the open window, saying something to Ren Chang in a tone of tremendous affection, and I heard Ren Chang laugh, and there was a small, wet sound in the middle of the laugh that I have never been able to unhear. I found out much later what happened after I left. One of the puppets told me, at the end, when there was nothing left in him to protect, Mei Ling had stood at the window and watched me walk down the path, and she had put 2 fingers on the sill and licked her lips, slowly, the way you do when there is something on the stove that needs another hour. 16 or 17, she'd said. Root's a blank. Body's clean, though, clean as a new pot. Elder, Ren Chang had said, he's a handyman, a lucky handyman. Yes, she'd said, let's see how long the luck holds. I do so hate a young ingredient. She turned around. They're all water. So that was the night I learned I had roughly 1 growing season before an alchemist put me in a jar, and that the only reason I had walked out of that yard on my own legs was a fish. I did not sleep. I went down the mountain, straight through the wood camp without stopping, and I found Cheng Wei standing outside his hut with a lantern, because he had been standing outside his hut with a lantern the whole time. You're alive, he said. I'm cutting the assessment bamboo tonight. He stared at me. The annual assessment is how a handyman becomes an outer disciple, and there is exactly 1 physical test in it that nobody passes, which is the golden steel bamboo. Not the small kind I'd cut in the yard, the full-grown kind, at the base of the east cliff, 8 men around, gold and gray and ringed like a stack of coins, and the requirement is not a 7-fen mark. The requirement is that you cut it through. In 60 years of the wood district, the record for a handyman was 2/3 of the way, by a man who then never used his right arm again. That's a 2-week job for a crew, Cheng Wei said. I have until she gets bored. Cheng Wei braided beard for about 4 seconds and then went and got his boots. I asked for 2 witnesses, and I asked for specific ones, because after that night at the lake, I had stopped believing that being right was enough. I sent for Guo Kang from the ore district, and I sent for Wen Tao. Guo Kang walked 2 hours in the dark on ruined lungs to stand in a bamboo grove and watch a man swing an axe. When he got there, he didn't say a word to me. He went and sat down on a rock where he could see the cut face, and stayed there all night. I put the first blow in at the 2nd hour after midnight. You cannot cut a gold and steel bamboo the way you cut wood. It doesn't split. It rings. Every hit that lands wrong comes straight back up the haft and takes a little more feeling out of your hands, and the ringing carries, so about an hour in, there were 40 men standing at the edge of the grove in the dark, listening to a bell being struck by a lunatic. I could see the grain. That was the whole trick, and it was the only trick I had. Somewhere under the gold, there were seams where the fiber turned, and I put every single swing into a seam, and the 27 jin axe did the rest. At the 4th hour, my hands opened up again. At the 5th hour, I stopped being able to feel the haft and started tracking the swing by watching my own arms, which is a strange and unpleasant way to work. At the 6th hour, the ringing changed pitch, and every man at the edge of that grove knew what that meant, and nobody said anything, and I heard 40 people not breathing. The golden steel bamboo came down at dawn. It went over slowly, the way big things do, and it took 2 smaller ones with it, and when it hit the ground, the frost came off the grass in a ring. Then everybody started shouting at once. Lin Zhifeng had arrived somewhere around the 5th hour, because of course he had. He came out of the crowd screaming the word cheat before the bamboo had finished settling. He screamed it at Cheng Wei. He screamed it at the grove. He said there had been a talisman. He said someone had scored the trunk in advance. He said a handyman with no cultivation base physically could not, and he was still saying could not, when Guo Kang got off his rock and crossed the grass and slapped him across the face hard enough to put him on one knee. The grove went absolutely silent. I sat here all night, Guo Kang said. Every swing. Say it again. Lin Zhifeng got up. His mouth was bleeding. He looked around for support and found 40 handymen looking back at him with an expression I had never seen any of them wear before, and he made the mistake of turning to the one man in the grove with actual rank. "Brother Liu," he said, "you saw, you'll confirm to the hall that this was irregular." And Cheng Wei, who had been braiding his beard for 6 hours straight, walked over and slapped him off his feet from the other side. "That's for the leg you kicked out from under a man who couldn't fight back," he said. "The mouth's extra." The message came down at noon while I was asleep in the mud with my hands wrapped in somebody's shirt. 4 red robes in a line, and everyone in the camp got very still, and the lead one delivered it to the whole yard in that voice with nothing behind it. "Elder Mei extends her regard. Should Wei Bao pass the sect assessment, Elder Mei will take him as her personal disciple." You have to understand what that sentence sounds like from the outside. Personal disciple to a third seat elder is the single biggest thing that has ever happened to anyone in the handyman camps. Men were pounding me on the back. Someone was crying. Cheng Wei had gone completely gray again and was looking at me over the top of a crowd of people congratulating me on being selected as an ingredient. I said thank you about 60 times. Then the assessment officials arrived, and I finally got to find out what I was actually made of, which turned out to be the funniest part of the whole month. 2 elders came down from the hall to run it. Gao Feng, tall and dry, in charge of the spirit root reading. Sun Qing, round and bored, in charge of everything else. They set up a table in the yard with 3 articles on it: a root-testing stone, a bone-age slate, and a comprehension bell. I put my hand on the root stone. It went a color that I would describe as apologetic. 5-element mixed root, Gao Feng said, lowest grade, effectively nothing. I sat for the bone slate. Body constitution, lower third, Sun Qing said, without looking up. Some recent improvement, malnourished. I rang the comprehension bell, which measures how fast you take a teaching. It made a noise like a dropped bucket. Comprehension, bottom tier, Gao Feng said. The 2 of them looked at the sheet. Then they looked at the 8-meter silver blade fish that was still lying at the edge of the yard because nobody had been able to move it. Then they looked at the fallen golden steel bamboo up on the slope. Then they looked at me. "That's not possible," Gao Feng said. "It's on the sheet," Sun Qing said. "I can read the sheet. I'm saying the sheet and the bamboo cannot both be true." And that, right there, was the moment I stopped being afraid of the assessment and started enjoying it. Because I realized that every measuring instrument in that sect was built to find cultivation talent, and I did not have any, and I never would. And so, as far as every official record in the demon sect was concerned, I was a bottom-tier nobody with a run of luck. They were going to keep writing that down. For years. Let them. Sun Qing shrugged and stamped the sheet and moved on to the announcement he'd actually come down to make, which was that the acting sect leader had reformed the assessment this year, and that the reform was going to kill about half the people standing in that yard. By order of the acting sect leader, Sun Qing read, the outer assessment this year will be held in the Blood Worship Institute. Nobody knew what that was. That was intentional. 240 candidates enter the Beast Forest for 15 days, he went on. Candidates are ranked by the ears of graded beasts they bring out. Additionally, he paused, and I watched him decide not to editorialize. Additionally, under the reformed rules, combat between candidates is permitted. Ears taken from another candidate count as your own. There is no penalty for a candidate who does not return. The yard didn't make a sound. I want to walk you through what that sentence actually did, because it's the cleanest piece of evil I saw in my whole first year, and it wasn't even aimed at us. The demon sect has 9 branch sects, and the acting sect leader, He Yuan, had been acting for 19 years, which is a long time to be acting. He needed the branch sects to stop treating him like a caretaker, so he needed the main sect to look sharp, hungry, dangerous. 240 soft handymen going into a forest and coming out with a nice, orderly list of ears makes you look like a farm. 240 going in and 90 coming out makes you look like a sect. He wasn't culling us to test us. He was culling us because a smaller number with blood on it reads better in a report. 15 days, Sun Qing said, rolling up the scroll. Begins at the new moon. That night, a man named Song Bao came to find me, and he found me on purpose, and he brought 4 friends. Song Bao ran the biggest handyman gang in the North camps. Broad, cheerful, missing a front tooth, The kind of man who puts his arm around your shoulders while explaining the arrangement. He sat down across from me at the fire pit like we'd known each other for years. "Brother Wei Bao," he said. "The fish man, the bamboo man." "That's me." "You're coming with us, into the forest." "Am I?" 26 of us. We move as one body. We take the low ground. We let the fools scatter. He spread his hands. He had a very good speech, and he'd clearly given it 40 times that week. Alone, a candidate is a pair of ears with legs. In a group, a candidate is a hunter. And what am I in the group? Song Bao smiled, and to his credit, he didn't lie, exactly. "You're strong," he said. Strong men go in front. There it is. Advanced cannon fodder. The front rank of a gang like that is where you put the men whose deaths buy you information about what's in the bush. "I'll think about it," I said. "Think fast. I'm a slow thinker. It's on my assessment sheet." He laughed. His friends laughed. They laughed all the way out of the camp, and then Song Bao stopped laughing about 40 steps down the path, and I know that because Gathering Spirit was still on, and I could feel exactly where he stopped and how long he stood there. I had 15 days before the new moon, and I spent 7 of them chopping trees that could not possibly have paid me. That sounds stupid. It was the smartest thing I did all season. Because here's the thing I had figured out about the rule. The gap was measured against me, not against the tree. And a man who has just been dragged half a li by an 8-meter fish and has cut through a golden steel bamboo is a man whose own ceiling has moved a long way up, which means ordinary work was now, for the first time, genuinely below me and therefore worth nothing. So I didn't chop ordinary trees. I chopped ordinary trees at a speed that should have killed me. 7 days, dawn to full dark, no rank timber, 1 swing per trunk. That was the target. 1 swing. A tree that takes 30 cuts if you're competent and 4 if you're gifted, taken down in 1, over and over, until the wood district's entire winter stock was stacked and the yard ran out of room and Cheng Wei started having the surplus carted to the ore district out of embarrassment. On the 7th evening, my arms stopped working somewhere around the 200th tree, and I kept swinging with my back and hips, and the thing in my head finally, grudgingly, opened the door. Advanced lumberjack. I sat down in a mountain of my own wood chips and laughed until I couldn't breathe. Ren Chang watched me do all of it. Every day. He'd come down from Tianlu Yard in his gray silk and stand at the edge of the cutting ground with his hands behind his back, not saying anything, not hiding, staying exactly long enough to be noticed, and then leaving. Twice he brought 2 of the red robes with him and had them stand there too. I understood him perfectly, and honestly, I felt for the man about as much as you can feel for someone who is trying to arrange your death. He had been beautiful and clever and very well fed for 2 years. He had watched every predecessor go quiet and go thin and go into a red robe. And then, a bottom-tier nobody with dirt under his nails had walked into that yard and walked out again with an invitation, and Ren Chang had done the arithmetic that he'd been avoiding for 2 years, and the arithmetic said that a new pot means the old pot gets emptied. He needed me dead in the forest. He needed it more than anyone in the sect. 4 days before the new moon, I went to the ore district to say goodbye to Guo Kong, and the odor district was silent. You don't understand how wrong that is unless you've been there. 4 shafts, 90 men, carts, hammers, the constant argument of the sorting yard. I came around the shoulder of the west face, and there was nothing. No carts, no noise. 14 men sitting on the ground outside the second shaft, not looking at each other. The second shaft had come down 2 days before. Not a collapse of the whole thing, just the roof of the deep gallery, about 80 feet of it, 2 dead. They'd got them out. And Guo Kong had been under the edge of it, and they'd got him out too, and he was lying on a plank inside the shed with both legs crushed below the knee and a bandage around his middle that had been changed 4 times. "You should be at the wood camp," he said when he saw me. His voice was fine. That was the awful part. His voice was completely fine. "Your quota," I said. "Doesn't matter." "How short?" Wei Bao. "How short?" He looked at the ceiling of the shed for a while. 30 jin, he said. 4 days. It doesn't matter because there's no gallery and no crew, and the hall doesn't reduce a quota for a cave-in. They reduce the rations, and I've already written it up, and I'm going to be dead or dismissed inside the week, so it genuinely does not matter. Which shaft's still standing? None of them are worth anything. The seam ran into the deep gallery. That's the entire reason we were down there. So the copper's under the fall. The copper's under the fall, Guo Kong agreed. along with about 80 feet of unstable roof, which is why nobody is going under the fall. I went under the fall. I'm not going to make it sound heroic, because for me, it was the single easiest decision of that whole month, and the reason is embarrassing. Gathering spirit. I could put my palm on a rock face and feel where the load was sitting. Every man in that district was going in blind, and I was going in with a map, and a job that is suicide for 90 men and merely very stupid for one man is exactly the shape of job the thing in my head pays for. It took me one day. I went in at dawn with a pick and a lantern, and I crawled the last 40 feet on my belly through a gap you could not have got a shoulder through if you'd had a normal amount of muscle on you. And I got to the face, and the seam was there, fat as a rope, exactly where the map in my hand said it would be. I cut props out of the fallen beams and set them where the rock was talking loudest. Then I worked. 35 gin came out on a dragged hide in 6 trips, and on the last trip, the roof let go behind me and took my lantern. Advanced miner. I got out into the daylight covered in black dust with copper on a hide behind me, and 14 men sitting on the ground stood up all at once like a bird had gone over. They carried me into the shed. Somebody was shouting the number. Guo Kong turned his head on the plank and looked at the hide, and then he looked at me, and this man, who had had both his legs crushed 48 hours earlier and had not made a sound, started crying so hard he couldn't get any air. I sat down next to him and didn't say anything, because there wasn't anything, and because I had a very bad feeling about what was coming next, and I was right. Under the plank, he said when he could talk. Get it out, both. Under the plank was a horse lance, ma shuo. 9 feet of dark wood with an iron core down the middle of the haft and a leaf-shaped head as long as my forearm, and a black tassel below the socket that had been white once, and a chest plate, folded flat in oiled cloth. Old, patched, the lacquer gone from the left side. No, I said. They were my father's. Then keep them. For what? He held them out and his arms were shaking, and I could not stand it. I'm not going to walk again. I've got no sons. In 9 days, a clerk comes down here and writes unfit next to my name, and the sect takes everything in this shed, including the plank I'm lying on, and my father's spear goes into a bin and gets melted for shaft fittings. His jaw locked. You're going into that forest in 4 days, and 240 men are going in with you, and half of them have been told they can take your ears. Take the spear. Guo Kong. Take the spear, you stubborn little... And he ran out of air. I took the spear. I have killed a lot of things with it since. Some of them were the size of houses. I have never once picked it up without thinking about a bald man on a plank in a shed telling me that someone should use it. Word about the copper got up the mountain before I did, which is how Cheng Wei and Lin Zhifeng came to be standing in the ore district shed on the same afternoon, and I want to be fair to Cheng Wei, who came to see if I was alive. Lin Zhifeng came to see what was in the shed. That's not a guess. He walked past Guo Kong on the plank without looking at him and went straight to the wall where the shift ledger and the equipment tallies hung. He started reading down them with his finger, out loud, in a low mutter. Tools, stores, the whole inventory of a district whose supervisor was about to be written up as unfit. Because a district with no supervisor gets absorbed by whoever puts a claim in first. Guo Kong was on the plank listening to this, 4 feet away, conscious. The presses go to the artisan district, Lin Zhifeng was saying. The carts are worth... I've heard a lot of slaps. That one is still the best. Cheng Wei didn't say anything before he did it, and he didn't say anything after. He just crossed the shed, took Lin Zhifeng by the shoulder, turned him around, and hit him, open-handed, hard enough that the man's feet crossed, and then he went back to the door and stood there with his arms folded, waiting to see if there was going to be a second part. There was not a second part. Lin Zhifeng left. He went straight up the mountain. And this time, he did not go to a supervisor, and he did not go to a hall clerk. He went to Tianlu Yard, and he found Ren Chang in the outer garden, and the two of them had a conversation that I would have paid a very great deal to hear, in which a man who wanted me dead met a man who needed me dead. I found out how that conversation went 4 days later at the assessment gate. 240 of us at the East Cliff at dawn, fog, a line of deacons with tally slates, and Song Bao waiting at the front of the crowd with about 20 of his people arranged behind him in a shape that was not a queue. Brother Wei Bao, he said, you never gave me your answer. No, I said. That's fine, that's fine. He was still cheerful. He nodded at the spear on my back, and his eyes had been on it since I came up the path. Only, that's a nice piece. That's a very nice piece for a wood district handyman. And where we're going, gear gets redistributed by need. Whose need? The group's. One of his people stepped in and took hold of the haft. I want to be precise about what happened, because the whole gate was watching, and the story that came out of it fed me for a month. He got his hand on the spear. I turned my wrist, and the shaft rolled, and his own grip took his hand around with it into a position hands do not go, and there was a crack like a green branch. He sat down. He was screaming. Nobody had seen me move because there had not been very much to see. I looked at Songbao. The group's need, I said, is a splint. Songbao looked at his man on the ground and then at my hands, and I watched a man who had been running gangs for 6 years update his numbers in real time. He put a smile on. Understood, he said. No hard feelings, brother. It's a long forest. And that, I later learned, is when Songbao went down the line to a fat-faced supervisor with a mole on his cheek and quietly asked what the going rate was. The beast forest swallowed 240 men in about 10 minutes. That's how it works. You go through the gate in a mass, and there's shouting and elbows, and everyone's got a plan, and then the trees close over the path, and the noise drops out from behind you piece by piece, and within a quarter hour you are alone in a green room the size of a province with a spear on your back. I went east, uphill, away from everybody, because the fastest route to the top of a ranking board is not to fight the 239 men who also want ears. It's to be better than them at the actual job. I had never hunted anything in my life. The first thing I tried to kill was a rabbit, and it made an absolute fool of me. Not a spirit beast, not graded. A rabbit, gray-brown, about as long as my forearm, sitting in the grass of a clearing eating something. I came at it with a 9-foot horse lance like an idiot, and it was gone before the point moved. Second try, I threw a rock. Third try, I built a snare out of my own belt, which taught me a great deal about belts. The fourth time, I stopped. I sat down on my heels at the edge of the clearing, and I turned gathering spirit all the way up, and I just watched it, for about half an hour, the way I'd watched the laborer's wrist snap on the shoreline. And the world slowed down. I don't mean poetically. I mean the rabbit's ears came around in 3 distinct movements that I could count, and I could see the exact instant its weight shifted onto its back legs before it moved, and there was a whole long, comfortable moment in there between the decision and the jump where nothing was happening at all. I put my hand out and picked it up out of the air. Elementary, Hunter. It bit me. I want to include that. The first great triumph of my hunting career bit me hard enough to draw blood, and I dropped it, and it ran away. I got the next one, though, and the one after, and by afternoon, I had worked out that hunting is not about being fast. Hunting is about knowing what a thing is going to do slightly before it does. Which is the same trick as fishing, and the same trick as reading a grain, and the same trick as putting your hand on a rock face and feeling where the load sits. And I was starting to understand that I had not been given 9 unrelated jobs. I'd been given 1 instrument, and every profession was another string on it. By dusk, I'd taken 16 things, and the second rank landed. Intermediate hunter, somewhere around the 8th kill. Which is when I found out that the rules had come into the forest with us. I was moving along a ridge in the last of the light with a rabbit on my belt when Gathering Spirit put 2 shapes in the trees ahead of me, up in the branches, 12 feet off the ground, 1 on each side of the trail. Not moving. Not breathing right. Candidates. Waiting for whoever came down the trail with a full belt. I stopped and stepped back and got behind a trunk and thought about it for a long time. And I want to tell you something honest, because a lot of people telling this kind of story skip it. I stood behind that tree for a good while, trying to find a version where I walked around them. There wasn't one. The ridge was the only way through before dark. They'd picked it because it was the only way through. And a man who sets an ambush on the only path in a forest where kills are free is not a man who will let you leave once he's seen your face. I had taken a bow off a beast-bitten candidate's body that afternoon from a man who had lost an argument with something with claws about 6 hours before I got there. I put the first arrow through the one on the left at 20 paces. The second one on the right had time to shout and get halfway turned around, and I put the second arrow through him too. They came out of the trees one after another, and the sound they made when they landed is not like the sound anything else makes. I sat down after. Not for long, but I sat down. Then I went and got their tally cords, because they had 40 graded ears between them, and because the rules said ears taken from another candidate count as your own, and because I had just found out I was going to be able to do this. The next 4 days, I stopped being careful. Strange-horned rhinoceros, ding grade, on the third morning, in a bog, and that fight was 2 hours long and consisted almost entirely of me running away in a large circle while it destroyed several trees. I got it in the end by letting it charge into a bog hole I'd already located, with my hand flat on the mud, and then putting 9 feet of horse lance through the back of its skull while it was stuck. 10 more no-rank kills by that evening. Deer, boar, a thing like a badger with a bad attitude. And on the 4th day, I found the tracks. They were in soft ground by a stream, and they were the tracks of a giant ape, Bing grade probably, deep and splayed with the toe drag you get off a heavy knuckle walker. Except they weren't. I crouched there for a long time with my palm in the mud, and the wrongness came up out of the ground into my hand, and I could not have told you at that moment how I knew. The spacing was wrong for the depth. The weight had come down and then shifted in each print, like something being pressed rather than something walking. And there was a 5th mark at the edge of 2 of them that had no business being on an ape. I followed the stream instead of the tracks, and a little downstream I found what he'd left behind. 4 bodies laid out in a row on the bank, arranged. Candidates. And the heads had been taken off, and from each head both cheeks had been cut away, cleanly, in a curve, with a knife. I stood there in the water for a while, with the sound of the stream going on and on. Then a voice behind me said, "Those were tough. You'll want to pick a young one." He was sitting on a rock about 30 feet up the bank, and he had been sitting there the entire time, and gathering spirit had not found him, and that was the most frightening thing that had happened to me since I arrived in this world. Yellow face, not tanned, yellow like old fat, with the skin pulled tight at the temples. A greatsword across his knees, 5 feet of it, and he was eating something off the point of a knife. "Huo Kai," he said, pleasantly, as if we were being introduced. "You're the one with the fish." "Word travels." "Word travels very well in here. Everybody's talking about you." He put the knife down. "That's not good for you, incidentally. You should be less interesting." "I've been told." He stood up, and he came off the rock and down the bank without hurrying, and I got the spear off my back. "Do you know how many of these 15 days I've spent hunting beasts?" "None." "None," Huokai agreed happily. "Beasts are hard. Beasts fight back, and the ears are worth so little. Whereas a candidate who has spent 4 days working very hard is a purse that walks up to you." He rolled his shoulders. "You've been working extremely hard." He came in on the diagonal, and it was the fastest thing I had ever seen a human being do. I got the spear across in time. I don't know how. The greatsword came down on the haft, and the iron core in it saved my life, and the shock went through both my arms and into my teeth, and I gave ground 4 steps in the water, and he came with me, and for about 90 seconds I did nothing at all except not die. He was better than me. I need to be honest about that. He was faster, he'd been fighting his whole life, and he had killed enough people to have stopped thinking about it as an event. But he'd never fought a fisherman. Because here's what I had that he didn't. I could see where he was going to be. Not fast enough to punish it, not yet, but fast enough to be somewhere else. Every time the greatsword came in, the little slow moment opened up before it, and I put the spear where the moment said to. On the 4th exchange, I stopped moving my feet backward and started turning instead, and the sword went past my ribs, and I put the butt of the horse lance into his elbow. He grunted. That was all. But he changed his grip. On the 7th, I put the point through the meat of his shoulder. On the 9th, he brought the greatsword down flat on the spearhead with the whole weight of his body behind it, trying to snap the shaft, and the iron core held, and his sword did not. 5 feet of steel came apart about 8 inches above the guard, and the top half went into the stream. Huokai stood there, holding a hilt, looking at it, and there was a very long moment where I could feel him deciding. Then, upstream, someone shouted. 6 of them came around the bend at a run. Candidates, in a bunch, and they had a good reason to be running, which was that 4 of the bodies on that bank had come from their group, and they had spent 2 days looking for the man who did it. Huakai looked at the 6, then at me. Then he laughed, actually laughed, with real delight in it. "Another time," he said, and went up the bank into the trees, and by the time the 6 reached me, he was simply not there anymore. They wanted to know who I was. I told them I'd found the bodies. One of them was on his knees in the water by then, and I left them to it and got out of that valley. Because the thing about being seen by 6 people in a forest where kills are free is that 6 people now know exactly where you are. I did not think about Huakai for 2 days. That was a mistake, and he corrected it later, in the dark, with a friend. The man-faced bear cave was on the 9th day, and it was the first time I understood what I was turning into. The bear was ding-grade, and it was in a cave mouth up a scree slope, and there were already people there. 6 of them, crouched behind rocks about 40 feet below the cave, arguing in whispers. Song Bao had picked up numbers since the gate. "Brother Wei Bao," he said when he saw me coming up the slope, and he was still cheerful. That was the astonishing thing. He was still doing the arm around the shoulders voice. "Look at that. The forest brings us together. You're not going to take that bear with 6 men." That's exactly what I was telling them. He straightened up out of the rocks, and his 5 people came up with him, spread wide, which is not how you spread out for a bear. We were just saying we needed a 7th. A strong one, someone to go in front. You said that at the gate. And you snapped old Shu's wrist at the gate, Song Bao said, and finally, the smile came off. And old Shu can't hold a knife anymore. And there's a supervisor down the mountain who told me what your ears are worth to him, and it's a number I've never heard said out loud about a person. How much? 20 Ma gathering pills. I actually laughed. Lin Zhifeng had put a bounty on me, and it was 20 pills, and I'd once watched him try to weasel out of paying 2. They came at me together, and it took about 2 moves. The first move was the spear butt into the nearest man's knee, which folded him sideways into the second man. The second move was a turn, with 9 feet of lance at the end of my arms, and the men on that slope were standing at spear length because they had spread out for a fight against someone with a knife. I don't want to describe it in detail. 5 of them went down the scree slope, and only 3 were still making noise at the bottom. Song Bao got away. He had been the furthest back the entire time, and the furthest back at the gate too, and I understood right then that he was going to survive this forest, and probably every other forest. He had never once in his life been in the front rank of anything. Then the bear came out, and I killed it, and I honestly barely remember doing it. Advanced Hunter. On the 11th day, I went through a hot spring gap into the eastern half of the forest, and met the person who ruined my entire life plan by being annoying about a jar of honey. The gap was a crack in a ridge with a spring running through it, waist deep, steaming, walls close enough on both sides that a 9-foot spear was more of a liability than an asset. I was halfway through it when Gathering Spirit told me there was somebody on a rock at the far end, and had been for some time. Small, slight, a candidate's gray, cut down and re-sewn to fit, which meant it hadn't fit. Hair tied up under a cap, and a face that was so completely unremarkable that I could not have described it 2 minutes after looking at it, which, as I learned about a year later, cost a great deal of money. "Liu Yue," he said before I asked. "Wei Bao." I know. He was sitting cross-legged on the rock with a bundle beside him, and the bundle had a clay jar sticking out of it, sealed with wax and a cloth cap, and I looked at that jar for slightly too long. "That's honey," I said. "It's mine." "I wasn't—" "You were doing the face," Liu Yue said. "You did the face." "I have not eaten anything sweet in 5 days. In 2 months. I have eaten a rabbit, a badger, and some kind of root that tasted like a wet dog." That sounds like a personal problem. I want to be clear that at this point I had killed a ding-grade bear that morning and had 22 graded ears on my belt and had put 2 men out of trees with arrows, and I stood in a hot spring arguing about honey with a stranger for about 4 minutes before either of us reached for a weapon. Liu Yue reached first. What came out from under that too large gray robe was a short blade, and what came with it was footwork I had never seen, low and sliding, with the hips doing everything and the shoulders doing nothing. And about one exchange in, I understood that this small, quiet person in the ill-fitting clothes had been trained since childhood by someone extremely expensive. The gap was the only reason I survived it. 9 feet of spear in a crack 4 feet wide is a joke, and we both knew it. So I threw the spear behind me and went in with my hands, which was insane and worked much better than it should have, because Liu Yue had never in his life had someone simply walk into the blade and take hold of the arm. We went into the water, both of us, all the way under. We came up about a body length apart, soaked, breathing hard, in a steaming crack in a rock, and neither of us had a weapon in hand, and there was a very long moment where the whole thing could have gone either way. Then Liu Yue said, in a completely flat voice, "You broke my honey." The jar had gone off the rock in the first exchange. It was in about 9 pieces in the shallows, and the honey was going down the spring in a long gold ribbon, and both of us watched it leave. I have replayed that moment a great many times. Everything after it came out of it. The war, the sect, all of it. And it happened because I could not keep my face straight about a jar. "Right," I said. "Okay, get out of the water. I'm going to fix this." "You can't fix it. It's in the stream." "I can fix it." Here's the thing nobody in that forest had thought about on any of the 15 days, including me until roughly that second. 240 men were out there eating raw meat and roots and burnt rabbit, and I had been an advanced chef for exactly no time at all because I had never once tried. I salvaged maybe a third of the jar out of the shallows, wax and grit and all. I strained it through the cleanest cloth I had, which was not clean. I found a flat black stone in the spring outflow, and I built a fire under it and let it come up to heat while I broke down the last of the bear. Then I cooked. I laid the strips on the stone and let them seize, and the fat came out and ran to the edges, and I turned them and pushed them into the fat and turned them again. I put honey on at the very end, not the beginning, because honey burns, and it went to a dark lacquer and started to smell like the thing your body wants when it has been eating roots for 6 days. I had wild pepper leaf, which I had walked past for 4 days without recognizing, and a knot of ginger the size of a thumb, and salt, actual salt, out of my own ration bag. Liu Yue had been sitting on the rock with his arms crossed and an expression of absolute contempt for this entire process, and I watched that expression fail one muscle at a time. Elementary chef off a hot rock in a hot spring. By the time it hit the stone the second time, it was intermediate. He ate 9 pieces, I counted. He ate 12 pieces of honey-glazed bear off a hot rock in the middle of a forest where people were killing each other for ears, and about halfway through he stopped pretending to be dignified about it and just ate with both hands, and when he finally sat back, he had honey on his chin and a look on his face like a man who has been informed of something. "What do you want?" he said. "Nothing. Everyone wants something. Say it." "I want you to stop looking at me like I'm going to bill you." The Oua was quiet for a while. Then he reached into his robe and took out a thin book, hand-copied, the pages sewn with red thread, and he put it on the rock between us and pushed it across with one finger. "Gun technique basics," he said. "Spear fundamentals. It's the real thing, not a camp copy. Take it." I looked at it. "For barbecue," I said. "For the barbecue," he agreed, "and because you're carrying a 9-foot horse lance around a forest and swinging it like a very long axe, and it's been physically painful to watch." That was the first honest thing anyone had said to me in that world. I read it that night by the fire, and it was like being handed a lantern in a room I'd been walking around in the dark. Everything I'd been doing with the spear had been improvised off a woodcutter's shoulders. This was 200 years of somebody else's dead relatives explaining where the weight goes. We stayed together after that, not because we agreed to, but because neither of us walked away. 2 days later, Gathering Spirit found something in a rock cleft on the north slope that made the hair come up on my arms, and I stopped Liu Yue with a hand flat on his chest. There was a scale on the ground at the mouth of the cleft, just one. It was the size of a dinner plate, and it was black going into green, and when I turned it over, the underside was the color of an old bruise, and the cold coming off it was not the cold of a cold day. "Evil spirit lizard," Liu Yue said, very quietly. E-grade. E-grade. In an assessment forest that was supposed to top out at Bing, that is like reaching into a bag of copper and finding a live snake. "How far above us?" I said. "You, me, Everyone in this forest and whoever is running it, he was already stepping backward. One of its scales is worth more than every ear either of us is carrying. Its ear would put you first on the board by a distance nobody could argue with. And it would take you apart before you got to the ear. We left, both of us, quietly, uphill, without discussing it, which is its own kind of trust. That night I made him candied hawthorn. I had found the tree that afternoon and picked the fruit and carried it for 6 hours without saying why. A stick, a little pot, the last of the honey scrapings, and about 40 minutes of patience over a low fire. When the sugar went glassy and the red came through it, I skewered them on a peeled twig and held it out across the fire. Liu Yue did not take it. He looked at it for a long, long time, and his face, which was the most forgettable face I have ever seen, did something that made it not forgettable at all. "Why?" he said. "Because you look like someone who hasn't had one." And then this hard, quiet, expensively trained person who had put a blade at my throat 2 days earlier and had not flinched at 4 headless bodies started to cry, silently, without moving his face at all, just water coming down it while he sat perfectly still. I did not say anything. I put the skewer down on the flat rock beside him, and I turned around and went to check the fish trap, which did not need checking. Much later, I got the story, and here it is in the shortest form I can manage, because I'm not going to make a meal out of somebody else's worst thing. There had been a family. There had been a sect that family ran. There had been an aunt who took it on a night, thoroughly. The person sitting across from me had been small at the time and had watched the parts of it that a person should not watch. They got out by an accident. And then 9 years in disguise, moving, working, taking a name that meant nothing, walking into other sects as a nobody, learning how to walk back into that hall someday and finish it. 9 years. No home, no name, no face of your own. And no sweets, because when you are living on nothing, and every copper is a step toward the only thing you want in the world, sugar is the first thing you cut, and you cut it at 3 years old, and then you don't have it again. Her life could not have any sweetness in it. That was the whole rule she'd built herself out of, and I broke it with about a spoonful of honey and some red fruit on a stick because I was showing off. The next morning, I did the thing that actually cracked her open, and I did it completely by accident. We came down to the last valley before the boundary, and there were 9 candidates camped there, a real group, organized, with a fire and sentries, and they were arguing about the eastern slope and whether the rumor of a E-grade beast was worth chasing. I told them where it was. Location, terrain, the cleft, the scale on the ground, the direction of the wind, all of it, for free, and then I told them not to go, and then I told them the exact reasons they would probably ignore me. We walked out. Liu Yue was silent for about a li. "That's first place on the board," he said. "You just gave 9 strangers a route to the biggest prize in this forest. I gave 9 strangers a way to not walk into it blind. They'll take the ear. They'll die," I said. 4 of them, probably. But they'd have found it in 2 days anyway, and then it would have been 9. He stopped walking. I got about 6 steps ahead before I noticed. "You are the strangest person I have ever met," Liu Yue said. 2 nights later, somebody tried to kill me while I slept, and it was not a stranger. I woke up because gathering spirit woke me, and I want to talk about that because I had gotten used to thinking of it as a fishing tool, and it had quietly become the only reason I was still breathing. 2 shapes coming up the draw in the dark, one heavy and one light, moving in a way that had been rehearsed. Huo Kai had found a partner. The light one was in gray silk, which is a spectacularly stupid thing to wear in a forest at night, and I knew who it was from 40 feet out because Ren Chang had never in his life had to consider the color of anything. He had come into the assessment forest, a favorite of Elder Mei who did not need to take an assessment, who had nothing to gain from 15 days of eating roots. He had come in for exactly one reason, and he had found the one man in that forest who was better at it than anyone. I did not fight them that night. I left. I went up the slope and over the ridge, and I ran for about 2 hours. And I did it because I was not good enough yet, and I knew it, and because there was something I had been circling for 4 days that I had not been able to take. The silver-maned macaque lived in the high pines on the north face, Bing grade, upper end. It had killed at least one candidate that I knew of, and had done it from above, which is the worst way to be killed by anything. I had failed to get near it 3 times. This time, I went up in the dark, and I went up slow, and I sat in a tree for the last 2 hours before dawn without moving, and when it came along the branch under me at first light, I dropped 9 feet of horse lance through it in one motion, from above, and it was dead before it knew there was anyone in the forest with it. One thrust. That was the requirement. Not a fight, a thrust. Congratulations, hunting master. 2 things came in with it, and they changed me from a man who worked hard into a man who was dangerous. The first was piercing enhancement. Everything I put a point into came apart easier, as if the world had agreed to be slightly less solid in front of the spearhead. Hide, bone, wood, the small bones in a forearm. The second was stealth assault. And stealth assault is a filthy, dishonorable, magnificent gift. If a thing does not know where I am when I move, I am not there at all. No sound, no air moving. Gathering spirit tells me where you are, and stealth assault makes sure you never find out where I am. And between those two, the fight is over before anybody agrees it started. I went back down the mountain that same day, and I hunted the men who were hunting me. I found them at dusk, camped in a hollow, and they had set a very good watch, and I walked through it. Huo Kai had one hand on his new sword when I came out of the dark behind him. He was fast. He was still the fastest human being I have ever fought, and he got the blade a third of the way out of the scabbard, and I remember thinking, with something like respect, that if I had been 1 rank lower, he would have had me again. The spear went through him at the waist, and piercing enhancement did the rest, and Huo Kai came apart, and the last thing on his face was not fear, it was interest. Ren Chang ran 3 steps, and I took him at the waist too, because I did not want to have a conversation, and because I had seen what he had come here to arrange. I got the conversation anyway. He lay in the leaves with the top half of him still working, and he laughed at me with blood in it. "You think this was mine?" he said. "You think I wanted?" He coughed. "I'm dead either way. I've been dead for a year. Do you know what she put in me?" "No." "The ghost fiend art." His hand crawled up and tapped his own forehead, twice, hard, in exactly the gesture Wen Tao had used in the wood camp. "A seed, here, it goes in when you kneel, and it grows in your soul, and every day it takes a little more and gives it up the mountain to her, every favorite, all of us. We're not disciples, we're a field." He was still laughing. It was a terrible sound. "You'll get it in the first month. She'll be very gentle about it, and then you'll do exactly what I did, and you'll be so grateful about it." "Why tell me?" "Because I want you to know it's coming," Ren Chang said, "and I want it to take a long time." He died about a minute later. I sat there in the leaves until it was fully dark. Then I got up, because there were 3 days left in the assessment, because Elder May's invitation was waiting for me at the end of them, and because I had just been handed the single most valuable piece of information in the entire demon sect. I knew what was going to be done to me. I knew where. I knew when. And I had until the ceremony to find a way to kneel down, take a seed into my soul, and stand back up empty. There was a hollow in a rock up on the north face where the macaques had been dropping fruit for what must have been 100 years, and rainwater got in, and nothing ever cleaned it out. Monkey wine. Every hunter in every mountain range in the world knows the story, and about 1 in 1,000 ever finds one. It smelled like a fruit stall on the last day of a hot week, and it tasted like being hit in the face by something friendly. And it was, I calculated with about 11% of my brain, while the other 89 was busy drinking it, a liquid made by a process that had taken 100 years and no skill whatsoever, which meant that if I could not improve it, I was not actually good at anything. So I improved it. There were frost plum petals on the high slope, white going blue at the edge, and they'd been sitting under snow, and they went into the hollow with about a third of what was left of the wine after I had thoroughly investigated it. I sealed it with clay and moss. I sat next to it for 6 hours doing nothing at all, which was the hardest part. Elementary brewer. Then I opened it, drank a mouthful, tasted exactly what was wrong with it, and did it again, with less petal and a colder stone. Congratulations. Intermediate brewer. Incubation. I need to stop here and explain incubation, because everything I did for the next 2 years hangs off it, and because it is, by an enormous distance, the single strangest thing I own. A brewer takes something raw and puts it away, and time changes it into something better. That's all brewing is. Incubation let me do that with things that are not liquids. Specifically, and I found this out about 9 days later by accident and nearly fell off a cliff, it let me do it with the chi in my own body. I could take my cultivation, all of it, and put it in the jar. It went somewhere. I still don't fully know where, and while it was in there, I was, by every measurement any elder in that sect could take, a mortal. No chi, no base, nothing. An ordinary young man with calluses. And when I took it out again, it had aged. It came back purer than it went in. I had spent 2 months terrified of being interesting, and the world had just handed me away to be nothing at all, on command, and get paid for it. The assessment ended on the 15th day at the East Gate, and I want you to picture the tally table, because I've never enjoyed anything more. Deacon Hu ran the count. Long face, ink-stained fingers, 40 years of writing down other people's numbers. Candidates came out in ones and twos, mostly limping, and put their ear cords on the table, and he counted and wrote and did not look up. 91 came out of 240. Hua Yed got his report. The top of the board, before I got there, was a candidate with 3 ding-grade ears and a broken collarbone, and everybody agreed that was a very good year. I put my cord on the table. Deacon Hu counted it. Then he stopped and put his brush down and counted it again with his finger. 24, he said. Yes. 24 ding-grade. And some others. There are no others. He looked up for the first time in 15 days. There is no others. 24 ding-grade ears is more than this district has produced in a single assessment in my career, and you are telling me 1 candidate? He stopped. He looked at my face, which was filthy, and my clothes, which were mostly not clothes anymore, and the spear on my back. Who assisted you? He said. Nobody. Someone assisted you. Deacon, I said, there were 240 of us in there, and 91 came out. Who exactly do you think was in a mood to assist? He wrote it down. He did not like writing it down. Behind me, the gate had gone quiet, because 91 exhausted men were all doing the same arithmetic and getting the same answer, and I heard my own name go down the line in a whisper about 4 times, each time a little differently, and I thought, well, so much for boring. Champion of the Blood Worship Institute. The council hall met that evening, and I was not in it, obviously. Handymen do not attend councils. I heard about it later from a puppet, in the room where I heard everything else, at the end. He Yuen sat at the head of the table with the assessment report in front of him and made 2 decisions. The first was to announce the reform a success, which it was, by his measure. 91 out of 240 reads beautifully in a letter to a branch sect. The second decision was the one that told me exactly what kind of place I was living in. Elder Mei Ling asked for the failures, not the dead. The dead were already accounted for. She asked for the remaining handyman camps, the ones who had not been entered into the assessment at all, the sick and the old, and the ones with no root worth testing, and she asked for them in a specific quantity, and she explained without any particular emphasis that she was refining essence human pills, and that the yield was poor, and she required volume. And He Yuan said yes, and then went back to the report. That's it. That's the whole scene. A man signed away about 400 people in the time it takes to agree about the weather, because he had a letter to write to 9 branch sects, and he needed his 3rd seat elder in a good mood. The rankings went up on the board at the wood camp the next morning, and there was a crowd around it 6 deep. My name at the top. And under it, in the notation nobody had ever seen on that board, the line that made every single one of them turn around and look at me. Personal disciple of Elder Mei Ling. Confirmed. They carried me. Actually carried me, off my feet, around the yard, and somebody had made a banner out of a flour sack, and the black-faced laborer was there on a crutch with his legs still splinted from the shore, shouting himself hoarse, and I let them do it because there was nothing else to do. Cheng Wei watched from the door of his hut and did not come out. I went to him afterward. He had a jar and 2 cups, and he had clearly started without me. They think you won something, he said. I know. They're going to hang your name up there for a year. Every handyman in this camp is going to work themselves into the ground because Wei Bao from the Wood District got made a personal disciple, and that is going to be very good for my quota, and I'm going to let it happen. He filled my cup and did not look at me. You're the clown, Wei Bao. Do you understand? They put a clown on a board, and everybody works harder. And you're going to let it happen? I'm going to let it happen, Cheng Wei said. which makes me the other clown. He drank. When's the ceremony? 8 days. Do you know what happens at it? Yes, I said. Cheng Wei stopped with the cup at his mouth. Then he put it down without drinking and braided about 4 inches of beard and said, "Then what in all hells are you doing here, drinking with me, instead of running for the coast?" "Because I don't want the coast," I said. "I want the sect." He looked at me for a long moment, and then he laughed, the ugly one, and filled both cups to the top. I spent 7 of those 8 days doing something completely insane, and I did it because of one word Ren Chang had used while dying. Field. A seed goes into a soul and grows and sends what it takes up the mountain. That is not a curse, that is agriculture. And I had spent 2 months learning that everything in the world was a job somebody had a method for, and there was one method in that sect for taking a living thing, holding it in a vessel, and changing what it turned into. Incubation. The ceremony was in the lower hall of Tianlu Yard at night, with 5 lamps and no witnesses except 4 red robes and the elder. I knelt on the stone. She put her palm on my forehead. It was warm and dry, and it stayed there for a long time. And the seed went in. I felt it. I want to be very clear that I felt every part of it, because I have heard people describe this as a violation, and that is exactly the wrong word. It was a welcome. It came in like the charm had come in that first night, warm, spreading, reasonable, and it put down roots into a part of me I did not know had a shape, and it started immediately to belong there. Within about 4 breaths, I could feel a thread running from the middle of my head up the mountain to her, thin and alive, and it felt like relief. And I put the whole thing in the jar, not destroyed. That was the entire trick, and it took me 7 days of failed attempts on rats and 1 very unlucky bird to work out. If I had killed it, she would have known within the hour, and I would have been an ingredient by dawn. What I did was let it live, and let it grow, and feed it, and hold it inside incubation, sealed off, in a little sack of nothing, where the thread it sent up the mountain carried exactly what a very ordinary, very obedient, very unremarkable disciple's soul should be carrying. It grew all its life in a jar and reported that the weather was fine. I stood up off that stone, and Elder Mei Ling looked into my eyes for a while, and she smiled, and she stroked my cheek with the back of 2 fingers. "Good boy," she said. "Master," I said. 3 days later, Liu Yue came to find me at the edge of the wood camp and did something I did not expect at all, which was to grab my chin and turn my head into the light and stare at my forehead from about 4 inches away for the length of 6 heartbeats. I let him. I could feel gathering spirit lighting up like a struck pan. Whatever he was doing behind his eyes was a technique, a real one, expensive, the kind of thing that gets taught to one person in a generation. He let go and stepped back. "There's no seed," he said. "No. There is supposed to be a seed. Everyone who kneels in that hall has a seed. I have watched 3 men come out of that hall in the last year, and I could see it on all 3 of them like a handprint." He was breathing a little too fast. "How?" "I killed it," I said. He looked at me. "Liar," he said, quietly, and then, in an entirely different voice, "And thank you." And there it was. Both of us standing in the dark at the edge of a wood camp, each holding an impossible thing about the other, each having just lied to the other's face, and each perfectly aware of it. That's not friendship. That's better. Friendship is when you like someone. That was 2 people finding out they were carrying the same weight, and neither of them putting it down, and both of them deciding to walk in the same direction anyway. "What are you?" I said. "A handyman," Liu Yue said. "Fine. What are you?" "Extremely lucky." "Fine," he said. A personal disciple gets 3 things: a technique, a place to practice it, and a monthly ration that would have fed my entire old shift. The technique was the blood fiend art, collected from the hall in a sealed tube, and it was every bit as unpleasant as the name suggests. It is a demonic cultivation method that runs qi through the blood instead of the meridians, and it hurts constantly, on purpose, because the discomfort is the engine. I read it twice and thought, this was written by someone who hated their students. The place was Lake Heart Island. Duanwu Lake has an island in the middle of it, about 200 paces across, with a rock spine and some pines and a collapsed stone shack that had belonged to some elder 4 generations back who had gone out there to be alone and had achieved it permanently. Nobody had used it in 60 years. It was cold, it was wet, it had no roof. It was the single most valuable piece of real estate I have ever owned, and the reason is that it was surrounded on all sides by an enormous quantity of fish. I got on the boat at the North Shore with a bundle of rations and a sealed tube, and the whole wood district came down to see me off, which was mortifying. Chung Wei was at the front with his hand out, and I shook it, and he held on a beat too long. "Every month," he said, "the supply boat. Send word on it, or I'll come out there myself, and I hate boats." And behind him, in the second row, near enough to be seen and far enough to run, was Lin Zhifeng, with a jar of preserved plums held in both hands, smiling with the whole mole. "Brother Weibao," he said, "a small thing for the journey." I stood there and looked at a man who had bet against me, kicked a crippled laborer's knee out, put 20 pills on my head with a gang leader, and gone up a mountain specifically to tell an alchemist my name, and who was now offering me fruit. "Thank you," I said, and took the plums, because a man who is groveling is a man who is frightened, and a frightened man is more useful nearby than at a distance. I ate them on the boat. They were good. He had bought expensive ones, which told me the fear was real. The first month on that island, I did not cultivate at all. I built a kitchen. I know how that sounds. Here's the arithmetic. The blood fiend art needed a body that could stand it, and I had the body of a former invalid, with 2 months of hard labor grafted onto it. The thing in my head paid for work at the edge of my ability, and I had 9 professions open, and a lake full of unlimited raw material, and nobody watching me. And I had eaten badly for 4 months, and my hair was falling out. So, kitchen first. The Iron Walk came out of a supply request, that single question, which is the finest thing one man can do for another. I built the stove out of lake stone with a proper draft channel and a flue, and I got that draft right on the 4th attempt, and the 4th attempt is where the achievement came from, not the first 3. Then I cooked an ice scale fish sweet and sour, and I want to talk about that fish for a moment. A Bing grade spirit fish is not food, it's a pill ingredient. Every alchemist in the sect would have taken one, dried it, powdered it, and folded it into a batch, and got maybe a 2% yield of usable essence out of it, because that is what alchemy does to a fish. Or you can cut it against the grain, dry the skin, fry it at a heat that makes the flesh open into a flour, and pour a sauce over it that is exactly as sour as it is sweet, and eat the entire thing while it's hot. Yield 100%. I sat on a rock on my own island, eating a 2,000 spirit stone fish with my fingers, and I laughed so hard I frightened the birds off the pines. Advanced chef. Knife skill came with it, and knife skill is not a cooking talent, it's a weapon. The wrist knows where the bone is. The wrist knows the angle at which a thing separates. I have used the chef's wrist in more fights than I have used the spear. The Ouyue came out on the supply boat at the end of the first week and did not ask permission, just stepped off onto my island with a bundle and a look that dared me to say something. "There's one shack," I said. "It has no roof." "I'll fix the roof." He fixed the roof, badly. It leaked in 3 places, and one of them was directly over the only flat sleeping ledge, so for the first 4 nights we both slept squeezed against the drywall, back to back, with a fire at our feet, and I want it noted that this arrangement was entirely his engineering. On the 4th morning I woke up because there was an elbow in my ribs, and a voice about 2 inches from my ear saying, very calmly, "Move your arm or lose it." I moved my arm. "You roll," Liu Yue said. "You snore." I do not snore. You snore like a badger with opinions. We fixed the roof properly that afternoon, both of us, with proper stone shingles, and neither of us mentioned it again. The smoked fish came on the 9th day. Ding grade, brined 2 days, cold smoked over pine and green tea leaves for 9 hours, while I sat there feeding the fire in small handfuls, because a smoke fire that flares once is ruined. 3 hours of doing almost nothing correctly. Master chef. Liu Yue ate about a third of it standing up and then sat down on a rock and said, without any expression at all, "If you ever leave this sect, take me with you." Then the catfish nearly killed me. I want to be honest about the fierce owl catfish, because everything I've told you so far about fishing makes it sound like a hobby. The fierce owl catfish lived in the deepest hole in Duanwu Lake, 40 feet down at the cold spring, and it was Bing grade upper, and it had a head the size of a cartwheel with a pair of barbels on it as thick as my wrist. And the reason nobody had ever taken one is that it does not run when you hook it. It goes down and it holds, and it is stronger than you, and it can hold longer than a man can hold anything. 2 hours, that's what it cost me. Not 2 hours of fighting. 2 hours of not letting go, standing in the shallows with Guokong's golden bamboo bent into a shape that rods do not survive, with the line cutting into my left hand through a wrap of leather and the fish 40 feet below me doing absolutely nothing except being heavier than my will. At about the 40th minute, my mind started offering me suggestions, very reasonable ones, that the rod would break anyway, that there were other fish, that my hand was going to need a physician. At about the 90th minute, all of that stopped and something else took over, and everything got extremely simple, and there was nothing in the world except the angle of the line. At the 118th minute, the fish came up. Congratulations, fishing great master, total concentration. I lay on my back in the shallows next to a catfish bigger than my shack and looked at the sky, and total concentration turned over inside my skull like a key. Everything you want to do, you can do with all of yourself. That's it. That's the whole thing. No wandering, no fatigue of attention. Whatever I put my mind against, I put all of my mind against, for as long as it takes, and nothing else gets in. Do you understand what that is, in a world where the entire art of cultivation is sitting still and paying attention? That night, I rowed out to a bare rock island at the far end of the lake where nobody could see the light. I took the blood fiend art out of its tube. I took 8 Ma gathering pills, which was my entire monthly ration and 2 months of Cheng Wei's, and I laid them out on a flat stone in a row. And then I sat down and did not move for one night. The blood fiend art hurts. I said that. It runs chi through the blood, and every circuit is like swallowing a mouthful of gravel. A normal disciple does 4 circuits and stops and lies down for an hour. With total concentration, I did not notice. I want to be careful how I say this, because it sounds like boasting, and it is boasting. The pain was completely present. I simply had nowhere to feel it from. All of me was busy. I ran the circuit, and ran it, and took a pill when the well went dry, and ran it, and the sun came up over the east cliff, and I was still sitting there. Ma condensation, early stage, at about the 3rd hour. Middle at the 5th, late somewhere before dawn. Early peak of Ma condensation, in one night, from nothing. There are inner disciples in that sect with spirit roots that read gold on the stone who take 2 years to do what I did in one night, and they do it with a master correcting their posture. And I sat on that rock at Siner, realizing, with the specific cold feeling of a man who has just put a torch to his own house, that I now had a cultivation base. A measurable one, on my body, where anyone with 2 fingers and 12 years of training could read it. I had spent 4 months building the most valuable secret in the demon sect, and I had just written it on my own chest. So I put it in the jar, incubation, all of it, every drop, sealed away into that little sack of nothing, and it took about 40 minutes and hurt worse than the pills. And when it was done, I sat there and took inventory. No chi, no base, no sensation. A young man on a rock with calluses and a very bad haircut. An elder could have put a hand on my back and felt precisely nothing. I rode home, and I was laughing the entire way. 9 days later, the summons came, and I went up to Tianlo Yard as a mortal. Elder Mei Ling put 2 fingers on my wrist for a long moment while I knelt, which she had never done before, and I felt the exact instant she found nothing there and lost interest. "Slow," she said, not unkindly. "I'm sorry, master." "Don't be. Slow is fine." She let go and picked up her cup. Slow is fine. I understood the sentence perfectly. A fast disciple is a rival someday. A slow disciple with a clean body is a pot that stays where you put it and gets better the longer it sits. "The island is yours," she said. "Formally, stay on it. I'll want fish." "Yes, master." "Your friend has petitioned to be assigned there as a servant." She said it while looking at the wall. "Denied. He can visit. He's not to live there." "Yes, master." I got outside and down the path before I let my face move, and what my face did was smile, because she had just told me 2 enormous things without meaning to. The first was that she knew exactly who visited my island, which meant she was watching, which meant I had to keep being boring. The second was that she had bothered to deny it, which meant Liu Yue had bothered to ask, and Liu Yue did not ask anyone for anything. He was waiting at the bottom of the path with his arms crossed. "Denied," I said. "I know, I got the notice before you did." He fell into step. "Here's my offer then, and I've thought about it, so don't interrupt." I'm going to interrupt. 1 Yi-grade spirit fish when you can take one, and I am fully aware you cannot take one yet. In exchange, he stopped walking and looked me in the face. In exchange, I will teach you every cultivation technique I have, and I have more than a personal disciple of this sect will ever be given, and better ones, and I will not answer any questions about where they came from. I thought about it for exactly as long as it takes to breathe in. Deal. You didn't ask what they are. You didn't ask if I can catch a Yi-grade fish, I said. Liu Yue's mouth did something that was almost certainly a smile, and he stuck his hand out like a merchant, and we shook on it on a mountain path in the rain, and that was the founding document of everything that came after. Then I went to the artisan district to find a blacksmith, because I had just promised somebody a Yi-grade spirit fish, and the only rod I had was a dead man's bamboo. The artisan district was 9 forges under one long shed roof, and it was run by a man named Shu Guojian, who was built like the anvil he stood at and had opinions about everything. No, he said, you haven't heard the personal disciples don't come down here. Personal disciples send a requisition and a servant. You came down here yourself, which means you want something you're not entitled to, and the answer is no. I want to borrow a hammer. Shu Guojian paused with a bar half out of the fire. Why? Because I know a blacksmith who's down on his luck, I said, and he's going to be working for free. 5 men in that shed turned around, and I have never in my life had a joke land that hard. Shu Guojian laughed so suddenly he dropped the bar and swore and picked it up with the tongs, and then he pointed the tongs at the end forge and said, "That one's cold, light it yourself." Smithing is fishing. I want to say that plainly because it took me 2 days to understand it, and it saved me a year. The metal tells you what it wants. The color tells you the temperature, and the temperature tells you what the grain is doing, and the sound off the hammer tells you where the fault is. And all of that is the exact same instrument I'd been using on rock faces and river channels and the shoulders of a man about to swing a greatsword. It's all one thing. It has always been one thing. Elementary blacksmith on the first bar I drew, then intermediate before the end of the same day, because the first bar I drew came out with a wave in it and the second one didn't. Shu Guojian watched all of it while pretending to work. The thing that broke him was the 10 forge. Silver iron, ding grade, is the standard stock of that shed. Folding it is called forging, and each fold is a forge, and a competent smith in that district does 4. Shu Guojian did 7 and had a reputation on the mountain for it. 7 is genuinely hard because every fold thins your margin, and if the heat is off by a shade on the 8th, the whole billet delaminates in your hands. I did 10. I did it in the open, in front of the entire shed, at midday with the doors open, and I did it because I had done the arithmetic on secrecy and come out the other side. I could not hide anymore. Champion of the assessment, personal disciple, 24 ears. The board had my name on it. What I could do instead was be publicly, comprehensively, obviously good at a peasant's trade. Because in the demon sect, nobody has ever been afraid of a man who is good with his hands. Cultivation makes you a threat. Craft makes you a resource. I wanted very badly to be a resource. Advanced blacksmith. Su Guojian came over and picked the billet up while it was still black hot with his bare hand, which is a thing he could do, and turned it over twice. 10, he said. 10. Who taught you? Nobody. Say that again and I'll put you in the quench barrel. He put the billet down. What do you want, really? Bing grade ore. No. Master Li. No, and it's not spite. He wiped his hands. Bing ore is logged. Every scrap of it in this district is on a ledger with 3 seals on it. If a personal disciple of Elder Mei walks out of here with a piece, that ledger tells the hall that I gave Bing ore to Elder Mei's boy. Then somebody comes down here and asks me why. I would very much prefer that nobody in the alchemy hall ever learns my name. That was the first time anyone in that sect had said out loud, to my face, that being associated with my master was a health risk. Then he reached under his apron and took off a ring. It was black iron, plain, worn thin on the inside, and he put it on the anvil between us and pushed it across with one finger the way Liu Yue had pushed the spear manual. Tuo ring, he said. Storage, about the size of a small room inside. It was my teacher's, and it'll do nothing for a cultivator worth anything. But you're carrying a 9-foot spear around a mountain like a lunatic, and it's been physically painful to watch. Second time somebody had used that exact sentence about me. I was clearly doing something wrong at a very consistent level. Then the shed door banged open, and a small, furious old man came in shouting about a bird. Tao Yong ran the Beast District, and he was the single stingiest human being I have ever met, a title I award after considerable thought. He had come to demand a set of forge tools he'd paid for 4 months earlier, and he was doing it at volume, and he stopped mid-sentence when he saw what was on my anvil. I had been folding blood rust silver, not Bing ore. Blood rust silver is a junk alloy that comes out of the ore district's slag piles, worthless, brittle, red-streaked, and nobody folds it because it delaminates at 6. I was at 40. That's 40, Tao Yong said. 41 now. That's not possible on blood rust. I've been at it 4 days. He walked over. He looked at the billet for a very long time. And then this man, who had reportedly once billed the sect for a lamp wick, said, "What do you want for it?" "I don't want anything for it. Everybody wants something." "That's what everyone keeps telling me," I said. "Take it." Tao Yong took the billet. Then he stood there, holding it, and getting visibly angrier and angrier, until he finally snarled, reached into his robe, and threw a book at my chest. "Beast Taming Manual," he snapped. "It's the district copy. It's the real one. Don't tell anyone. I hate this. I hate this feeling." And he left. I went back to the island with a black iron ring, a beast manual, and a plan for the next month. And the next month was the best month of my life up to that point. I stayed on that rock for 31 days, and I did not speak to another human being except on supply day. I made things. I made 107 things, most of them badly. I made hooks and blades and a stove damper and a set of 14 cooking knives and a hinge for a door I did not have. And every single time I made something that was slightly past what I could do, the thing in my head paid out. Master craftsman. And on the 22nd day of that month, I made a sword. Ice diamond stone from the deep hole in the lake, the crystal that grows where the cold spring comes in, brittle as glass and colder than anything has a right to be. Nobody had ever forged it because it is not a metal. It is a stone that behaves like a metal if you are absolutely correct about the temperature, and absolutely correct is a very narrow band, and I had total concentration. 80 folds, 9 days. I did not sleep on 4 of them. What came off the anvil was 3 feet long, pale blue, and so cold in the hand that a bare palm stuck to the grip in dry air. When I cut a pine branch with it, the cut face was frosted before it hit the ground. I sat there in my own smoke, filthy, 31 days unshaven, holding a sword I had made out of the bottom of a lake, and I finally took the cultivation back out of the jar. And it had aged. I need you to understand how badly this broke the world, because it broke mine. Ma that goes into incubation comes out purer, not more of it, better. The dross drops out, the same way it drops out of a wine, and what comes back is denser, cleaner, and it fits into the body like something that was made to measure. I had put in an early peak of Ma condensation. What came out went in like water into sand and kept going, and my meridians widened to take it, and somewhere behind my navel, a second space that I had not known existed opened up. Middle Dantian. Peak of Ma condensation. The blood fiend art, which had been chewing gravel for months, suddenly ran like it had been oiled. And then, because I have never in my life known when to stop, I went straight into body forging. Body forging is the stage after Ma condensation, and it is exactly what it sounds like. You take the flesh you were born with, and you beat it into something else, and you do it from the inside, and the sect's method for it is called the embryo, because you build a second body inside the first one out of compressed chi, and then you make the two agree. It is famous for being the most painful stage in cultivation, and here is why. The first embryo is a 1 out of 10. Everyone survives that. The iron embryo is a 10 out of 10, and about a third of disciples stop there permanently, not because they can't do it, but because they will not go back in. The Vajra embryo is not a 10. The elders in the hall have a phrase for the Vajra embryo, which I heard for the first time about 4 days after I had already been through it, and the phrase is 1,000 out of 10. I did all 3 in 10 days, not because I'm tough, because of total concentration, and because of the catfish, and because the honest truth about pain is that the worst part of it is the part of you that stands off to the side commenting on how bad it is. Total concentration does not leave anyone standing off to the side. There was no commentary. There was just the work, at full volume, for 10 days, in a stone shack on an island, and on the 10th night I put my fist through a rock the size of a barrel by accident while trying to stand up. I was Vajra embryo, 22 days after being immortal on paper. Now here's where the story turns, and it turns on a conversation I heard through a window because I was carrying a fish. Supply day. I'd rowed the month's catch up to Tianlu Yard myself, which I did every month, because a personal disciple who delivers his own fish is a personal disciple who looks obedient and gets to walk around the yard. I came up the side path with a crate on my shoulder, and there was a voice in the receiving room that was not one of the four usual voices. Old, male, cheerful, slightly drunk. "So the yield's poor," Elder May was saying, and she sounded irritable in a way I had never heard. 400 bodies and I've refined 20 essence human pills. 12. It's not a method problem, it's stock. You cannot make a good pill out of exhausted men, and every handyman in this sect is exhausted. That's the definition of a handyman. So use better stock. That was the old voice, amused. Better stock notices. What I need is a constitution, she said. You know what I need. One immaculate glass embryo would be worth every body in those camps put together, and it would put me 200 years forward in one furnace. I stopped walking. I have never in my life stood so still with a crate of fish on my shoulder. There hasn't been an immaculate glass embryo in the 9 sects in 300 years, the old voice said. There hasn't been one because nobody's watching for it. It's not a talent, it's a byproduct. A body that goes through body forging clean, no drugs, no forced ascension, no borrowed chi, and completes the Vajra embryo without a single flaw, and then goes one step past it. That's all it is. It doesn't need a spirit root. It doesn't need a teacher. She laughed. It needs someone stupid enough to do the whole thing the hard way. And the old voice, still perfectly cheerful, said, "Then I'll tell you what, Elder May. If any disciple of this sect ever becomes one, I'll kill him myself. Save you the trouble of the furnace." There was a pause. "You're drunk, old man," Mei Ling said. "Extremely." I put the crate down at the receiving door with the wrong number of fish in it, and I walked back down that mountain very slowly. Because on my own island, on the 29th day of that month, alone, with no drugs, no teacher, no borrowed chi, and no idea what I was doing, I had already gone one step past. I had thought it was just the Vajra embryo settling. It had happened at night, in the middle of a snowfall, and the pain had come up out of my bones like a tide, and every part of me had gone clear, and I had stood up and walked outside into the storm to cool off, and the snow had stopped touching me. It had come down onto the air about a hand's width from my skin and turned to steam and gone up in a column, and I had stood in the middle of a blizzard in a bare shirt inside a pillar of white, laughing, thinking I had done something clever. I had done something clever. I had made myself the single most valuable object within 200 li, and I had done it under the roof of a woman who had been hunting for one for 200 years, and there was a drunk old man somewhere on this mountain who had just cheerfully promised to kill me. Liu Yue came out on the supply boat that month with a map drawn on the inside of a rice sack. We did that every month. He came, we ate, and then we sat on the rock spine with the lake going dark, and we planned a murder. 2 months, he said. Why 2? Because she goes down to the alchemy hall for the yin cash 4 times a year, and the next one is in 2 months, and she goes without the puppets. He put a pebble on the sack. That's the only time in the year she is somewhere I know about, in advance, without 4 bodies between her and the door. And the plan is what, exactly? I've got a Vajra embryo and a fishing rod. The plan is that in 2 months you'll have more than that, Liu Yue said, and I'll have the poison, and we still probably die. That's an excellent plan. It's the only one that exists. I gave him the sword. I hadn't decided to. I'd been going to sell it or keep it or something sensible, and instead I got up and went into the shack and came back out and put 3 feet of ice diamond across his knees, and he looked at it for a while, and then he looked at me, and his forgettable face did the thing again. "This is a treasure," he said. "It's a knife I made out of a lake." "Wei Bao, this is a Bing-grade artifact at minimum, and you made it out of stone with a hammer you borrowed, and if you say one clever thing right now, I'm going to hit you with it." So I didn't say anything clever, and we sat there, and the lake got dark. And then the lake fell in. I have gone over this 1,000 times, and I still don't know what triggered it. There was no sound, there was no warning. Gathering Spirit gave me about half a heartbeat of the whole basin going wrong at once, and I got my hand on Liu Yue's arm, And then the middle of Duanwu Lake opened like a mouth, and both of us went into it. I woke up in a rainforest, green light, water dripping, air so thick it was like breathing through a wet cloth, and heat, and the smell of things rotting and things growing doing it in the same place. I was lying in leaf mold at the base of a tree with a trunk like a fortress wall, and my clothes had come through in strips, and my spear was gone, and the ring was still on my finger, which saved my life about 9 separate times over the next month. Liu Yue was 4 feet away, face down, burning up. Not sweating, burning. When I turned him over, his skin was so hot it hurt to hold, and he was shaking, and his face was coming off. That's what it looked like. The features were sliding, blurring, resettling, the way a reflection does when someone drops a stone in the water, and I sat there in the leaves holding a person whose face was rearranging itself and thought, with perfect calm, that I had finally gone insane. Then it stopped, and it settled, and it was somebody else. Younger. A good deal younger looking than the hard, quiet person I'd been eating barbecue with for 4 months, and unmistakably, obviously, a woman. 1,000 faces. A disguise art, a real one, an heirloom one, the kind of thing you get taught if your family used to own something worth hiding from. And it runs on chi, and it had just run out because its owner's whole body had been dragged through a hole in the bottom of a lake and was now cooking itself from the inside. I want to tell you that I handled it with grace. What I actually did was say, "Oh," out loud to a rainforest, take my outer robe off, put it over her, and then go and stand facing a tree for about 40 seconds while my brain finished falling over. Then something came out of the undergrowth, and I hit it. I say, something. There were 3 of them, and they were the size of large dogs and shaped mostly like apes, and they had no eyes at all, just smooth skin where eyes go, and they hunted by sound, and they came in fast and low from 3 directions. I killed all 3 with my hands in about 4 seconds, and it did not feel like anything. That was the moment I found out what a Vajra embryo actually is. I had spent 10 days making one, and had mostly experienced it as pain, and I had not once hit anything with it. The first one came in, and I put my fist through its chest, all the way through, and it stopped being alive so fast that its legs kept running. I stood there in the green light with my arm wet to the elbow, and behind me a sick woman was shaking on the ground, and I understood that I was now the strongest thing in a place I knew nothing about, and that this was going to be a very short-lived comfort. It was a wilderness trial. She told me in pieces over the next 2 days between the fever and the shaking, and I put the rest together later. A secret realm, an old one, seeded by something that had been powerful enough to build a world as a filter. It takes people in. It does not care who. And it lays down a route across itself in nodes, and each node is a place with a beast on it, and you cross them all, and you get to the hall at the far end. Or you don't, and the realm keeps you. There is no way out except forward. We tried. I spent 1 entire day walking the perimeter of that valley, with Gathering Spirit turned up as high as it goes, and the perimeter did not exist. The forest simply continued, forever, in a direction that was not a direction. Node 1 was the Ghost Vine Rock Rhino, and it nearly killed me and it saved her life. It was Dingrade on the local scale, which meant nothing because the local scale was set by a thing that built a world. It had a hide-like slate and a vine growth over its back that was alive and part of it and grabbed. It took me 2 hours, and I finished it on the ground under one of its front feet with my thumb in the joint of its jaw. And its blood was hot, and it steamed, and the steam smelled like iron and green things, and Liu Yue Ying had been burning for 2 days and could not keep water down. So I cut the throat, and I filled a leaf, and I made her drink it. She threw up the first mouthful. She kept the second. By nightfall, the shaking had gone from her whole body down into her hands, and by the next morning she was awake and furious about something, which is how I knew she was going to live. She was awake enough on day 4 to watch me take the second rhino, which took 40 minutes instead of 2 hours, and she was awake enough on day 5 to say the sentence that I have never been allowed to forget. "You called for candied hawthorn," she said. "What?" "On the first 2 nights." "In your sleep." She was sitting against a root with my robe around her and a piece of rhino liver in one hand, and her face, her actual face, was doing something extremely unkind. 72 times. That's not... I counted. I was awake for all of it, and I had nothing else to do. She bit the liver. "You are the strongest thing in this forest, and you spent 2 nights whimpering about a fruit on a stick. I was providing for you emotionally. You were asleep. I made blood dumplings on the 6th day. Rhino blood, set with ash into a curd, cut into cubes, and smoked over green wood for 8 hours, because the meat was going to rot in 4 days in that heat, and 15 hours of standing over a smoke fire is the difference between having food for a month and having none. I sewed armor out of the hide on the 8th day with a bone needle and a thread of vine, and it was ugly, and it stopped a claw 30 days later that would have opened me from hip to shoulder. Hunter King. Node 2 was a king. The Ghost Vine Rock Rhino King was 3 times the size of the ones I had been killing, and the vine on its back was not a growth, it was a canopy, and it had been sitting on that node for a length of time that I don't want to think about. It was Bing grade upper by the local scale, and it was, without any argument, stronger than me. It also nearly killed her, because she insisted on coming, because she could not walk fast enough, and because I would not leave her on the trail. So I carried her. 4 li, in that heat, over roots, with a woman on my back with her arms around my neck and her chin on my shoulder telling me at intervals that I was going the wrong way. I would like to state for the record that she weighed nothing and complained continuously, and that those 2 facts together are the entire reason I got up the last slope. We camped short of the node, and that is where I won the fight, at the fire the night before. There was a bug in the firewood, small, black-green. It came out of a split log when the heat got to it, and ran across my hand, and I nearly killed it out of reflex, and then I didn't, because Gathering Spirit had gone very interested, and I have learned to listen when it does that. It was a burrower. It ate the inside of the rock vine wood, and when I put it down near the vine cuttings I'd been using for cord, it went straight for them like a man going home. The Rhino King's armor was vine, woven over slate, growing. I spent that entire night collecting 10 of those bugs in a folded leaf, and in the morning I walked up to a thing the size of a house and threw a package of insects at its back. The fight still took an hour. It was still the hardest thing I had done. But about 40 minutes into it, the canopy on its back started coming apart in patches, and the slate underneath it was not armor, it was skin, and skin is a thing I know how to deal with. I finished it by throwing the spear. I had not had a spear for a month. I had made one out of rock vine wood and a rhino's horn on the 4th day, and I had never once thrown it, because throwing your only weapon at a thing that is trying to eat you is the stupidest move available. It went in behind the last rib, through the hole the bugs had opened, and came out the other side, and the Ghost Vine Rock Rhino King went down, face first, about 6 feet from where Liu Yue Ying was sitting, with 3 feet of ice diamond across her knees, waiting to die usefully. I cooked it that night, and I did the best work of my life on that carcass, and I am not embarrassed about how much that mattered to me. Chef King. Node 3 was 3 of them at once, and it was not a fight, it was a retreat with interruptions. 3 armor rank beasts, which is the tier above anything I had touched, in an open rock basin with no cover. They were fast, they worked together. By the time I got Liu Yue Ying across that basin and up onto the causeway to the hall, I had been opened up in 16 places. My left arm did not work. There was a piece of my scalp hanging over my eye, and I was walking on a leg that was making an audible noise. The Asura Hall was black stone, and the doors were 40 feet high, and they were open. I got about 9 steps inside and put her down and then went over sideways. The red light came up through the floor. I want to explain what happened next as clearly as I can because it is the single most important thing that has ever happened to me, and I have never found a good way to say it. The realm read me. Not my body. My body was in pieces on a floor, and the light was fixing that as a side matter, the way you'd wipe a table before setting it. It read the thing underneath, the shape of what I had done to get there, and it went all the way down. I saw the wood camp. I saw a rabbit outrun me 4 times. I saw a bald man on a plank holding out a spear. I saw a rock at the deep end of a lake and 2 hours of not letting go. I saw the 10 days of the embryos and every single hour of them at once. And under all of that, further down than that, I saw other things, in other places, that were not from this life at all, and I am not going to talk about those. 10 days I was on that floor. When I got up, the realm gave me its verdict in a voice like a door closing. Immaculate, glass embryo, confirmed. Liu Yue Ying was sitting against a pillar with her knees up, filthy, healed, holding my spear, and she had been sitting there for 10 days. "You're awake," she said. "How long?" 10 days. She stood up, and she was steady on her feet for the first time since we'd arrived. "Wei Bao, the floor said something out loud on the 4th day, and I have not slept properly since." I heard it. "Do you know what that is?" I know exactly what it is, I said. It's a furnace my master has been looking for 200 years, and I'm standing in it. The ceiling of the Asura Hall was a sky, not a painting, a sky, black and deep, with stars in it, and every one of those stars was an inheritance. And the way it works is that you stand on the floor under it, and one of them comes down for you, if you are worth it. We stood there for about a quarter hour. Nothing came down. Maybe it's slow, Liu Yueying said, in the voice of someone who does not believe that. Maybe I'm not worth a star. You're an immaculate glass embryo. Which apparently isn't a talent, I said. It's a byproduct of doing everything the hard way, and I'm starting to think this place agrees. Then one of them moved. It came down out of the far corner of that sky, and it was not white. It was black, a hole in the black, which should not be visible and was, and it was not a point of light. It was a five-pointed shape turning slowly like something with a rhythm. It stopped about 10 feet over my head, and the whole hall got cold. Words came into the middle of my skull without any sound attached to them. The battle of the three king beasts. That's not an inheritance, Liu Yueying said. She had gone very pale. That's an examination. The first one put me inside a dragon. I don't have a better way to say it. The world folded and I was standing in a tunnel, and the tunnel was made of metal, and the metal was warm, and after about 90 seconds of walking, I understood that the ribbing overhead was ribbing, and that the gold-devouring dragon whose corpse I was inside had been the size of a mountain range, and had been dead for so long that its body had turned into ore. Then the floor got hot, and I looked back down the tunnel, and the lava was coming. Not fast, that was the cruelty of it. It came at the pace of a man walking, and it filled the tunnel behind me completely, and the tunnel I was in ran uphill into a dead end of solid, gold-veined metal about 600 paces on, and I had a pick that I had not been holding a moment before. 600 paces of solid dragon ore, and a wall of lava coming at walking speed. I ran the arithmetic in about 4 steps. I could not outdig it. Nobody could outdig it. The face was harder than anything I had ever cut, and the lava never rested, and I would need a week, and I had about 2 hours. So I stopped trying to dig forward. I put my palm flat on the wall of the tunnel instead, and I listened. And about 40 feet through the left-hand wall, there was a fault line where 2 different metals had cooled against each other. I went sideways. That's the whole trial. That's the entire lesson, and it took me most of 2 hours and all the skin on my hands to learn it. I did not carve 600 paces of road. I carved 5 feet, 4 times, at 4 different places, cutting from one flaw to the next flaw, like a man stepping across a river on stones, and the last one came out into a shaft that went up, and I came out of the top of a dead dragon's shoulder with the lava about 9 feet below my heels. Congratulations, mine lord. And a voice, which I would come to know very well, said the first of the 3 things it had brought me there to say. Where there is no road, we carve it. The law. Body is not given. It is dug out. The second one nearly beat me, and it did it without a single blow. I was on a forested slope. There was an ape at the top of it, 40 feet tall, gray, with its arms folded, and it did not move for the entire trial, not once, and it did not have to. Between me and it were about 1,000 trees, and the trees were on a slope so steep that a man could not climb it, and the only way up was to fell them across the gaps and go up the trunks like a ladder. Simple, hard, fine. I started cutting, and about the 9th tree, I sat down. I want you to understand that nothing happened. There was no attack, no illusion of a monster, no vision of my death, no voice tempting me. What happened was that I sat down on a stump to rest, which was reasonable because I had been swinging for 4 hours, and the sitting felt extremely good, and a thought arrived that was so sensible I did not even notice it was not mine. Rest a little longer. You've done well. There's no clock here. I sat on that stump for a length of time I genuinely cannot estimate, and the second thought was, this is a great deal of work for a reward you haven't seen. And the third was, you were a handyman 4 months ago. You've done enough. Look how far you've come. And the fourth was the worst one, the really beautiful one, the one that almost had me, and it was, you could stay here. It's quiet. Nobody is looking for you here. The overlord ape did not attack anybody. It didn't need to. It sat at the top of a hill and let people put themselves down. What got me off that stump was not willpower. I want to be honest about that, because willpower makes a nice story, and it isn't what happened. What got me off the stump was that I thought about a woman sitting against a pillar in a black hall with my spear across her knees, who had not slept properly in 10 days, and who was going to be sitting exactly there whether I came back or not. I got up and I cut trees for 2 more days. The ladder went up the slope in a broken spiral, and it was the ugliest piece of engineering I have ever built, and when I got to the top, the ape looked down at me and unfolded its arms and stepped aside. Congratulations. The woodcutter. The spirit replaceholder is not filled, it is cleared. Cut what grows across your road, even when it grows inside you. The third one, I failed twice. A deserted island, flat, sand, 1 tree. In the water around it, 276 fish, and I could feel every one of them from the shore, and they were Ming Ling fish, which are not real, or at least there are none in this world. On the tree, 276 fruits. The rule arrived without being spoken. Catch a fish, eat a fruit. Every fish, every fruit. Then the trial ends. The fruits were poison. Not lethal. Worse. Each one put something in my head that was not mine. The first one made me hate Liu Yueying, absolutely, with a real and reasoned hatred that came with memories to support it. The second made me certain that Guokong had given me the spear as a debt to be collected. The ninth made me the kind of man who would have taken the 20 pills for somebody else's ears. By the 40th fruit, I was not sure which of my thoughts had come with me onto the island. I ate all 276. That's not the trial. That's just the entry fee. The trial is what you are when you get to the end of them, and the first time I got to the end of them, I was somebody I would not have crossed a street to save, and the island simply started again. Second time, same thing. Third time, I did something different, and it is the only genuinely wise thing I have ever done. I stopped trying to resist the fruits. I stopped arguing with them, because arguing was how they got their hooks in. Every argument gave them a surface. Instead, I put one single thing away before I started, down at the bottom, under everything, the way I had put the seed in the jar. A boy in a wood camp with an axe an inch from another man's skull, saying, "What exactly are you threatening me with?" Not a value, not a principle, just the actual moment, held exactly as it was. And every time a fruit gave me a new self, I did not fight it. I let it come, and I ate the next fish, and I kept working. And I checked, at intervals, whether the thing at the bottom was still there. It was there at fruit 276. The tree came apart into light, and the voice said the third thing. And this one I think about most days. Original intent is not what you believe. Belief is a fruit, and anyone may feed you one. Original intent is the thing that is still there after you have been fed. Apotheosis is that, and nothing else. And then a hand came out of the sky and plucked the last fruit out of my chest, and I was standing in the Asura hall again with my heart going like a bird. There was a man on the throne at the end of the hall who had not been there before. He was not alive, I want to be clear about that. He had been dead for an amount of time that the word long does not cover, and what was sitting on that throne was a shape made of the same black that the star had been, 30 feet of it, in armor, with a war crown. And when it moved, the whole hall moved with it, like a thing on a hinge. The War Emperor, Asura King. I did the only thing available to me, which was to kneel, and while I was down there, I found out that I was extremely frightened, which was interesting because I had not been frightened by the lava, or the ape, or the island. You did not take the short road, the hall said. 4 times it was open, and 4 times you dug. I didn't see the short road, Your Majesty. That is the same thing. And then he gave me the seal. The Asura Crowd Emperor Venerable's seal. It went into the middle of my chest like a hand closing, and it was the largest thing I have ever been given, and it came with a condition attached that I want you to hear exactly as I heard it. It sleeps until you rule. Rule what? A sect. Yours. When you sit at the head of one, this wakes. Not before. And I felt something like amusement come through the floor. You are a handyman. I have given an army to a man with a fishing rod. This is why it sleeps. That's not an inheritance, that's a debt. It is an appointment. With it came the other half, and the other half is the part that eventually rearranged the map of an entire province, the right to bestow 7 general seals of my own. 7. On whoever I chose. Not gifts of power, exactly, more like doors in the same wall, and whoever I put behind one would be standing on the same ground I was standing on. 7 names. Someday. I had 2 friends, and one of them was a fish supplier. Then I did something that should have gotten me killed, which was haggle. Your Majesty, I said, still kneeling, the seal sleeps until I rule a sect. I'm currently a personal disciple whose master intends to render him into a pill in approximately 2 months. I appreciate the appointment, but if I die on schedule, you will have wasted it, and I would like something that works this year. The hall was silent for a long moment. Then the war emperor, Asura king, laughed, and it was like a building settling, and something small came skittering down the steps of the throne dais and stopped in front of my knees. It was a bug. It was about the size of my thumb. It was 6 different colors, and none of them agreed with each other. It had far too many legs, and it looked up at me with a face that I can only describe as expectant. The 6 roots unclean insect, the hall said. It eats. Eats what? Whatever you do not wish to exist. I looked at the bug. The bug looked at me. And then, without any warning at all, it climbed up my arm, sat on my shoulder, and bit me hard enough to draw blood, which I later learned is how it says hello and also how it signs a contract. I called it 6-6 because it had to be called something, and I was tired. The last thing that happened in that hall is that 6-6 ate my spear. Not the whole thing. It went down my arm onto the rock vine haft I'd made in the forest, and it chewed a hole in the shaft about 4 inches deep, and then crawled in and stopped moving and would not come out. Is that permanent? I did not give it to you to answer questions. And the hall closed, and the sky went out, and we were standing on the shore of Duanwu Lake in the rain at night, with the pines dripping and the water flat and black, and Liu Yueying holding my arm hard enough to leave marks. 6 weeks. That's how long we'd been gone. It had been about 40 days in the world, and about 4 months to us, and both of us had come out of a hole in a lake looking like something the lake had rejected. There was an old man fishing on the north shore. He had a bad rod, a worse hat, and a gourd of wine that he was clearly ahead of schedule on, and he was singing, badly, at the lake, in the rain, at night. I had just come back from a dead god's hall with an army asleep in my chest, and I stood there on the shore for a while, listening to a drunk old man sing off-key at some fish, and I want to tell you that I sensed something. Great pressure, a hidden aura, anything. I sensed a man who was going to fall in the water. You're standing in my light, he said, without turning around. It's night. Then you're standing in my dark. Go away. Liu Yueying touched my wrist, which meant leave, and she was right, and I did not leave, because he had stopped singing and started humming something else, and the something else went through me like a hand going through a bead curtain. I sat down on a rock about 10 feet from a stranger and listened to a tune. I couldn't tell you why. It was slow, and it climbed, and it had a place in the middle where it stopped climbing and just stood there, and something about that place made my chest ache in a way I could not account for. What is that? Shangyun Janyu, the old man said. Old marching piece, very old. Nobody plays it because there's nothing in it. No technique, it's just a tune. He drank. Terrible for cultivation, excellent for fish. Play it again. He played it again, and on about the 5th time through I started humming it with him, and then I picked up 2 flat stones and started keeping the time on the rock, and about an hour into the worst duet in the history of the demon sect, the thing in my head opened another door. Elementary musician, on a wet rock, at dawn, badly. By dawn it was advanced, because total concentration is a monstrous, unfair advantage in music the way it is in everything, and because the old man kept playing, and did not once ask me why a filthy young man in ruined clothes had sat down next to him in the rain to learn a tune. He left at sunrise. He didn't say goodbye. He got up, hung the gourd on his belt, and walked off up the shore. And about 6 steps along he stopped and turned around. Boy, he said, do you know why nobody plays that piece? You said there's nothing in it. I said there's no technique in it. Those aren't the same. He grinned at me with a spectacular number of missing teeth. It's a song about a man walking away from a war he won. Nobody in this sect has ever had a use for it. Then he left, and I did not think about him again for 22 days. I have thought about him nearly every day since, and what I think about most is the thing I did not see, which is that when he walked up that shore into the trees, in the gray light, with the sun coming up behind him, he did not have a shadow. I found that out later. I found out a great deal later. What I know now is what he said that afternoon to nobody on a path halfway up the mountain in the tone of a man doing his accounts. Bottom tier root, bottom tier comprehension, champion of the assessment with 24 ears. Drink. 10 folds on silver iron and 40 on blood rust, which is not a thing that can be done. Vajra embryo in 10 days. And now he sits down in the rain to learn a dead marching song off an old drunk, and does not once ask the old drunk who he is. Drink. Either he's the most useful young man born in this sect in 300 years, or he has ulterior motives. And then, apparently, he laughed out loud on an empty path. Well, if he has ulterior motives, I'll simply offer him more benefits than the other side is offering. I want that on my tomb, honestly. That is the correct way to run a sect, and nobody else in that entire organization had worked it out. Life resumed, and it resumed with an errand. I owed Su Guojian a delivery. I had promised him a folded billet of blood rust silver 2 months earlier, and then had disappeared into a hole in a lake, and I turned up at the artisan district 6 weeks late with 41 folds wrapped in oilcloth, and he took it, and looked at it, and put his hand on the back of my neck, and shook me like a dog with a rag. You were dead, he said. I was busy. There was a memorial notice. He let go. There was a notice, Wei Bao, with your name on it. Cheng Wei from the Wood District came down here and got drunk in my shed and cried. That was the first I heard about the notice, and it explained the next 6 days, in which approximately 40 people found a reason to come and look at me. Tao Yong was there, in the shed. He had been there for 6 weeks, apparently, in a chair, because the Beast District had a problem that nobody in it could solve, and the Artisan District had the only fire hot enough for the medicine. The problem was a bird. A Jingche bird, one of only 2 in the sect's aviary, a Bing-grade flyer with a wingspan the length of a cart, and it was dying. It had stopped eating 21 days earlier. It had a fever. 3 beast handlers, 2 physicians, and 1 alchemist had looked at it and produced 3 completely different diagnoses and 1 bill. Let me see it, I said. You're a fisherman. I'm a lot of things. You're a fisherman, Dao Yong said, with a master craftsman's hands, apparently, and I hate that. And yes, fine, come and look at the bird. It's going to die anyway, and then they'll take it out of my district's budget. The bird was on a perch in a stone hall, and it did not lift its head when we came in. I put my hand flat on the perch, which is the only diagnostic method I have ever needed, and I let the bird come up into me the way a rock face comes up, and it took about 4 minutes. It wasn't sick, it was grieving. The other Jingchi bird had died in the spring. They mate for a life that runs a very long time, and the sect had removed the body and cleaned the hall and rebalanced the feed, and 21 days ago they had put a new young bird into the next hall over to start a breeding line, and that was the day it stopped eating. It's not ill, I said. It has a fever. It's got a fever because it hasn't eaten in 21 days. It's not eating because you moved something. I stood up. Put the young one somewhere it can't hear, then get out. Dao Yong, to his eternal credit, got out. I stayed in that hall for 2 days. Here's the part I couldn't have explained to anybody at the time. Beast taming, the way the manual describes it, is a contract. You offer, it accepts, a bond forms. The manual has 9 pages on the offering and 40 on the enforcement. What I did was cook. I did not offer that bird anything. I sat on the floor of a stone hall with a portable stove, and I made food for 2 days, in front of it, without looking at it. Fish, mostly, some liver, things I'd have made for myself. I ate about 1/3 of it, and I put the rest down at the base of the perch and left it there, and did not watch to see whether it went. On the second night, I ran out of things to do, so I hummed Shangyun Jianyu at a bird for about 3 hours. At some point during the 3rd hour, it came down off the perch. It did not land next to me. It landed about 6 feet away and stood there with its head turned so one eye was on me, and I kept humming, and it took 12 very slow steps, and then it put its head down and ate. Elementary beast tamer. Then it walked over and put its skull against my chest, hard, the way a cat does, except that its skull was the size of my torso, and I went over backwards onto the floor. Congratulations, Intermediate Beast Tamer, Shared Vision. Shared Vision means I can see out of it. I want you to sit with that for a moment because I did not understand what I had for about a month. There is a bird with a cart's wingspan, and I can be behind its eyes at will, at any distance, and it can fly for a day and a half without landing. Every sect in that province ran on runners and signal fires and sealed letters that took 4 days to cross a mountain range. I had a map that updated. Tao Yong came back at dawn, saw a Jingqi bird eating out of a pot on the floor next to a sleeping fisherman, made a noise like a kettle, and tried to bill me for the fish. Then the old drunk turned up on my island, just walked out of the tree line on a 200-pace rock in the middle of a lake, which requires a boat, and there was no boat. "You're the Birdman now," he said. "You're on my island. It's a very small island. I've been on it 3 minutes and I've seen all of it twice." He sat down on my rock, the good one, the one with the view. "I brought you a piece." He played it right there without any further conversation, and it was not Shangyun Janyu, and it was not a nice tune at all. General's Battle Song. It goes forward, only forward, and there is a place in it about 2/3 through where the whole thing sets its feet and refuses, and the hair came up on my arms and stayed up. Every man on that lake shore who heard fragments of it that afternoon reported afterward that they had stood up without deciding to. He played it 4 times. I had it by the 3rd. "Why me?" "Because everyone else in this sect wants to be strong," the old man said, "and you keep learning trades. It's restful." Then he got up to go, and I said the thing I had been turning over for about half an hour, and I said it in exactly the wrong tone, which was cheerful. "Old man, do you need a godson?" He stopped. "What? You come out here alone, you fish alone, you drink alone, you sing to nobody. You've spent 2 days teaching a stranger music for free." I shrugged. "I've got no family in this world, not one person. So, do you need a godson?" "Because I need a godfather." The silence went on for slightly too long, and I had time to regret every word of it. Then he turned around, and he was not smiling. And he looked at me for a while, with an expression I could not read at all. And finally he said, "You don't know who I am." "No." That's the first true thing anyone's said to me in 5 years. He tapped the gourd against his leg twice. "Lei Xiaolong, that's the name I use. Don't ask for another one." Wei Bao. "I know your name, boy. Everyone on this mountain knows your name. That's your entire problem." He hung the gourd back on his belt and started off toward the water, and then stopped again without turning around. "Yes." "Yes what?" "Yes, I need a godson," said Lei Xiaolong, and walked off across the lake. Across it, on the top of it, in the dark, without appearing to hurry. I stood on my island with my mouth open for a considerable length of time. 2 days after that, my master put her hand on the back of my neck. I had been summoned to Tianlu Yard for the monthly report, and I gave it kneeling, as always, in the small, warm room with the good cushion, and Mei Ling listened to the fish figures with her chin on her hand and her eyes half closed. Then she got up and came around behind me. "You're tense," she said. Her hands went onto my shoulders, both of them. I want to describe the next 40 seconds accurately because everything I did in the following 2 months came out of them. Her thumbs went into the muscle at the base of my neck, and she worked at it slowly, and she was talking the whole time, about nothing, about the weather on the lake, in a low, easy voice, and the charm came in with the touch instead of through the eyes, and it came in 10 times heavier than it had the first night. And gathering spirit ate it, and I sat perfectly still and let my shoulders relax on cue, like a normal man being touched by a beautiful woman, and I put my mind on the only thing available, which was the exact number of fish I had caught that month, and I recited it internally, twice. "You've filled out," she said. "The island food is good, master." Her thumb moved along the top of my shoulder to the joint and stopped there and pressed, once, in a way that was not a massage at all. It was the way you check a joint on a carcass. "You've been well. Have you noticed anything strange in your body? Any changes?" "I've been getting stronger, master. Slowly." "Slowly," she agreed, in a tone of enormous satisfaction, and I understood that the seed in the jar was still reporting fair weather. "Master," I said, "may I ask something?" "You may." "Am I to be given a technique for body forging? Some of the outer disciples," and she laughed and leaned down and her hair came over my shoulder and she said, right against my ear, in the warmest voice I have ever heard from another human being, "Don't rush, little one. I'll take care of everything when the time comes." Then a bell went off up the mountain, 3 strikes, which is the acting sect leader summoning the elders, and she straightened up and swore under her breath in a way that no elder ever does in front of a disciple, and I got out of that room on legs that were not entirely mine. I made it down to the tree line. Then I stopped and put my hand on a pine and breathed for a while. 2 months, Liu Yueying had said. 2 months until the yin cash, when she goes down without the puppets. I had 6 weeks. I spent those 6 weeks doing the 2 hardest things I have ever done, and one of them was a fish. The illusion. Lee sturgeon lives in Duanwu Lake, and no one has ever seen one, and that is not a figure of speech. It is not rare, there are dozens. It is simply that the fish is never where it is, and every sense you have about it is wrong on purpose, including the ones you did not know you were using. Gathering Spirit told me there was a sturgeon at 6 paces, and it was at 40 paces. It told me 40, and it was under my boat. I fished for it for 19 days. 19 days of standing in a boat being lied to by a lake. What broke it, in the end, was that I stopped listening to where the fish was and started listening to where the lake was wrong. You cannot fake a hole in a signal. Something has to be doing the faking, and the faking is itself a shape. And on the 19th day, I put a hook into a piece of water that was too calm and pulled out 4 feet of white sturgeon that had never in its life expected to be caught. Congratulations. Fishing King. Jade Marrow Iceheart. Jade Marrow Iceheart is the one I would take into a war if I could only take one. It is not power, it is that nothing goes into my head unless I let it. No illusion, no charm, no fear technique, no voice in the dark. Gathering Spirit had been eating my master's charm for months by brute appetite. Jade Marrow Iceheart closed the door and put a wall where the door was. And the sturgeon was Yi-grade. I had owed Liu Yue 1 Yi-grade spirit fish since a handshake in the rain on a mountain path, and I had been carrying that debt around for 9 months, feeling ridiculous about it, because the person I owed it to had been handing me techniques the whole time and had never once mentioned the price. So I packed it in ice and rode it over myself. She looked at 4 feet of white sturgeon on the shingle for a long moment. Then she said, "You could have kept this. It's worth more than everything I gave you." That's not how a deal works. It is exactly how a deal works. That is the entire mechanism of a deal. Then I'm bad at deals, I said, and she called me something in a dialect I did not know and have never asked about. The second hard thing was embryo forging, and it nearly finished me, and I want to be honest about the failures because they are the actual content of that 6 weeks. Embryo forging is the stage after body forging, and the method is grafting. You take the second body you built inside the first one, and you fold external essence into it, forging by forging, and each forging has to take, and if it does not take, it tears. And a tear does not kill you, it just costs you 9 days and a great deal of blood out of your nose. I failed the first forging 4 times. 4th time, I lay on the floor of my shack for most of a day with my ears ringing, and 6/6 came out of the spear haft and sat on my forehead, which I chose to interpret as sympathy and was probably an assessment of whether I was dead yet. Then I got the first one. Then the second in 3 days. Then the third forging of the embryo. 12 days. And on the last night of it, every joint in my body made a noise like a rope tightening, and I stood up in the dark and knew, without testing it, that there was nothing on that mountain below elder rank that could touch me. The night before the strike, Lei Xiaolong turned up with dinner. He brought a pot, that's what I remember. An old man walked across a lake in the dark carrying a covered pot of stewed pork like somebody's grandfather, and sat down on my rock and made me eat 2 bowls before he would talk about anything. "You're leaving tomorrow," he said. I did not ask how he knew. "Yes." He filled his own bowl. "Then I'll say the thing I came to say, and you can ignore it, which you will." "Go on." "Everyone in this sect thinks the trouble is coming from the north." He pointed with his chopsticks, vaguely, at a mountain. "The 5 Hu tribes. Everybody's watching the passes. Everybody's counting horses. The branch sects have all thickened their walls on the north face. It's a beautiful piece of nonsense, and I've listened to it for 4 years. And it's wrong. The chaos is not coming from the 5 Hu. Lei Xiaolong said. It's coming from Great Ma, from inside. It always does. A tribe can burn a province. Only a court can lose one. He ate for a bit. When it starts, and it starts inside 4 years, every sect on this mountain is going to discover which of them was actually holding something together and which of them was holding a chair. Why tell me? Because you're the only person on this mountain who has learned a new trade this month. He put his bowl down. Listen, a sect is not finished when it has no strongman. A sect with no strongman can borrow one, hire one, marry one. A sect is finished when it has no junior who could become one. 9 branch sects, 12 elders, 400 inner disciples, and I have watched all of them for 7 years, and I can name 3 juniors in this entire organization who are anything other than a chair. And I'm one of them. You're a handyman with 9 trades and no talent, he said. You're the only one. Then he asked me, straight out, no ornament at all, whether I would take him as a master. Not join his line, not owe him. He said the word master, and he said it to a personal disciple of Elder Mei Ling, which is a thing that under sect law you may not even offer, and he said it while eating pork out of a chipped bowl on a rock. And I said, no. I want to be very clear about why, because it was the correct answer, and it cost me a great deal. If I had accepted, I would have been protected the next day, and my master would have known within an hour because a change of master goes through the hall registry. And Mei Ling would have looked at that registry and asked one question, why now? And the answer to why now was lying in a poison satchel on Lake Heart Island. Not tomorrow, I said. Ask me again in 3 days. Lei Xiaolong looked at me for a long moment. Then he picked up the pot and the empty bowls and got up. 3 days, he said, and walked off across the water. And about halfway out, he called back over his shoulder, the pork was better than yours. It was, too. Liu Yueying came to the island at the 4th hour before dawn instead of the next evening, and she came in a boat she had clearly stolen, and she was rowing it herself very badly. She's already gone, she said. What? The yin cache. She moved it up. She left the yard 2 hours ago, and she took no puppets, and she is on the North Road right now, and if we do not go now, there is no second one of these for 3 months. She was shaking, not with fear. Wei Bao, 3 months from now, you are supposed to be a pill. I got in the boat. We ran. I want you to know that most of that night was not a fight or a plan. It was 2 people running in the dark on a mountain road for 14 li, and about half of it I was carrying her, because she had been awake for 2 days and had spent them stealing a boat. The trap was hers, and it was beautiful, and it had taken her 9 years to be able to build. Chiang grass. It grows in the yin cache gully because the gully is cold and wet, and Chiang grass is the opposite of that. It is a heat plant, and it grows there because 200 years of alchemists have been throwing their spent cinnabar into that gully, and the soil is poisoned warm. Every elder in the sect walks past it 4 times a year, and none of them look at it, because it is a weed. It is a weed that becomes something else if you put nether powder on it. She had been making the powder for 4 years in a rented room in a town at the bottom of the mountain, 3 grams a season. We laid it at the 2nd hour before dawn, both of us on our hands and knees in the wet, working a line of gray dust into 100 paces of gully weed, and then we got up the slope and lay flat and waited. Mei Ling came down the road at dawn alone, in the deep red, walking like a woman on an errand. She got about 40 paces into the gully. The Chiang grass went off like a struck match, all of it at once, 100 paces of white fire waist high, and it did not burn her, because she was an elder, and elders do not burn. What it did was much better, and it was the entire point of 4 years of powder making in a rented room. It cooked the yin out of the air. She stopped. And I watched, from 40 feet up a wet slope, as a woman I had knelt to for 8 months put her hand out to the side, and something enormous started to rise behind her, and then failed. The Dharma form of a 3rd seat elder of the demon sect is a shape about 30 feet high, and hers came up out of her back in black and did not finish. It got to about the shoulders, flickered, and came apart like smoke hitting a ceiling fan, because a Dharma form is condensed yin, and there was no yin in that gully anymore. There was 100 paces of white fire. She staggered. And then she reached into her own chest and pulled out a jade box, and I stopped enjoying myself. That's the GG insect, Liu Yueying said, and her voice had gone entirely flat. What does it do? It's a life exchange contract insect. Very old, very forbidden. She was already moving. She feeds it and it does what she says. That's all. It's the strongest single thing she owns. Feeds it what? Mei Ling answered that question herself about 4 seconds later, and I am not going to describe it in detail. She opened the box. The thing inside was pale and long and about the length of a forearm, and it did not so much come out as arrive. And then Elder Mei Ling, third seat of the alchemy hall of the demon sect, stood in a burning gully and paid it, and she paid it in pieces of herself, and she did it without hesitating and without making a sound, and it took a long time. When she had finished, she was thinner, not thin, reduced. There was less of her in the robe, and the GG insect uncoiled in the air above her, and the temperature in that gully dropped so fast that the burning grass went out in a wave. Liu Yeying, said Mei Ling pleasantly to the empty slope. 9 years, and you came back with a boy and a weed. Liu Yeying went down that slope. I was 3 steps behind her, and 3 steps was too many, because Mei Ling did not attack her. She talked. Your father knew, she said. Liu Yeying's feet stopped. He knew what your aunt was doing. For 2 years. He had the letters. Mei Ling's voice was warm, unhurried, exactly the voice she had used to tell me not to rush. He chose the sect over you. He decided it was better to let her take the hall than to split it, and he wrote that down, child, in his own hand, and I have read it, because your aunt sold me the box it was in. You're lying. Your mother agreed with him. Stop. And your aunt, said Mei Ling, loved you very much, which is the part you've never been able to look at, isn't it? She kept you alive for 6 years. She could have finished it any night. She didn't because she loved you, and she took the hall anyway. And both of those are true, and you have spent 9 years unable to hold 2 true things at the same time. I saw it go in. I was 20 feet away, and I saw a person come apart standing up. 9 years of walking is not held together by strength. It is held together by a single, simple sentence about who did what to whom, and my master had spent 30 seconds taking that sentence apart with the professional care of somebody deboning a fish, and Liu Yeying stood in a burnt gully at dawn with a Bing-grade sword in her hand and no reason to lift it. The GG insect went for her. And I want to tell you what I did in that moment, and it was not brave, and it was not clever, and it was the only thing I have ever done that I would do again exactly the same way with no changes at all. I stopped hiding. 8 months of being slow, 8 months of a jar, 8 months of a seed in a sack reporting fair weather up a thread to a woman who thought she was growing a pot. I took it all back out at once, standing on a slope in a burnt gully at dawn, and I went down that hill without a sound. Stealth assault does not make you invisible. It makes you not there. There is no displaced air, no shift of gravel, no shadow arriving before you do. My master was a 3rd seat elder of the demon sect, with 200 years of not being surprised, and I put 9 feet of horse lance through her side before she knew there was a second person in the gully. She should have died. That is the honest truth of it. That strike should have ended her, and it did not. Because a 3rd seat elder is a very hard thing to kill, and because the GG insect turned in the air and came back, and I had to leave the spear where it was and go sideways. So I did the other thing. 6-6, I said, the contract. I felt it come out of the haft, I felt it go past my ear, and I felt the price arrive, which is a thing I had not experienced before and had been warned about in exactly no way at all. The 6 roots unclean insect eats whatever you do not wish to exist. It does not eat for free. It takes a piece of you, and it does not ask which piece. And what it took that morning was Fishing King. All of it. 19 days on a boat being lied to by a lake, and the sturgeon and jade marrow ice heart gone out of me like a coin out of a hole, and I felt the wall in my head that kept things out come down while a monster was in the air above me. It was the correct trade, and I would make it again, and it hurt more than the Vajra embryo, because 6-6 did not eat the GG insect, it ate the contract. You cannot see a contract. What I saw was a thumb-sized bug in 6 colors, none of which agreed with each other, land in the empty air about 4 feet above Mei Ling's head, in a place where there was nothing at all, and start chewing. The GG insect stopped in the air. It hung there. It turned, slowly, all the way around, until it was facing the woman who had just paid for it with pieces of her own body, and there was a moment, a real and measurable moment, where 200 years of forbidden alchemy looked down at its owner and discovered it did not have to. No, said Mei Ling. It left. It went straight up and out of the gully, and it did not look back, and it left behind a woman who had spent everything she had 30 seconds earlier and had bought exactly nothing with it. And she came apart. Not fast. That is what I remember about it, and it is the only part of that morning I have never once enjoyed retelling. The thing that had been keeping Mei Ling looking 25 years old for 2 centuries was not her cultivation. It was a running account, and she had just closed it, and the bill fell due in front of me over about a minute and a half. She went down onto her knees in the ash. Her hair came away from the roots in a sheet. The hands that had rubbed my shoulders 2 weeks earlier folded up like paper. Little one, she said, and her voice was still, somehow, the warm one. Wei Bao, my good boy. Wait, listen to me. I want to be able to tell you that I answered her. Liu Yueying walked past me and took her head off with 3 feet of ice diamond, and she did it in one movement without any speech at all, and afterward she stood there breathing hard with the sword down at her side. Then she turned around and looked at me with her mouth open to say something, and instead she crossed 4 feet of burnt ground, took my face in both hands, and kissed me. I had spent 8 months planning a murder with this person, and about 4 seconds of that had been spent considering this outcome. And all 4 of those seconds were during a fever in a rainforest. And I had lied to myself about them at the time. She stepped back. Her face was doing the thing. And then 1,000 faces came off her like a coat. It just went. 9 years of it. The technique that had kept her alive in 3 sects and a dozen towns. The reason nobody could describe her 2 minutes after looking at her. And it dropped in a burnt gully at sunrise. Because its owner had stopped having a reason to hold it. The woman standing there had a face you could not stop looking at. That is a stupid thing to write, and I have tried it 8 other ways, and they were worse. Liu Yueying, she said. That's the whole name. I haven't said it out loud in 9 years. Wei Bao, I said. Which you know. I do know. 6-6 landed on my shoulder, and then, because it has never once in its life had a sense of occasion, it took off again, caught the GG insect somewhere about 200 feet up where the thing had gone to be free, and ate it alive and dropped a piece of it in the ash beside us. Is that a gift? Relief Yueying said. I think it's a receipt. That is when the Nether Ghost sect arrived. 4 of them came over the ridge, and the count was bad in a way I did not have to think about. 2 elders in Nether Ghost Grey, 1 old man in dark red who was not Nether Ghost at all, and who made the air feel like a held breath. And in front of them, walking down into the gully as if she owned the ground, a woman of about 40 in white and silver. Liu Fanghua, the aunt. Niece, she said, in a voice full of enormous warmth, and it was the warmth that told me everything about how the last 9 years had happened. You've been very hard to find. You followed her, I said. I've been following her for 4 months. Liu Fanghua did not look at me at all. She's been sloppy since the spring. She started buying honey. I want to tell you that I said something clever. What I actually did was take 1 step to the left so that I was between them, and Liu Fanghua finally looked at me and her expression said inconvenience and nothing else. Move, boy. No. She came at me and I broke her in one exchange. I am not going to dress it up. She was a soul inscription cultivator, 1 full realm above me, and she had been a sect head for 9 years, and she went for my throat with a technique that would have killed anyone in my realm in that province. And I had eaten 276 poisoned fruits on an island and come out with 1 moment intact. I had spent 10 days in a hall having my whole life read back to me. I had piercing enhancement and the chef's wrist and 12 days of the 3rd forging. So here is what actually happened. I turned inside her reach. I put the butt of the spear into the joint of her elbow. I took the technique on my left forearm because the forearm would hold, and I put the point through her shoulder from the front. She went down in the ash and did not get up quickly. I reached down and took the pendant off her neck, which was a mistake tactically and was the most important thing I did all morning, because a green jade tablet came away in my hand, and behind me, Liu Yueying made a sound like she'd been hit. Bi Bao, the Nether Ghost Sect's authority tablet. 9 years and a usurper's collar. I turned around and threw it to her. What happened next I have watched 100 times behind my eyes, and I still do not fully understand the mechanism, only the shape. Liu Yueying caught the tablet in 1 hand and stood there in a burnt gully with her own face on for the first time in 9 years, and said, out loud, in a voice that carried up the slope. I am Liu Yue Ying. My father was Liu Chengxuan. I am claiming the seat. And something answered her. It came up out of the ground, not out of her, out of the ground, all around us, a black-green tide about 40 feet high that resolved as it rose into a shape with a face. And the face was not friendly, and it was not unfriendly. It was a thing that had been sitting under a sect for 9 generations, waiting for somebody to say the correct sentence. 9 nether vengeful soul, the sect's own guardian. It had never once answered Liu Fanghua. The 2 nether ghost elders got down on the ground so fast one of them fell over. And the old man in dark red said, "Well, that does complicate matters," and drew. Sha Bao, elder of the Bloodblade sect, soul inscription upper, and the reason Liu Fanghua had held a sect for 9 years without a guardian answering her. He had been sold 9 years of a sect's produce in exchange for standing behind a woman who had no right to be there, and he was, unlike everyone else on that hillside, entirely unbothered. He looked at the 40-foot manifestation. He looked at me. "The soul answers her, not you," he said. "So I'll kill you first and see whether she keeps her nerve." That is when Lei Xiaolong came down the road with his gourd on his belt and his terrible hat on his head and said, "Oh, don't do that." I would like to describe Sha Bao's face. I would need words I don't have. He looked at an old drunk in a straw hat, and he did not react at all. And then something reached him, some detail, the way the man was standing, or the fact that he had walked into a gully containing a 9 nether manifestation without altering his pace. And I watched a soul inscription elder of the Bloodblade sect go the color of wet paper. "You," he said. "Me." Lei Xiaolong sat down on a rock. "Go on then, fight the boy. I'm not going to interfere. I want to see something." So I fought Xiao Bao, 1 realm above me, in front of an audience of 2 prostrate elders, a usurper bleeding in the ash, a 40-foot ghost, and my godfather. It took 4 moves. First move, he cut at my neck, and I was not there, because stealth assault does not care about your realm. Second move, he cut where I would be, correctly, which frightened me more than anything else that morning, and I took it on the spear haft, and the iron core rang and held. Third move, I gave him the whole gully. I stopped defending entirely and went in, and he put his blade through the meat of my side because he had to, and while it was in there, I had both hands free. Fourth move, I put the spear point into the same place on his sword 4 times in about a second and a half. Not 4 different places, the same place. A single flaw about 2 inches above the guard, where the folding had gone slightly wrong maybe 60 years ago, which I could see because I had spent 31 days on an island folding metal until my hands bled, and I have never once since then looked at a blade without seeing what it is ashamed of. Piercing enhancement did the rest. Sha Bao's sword came apart in his hand, and the top 2 feet of it went into the ash, and he stood there in a burnt gully at sunrise, holding a hilt for the 2nd time that year in this story, and I put the spear point under his chin. He did not beg, I'll say that for him. He looked past me at Lei Xiaolong, and Lei Xiaolong looked back at him with an expression of mild interest, and Sha Bao understood something that I did not understand for another 30 days. Then he took out a knife and cut off his own left arm at the shoulder. He did it in one motion, without preamble, and he stood there while it happened, and then he wrapped the stump with his own sleeve and said, in a completely level voice, "The Bloodblade sect withdraws its arrangement with the Nether Ghost sect. This is my apology. I hope it is sufficient." "It is not," said Lei Xiaolong cheerfully, "but it's a start." He walked away up the road, holding his arm together with one hand. I have met him twice since. Neither meeting was pleasant. Liu Fanghua tried to run, and I put the spear through her thigh from 30 feet, which is not a thing I would have bet on, and Liu Yue Ying went and stood over her aunt for a long time and did not kill her. "Take her," she said to the 2 Nether Ghost elders who were still on the ground. "She goes back in the hall, in front of everyone, and she says it out loud." Then she came over to me. The sun was properly up by then. There was a woman with her own face on standing in a burnt gully holding a green jade tablet, and behind her a 40-foot black shape was slowly folding itself back into the ground, and she had about 200 li to travel and a sect to walk into and 9 years of arithmetic to finish. "I have to go now," she said, "today. If I'm not in that hall inside 4 days, someone else claims the seat." "I know." "Come with me." "I can't." "I know," she said, And then she took hold of the front of my ruined shirt with both hands and pulled me down and said, right into my face, in a voice that had absolutely nothing hidden in it for the first time since I had met her, "Then wait for me. Do you hear? Hold this mountain, do whatever it is you do, and wait for me, and when it's finished, I am coming back here to marry you." That's not a question. No, said Liu Yueying, it isn't. Then she was gone up the road with 2 elders and a stretcher, and I stood in a burnt gully with a hole in my side, and no fishing king, and a dead master, and I laughed until it hurt, and it hurt a great deal. The investigation lasted 10 days. Hu Yuan ran it himself, which told me how much he had lost. A third-seat elder had gone down the north road alone and had come back in a box, and every single elder in that hall knew that the alchemy seat was now vacant, and that 400 handymen were no longer earmarked for a furnace, and none of them were sorry, and all of them wanted to know who had done it, so they would know who to be careful of. They questioned me 4 times. The 4th time was in front of the full hall, with a truth jade on the table, and the jade goes dark if you lie, and I want to walk you through my answers because I am rather proud of them. Did you kill Elder Mei Ling? No. The jade stayed clear. Liu Yueying took her head off. I never touched her after the spear went in, and the spear did not kill her. Do you know who killed Elder Mei Ling? An enemy of hers from outside this sect, who has since left the province. Clear. All true. Were you present? And that is where it should have ended, and where I should have been finished, and I had spent 16 days building exactly 1 sentence for it. Lei Xiaolong, who had been sitting at the back of that hall for the entire session dressed as a groundskeeper, stood up and said, "He was on my island." The hall turned around. "He was on my island," said the old sect leader of the demon sect, taking his hat off, "for 4 days, learning a song. I'm taking him as my closed-door disciple. Does anyone have a difficulty with that?" He Yuan's face. "I have been given a Vajra embryo, an immaculate glass embryo, an army asleep in my chest, and a woman's promise in a burnt gully. And I am telling you honestly that the acting sect leader's face in that moment is in the top 3 things I have ever received." Nobody had a difficulty with that. Afterwards, on the path, my new master hung the gourd back on his belt and said, "You said ask you again in 3 days. It's been 40. You're late." "I'm always late," said He Tianbao. "It's how I've stayed alive." And then he stopped on the path and looked at me sideways and said the thing that I have not been able to put down since. "Boy, when you were kneeling in that hall with the jade on the table, they asked you 3 questions and you answered all 3 true, and not one of them asked the only question that matters. Which is? Whether you want the chair. Being the closed-door disciple of a man everyone believes is a groundskeeper is a strange job. Nothing changed in public. He Tianbao put the hat back on the next morning and went back to raking a path, and the hall went back to calling him Lei Xiaolong, and about 4 elders spent the following month having quiet nervous breakdowns because they had spent 5 years walking past him. Everything changed in private, and it started with him handing me a book and telling me I was illiterate. "I can read." "You can read a requisition slip," He Tianbao said. "You read the Blood Fiend art twice and thought you understood it, and you didn't, and I know you didn't because you're still running the 3rd circuit the way the diagram draws it, instead of the way the sentence underneath the diagram says to. You read like a man looking for the price." He was right, and it was infuriating. So I went into the sect library, which handymen may not enter, and which I now had a token for, and I read for 22 days. Not techniques, history, the founding records of the 9 branch sects, the tax rolls of the great Ma prefectures the sect drew from, 400 years of the hall's own minutes, and 1 shelf at the back that nobody had touched in a generation, which turned out to be the personal notes of the 3rd sect leader, who had been an extremely bitter man with excellent handwriting, elementary scholar. And here's the thing about the scholar profession that took me a month to understand, because it does not do anything. There is no piercing enhancement in it. There is no total concentration. What it gives you is that when you read a thing, you retain the shape of the argument, and when 4 different documents lie in 4 different directions, you can see where the true thing must be standing for all 4 lies to be arranged around it. That is the most dangerous single ability I have ever been given, and it is the only one nobody was ever afraid of. By the end of the month, I was an advanced scholar, and I knew 4 things that the acting sect leader of the demon sect did not know about his own organization, and the biggest one was that the sect was not rich. It had not been rich in 19 years. Every one of those 19 years, the 9 branch sects had remitted slightly less, and every one of those years the main hall had covered the gap by leaning harder on the prefectures below the mountain, and the prefectures below the mountain were dying. "You found the ledgers," He Tianbao said when I turned up on the path where he was raking. "How long have you known?" 19 years, he kept raking. "Go and look at it." "At what?" "At the bottom of the mountain," said my master. "You've been in this sect 6 months, and you have never once been down to the bottom of the mountain, and you are about to become a person who makes decisions about people you have not looked at. Go and look at it." I took the bird. Kanyao village was 9 li from the foot of the mountain, and it was a place where 200 people had lived for a long time, and it had not rained in that valley since the previous autumn. I came in on foot because the Jingxi bird landing in a starving village is a way of announcing that a sect has arrived, and a sect arriving is not good news to anyone at the bottom of a mountain. There were 41 people in it. That is not a village. That is what is left when a village has been leaving for a year, and the 41 who were still there were the ones with nowhere to go, and they were eating a soup that was mostly water, with a smell I recognized from the handyman camps. And once every 12 days, they carried a girl down to the river. I want to lay this out exactly the way I found it, because I got it wrong twice, and the wrongness matters. There was a river god. That was the local account, and everybody gave it the same way. The river had a god in it. The god had stopped the rain because it was angry. The god required a bride every 11th day, or it would take the whole valley. And the village elder, a decent, frightened old man named Yang, had been drawing lots for 7 months, and had already given the god 19 girls. My first conclusion was that there was no god, and that this was men in masks running an extortion racket, because that is what it is 9 times out of 10. And I would have gone in and killed 6 men and been extremely pleased with myself. My second conclusion, after 2 days of sitting on a hill being a bird, was that there was no racket and that there was a beast in that river, because I watched the 19th girl go into the water at dusk, and I watched something in the water take her, and it was not a man in a mask. Both of those were wrong. What was actually happening was both at once, and it had been designed. Here is what shared vision and 5 days of reading tax rolls got me. The beast was real. It was a Bing-grade water snake that had come down out of the mountain drainage 19 years ago and had settled in the deep bend below Kanyao because the bend was deep and quiet and there was a shrine on the bank that people threw food at. The drought was not the beast. The drought was the irrigation channel. 4 li upstream, there was a diversion cut that fed a private estate, and that estate belonged to a great Ma prefectural officer, and that officer had widened the cut 6 years ago and again 4 years ago, and Kanyao's water had gone from a river to a stream to a bend with a snake in it. And the mask men were real too. They were not gods. They were 4 men from the estate who came down every 11th day to collect a levy, and who had discovered, gloriously, from their point of view, that a village which believes it has an angry god hands over its grain without an argument. It also hands over its daughters to a snake, unprompted, which saves everyone the cost of a granary guard. Nobody in that arrangement had planned it. That's the part I could not get over. Nobody sat down and designed it. A man widened a ditch, and a snake found a quiet bend, and 4 collectors noticed that fear was cheaper than force, and 19 girls went into a river over 9 months because 3 separate people were each doing the locally sensible thing. I killed the snake on the 11th day. That part was not interesting. It was 40 feet long. It came out of the bend at dusk expecting dinner, and I put the spear through the roof of its mouth and up. 90 seconds. I was in the water for most of them. Then it was over, and I dragged it up the bank in front of 41 people, and nobody cheered. They had watched the god eat their children for 7 months. They had just been shown that it was a snake. Old Yang sat down on the bank and cried in the way that men cry when they find out that the thing they surrendered to was not owed anything. The 4 collectors turned up 2 days later on schedule and found a 40-foot carcass on the bank and a young man sitting on it eating dumplings, and I would like to say something noble about what happened next, but honestly, I just broke their legs and sent them up the road to the estate on a cart. Then I did the part that actually mattered, and it took me 9 days and no fighting at all. I went up to the diversion cut with a shovel. I did not fill it in. That was my first instinct, and it was stupid, because the estate had a legal grant for its water, and a filled cut is a lawsuit that ends with a sect being asked to explain itself and a village being burned. I read the grant. It was in the prefecture registry, and an advanced scholar with a sect token can read anything in a prefecture registry, and the grant specified a volume. It did not specify a channel, so I recut the channel. 9 days, mostly alone, with about 4 villagers helping when they could stand up long enough. I moved the head of the cut 200 paces upstream to where the bedrock shelf comes close to the surface, and I gave it a bed that was narrower and deeper and lined with the shelf stone, and I put a stepped sill at the mouth of it at exactly the height that lets the granted volume through and not one drop more. The estate got precisely what it was owed, forever, and could prove it, and the 7 years of overdraw stopped in an afternoon, and there was no one to be angry at, because the ditch was simply, now, correct. The river came back into the Kanyao Bend on the 6th day. By the 9th, it was up over the old floodstones and there were children standing in it. Feng Shui master. I did not know what to do with that one for about a year, incidentally. Feng Shui in the Sect libraries is 9/10 superstition about where to put a door. What it actually turned out to be, once I stopped reading the superstition, was the same instrument again, at the scale of a landscape, where the water wants to go, where the load sits, what a valley is going to do in 14 years if you put a wall here. I have moved armies with it since. That week, I moved a ditch. I stayed 4 more days because old Yang asked me to, and on the last morning, the 41 of them came out to the road, and they had nothing to give me, which they were extremely upset about, and one of the women pressed a cloth bundle into my hands, and would not let me open it until I had gone. It was a jar of honey, about a third full. It was the only sweet thing in that valley, and they had been keeping it for a wedding that was not going to happen. I ate it on the mountain road 20 days later with Liu Yue Ying's name in my head, and I have never once in my life felt worse about enjoying something. When I got back up the mountain, my master was raking the same path. Well, he said, there are 8 more valleys like that on the south face. There are 40. Then why hasn't the sect? Because the sect is not a government, He Tianbao said. And every man in that hall would tell you, correctly, that we do not administer prefectures, we tax them. And that is true, and it is how the sect has been run for 400 years, and it will be exactly as true in 3 years when the whole province comes apart, and there is nobody left down there who thinks they owe us anything at all. He stopped raking. That's the war I told you about. It isn't the 5 who, it's 40 valleys who have been given 19 years of reasons. So what do we do? We, he laughed. I'm an old man with a rake. You're a closed-door disciple with no standing, no faction, and no rank. He started walking. So you're going to have to be interesting somewhere the branch sects can see you. Fortunately, there's a banquet. The banquet was at Tai'an in 7 weeks, and the road to Tai'an went through Hanyang, and Hanyang is where I got the thing that broke that banquet in half, and I got it from a woman who was about to burn a theater down. Hanyang is a river town with money in it, and a river town with money has an opera house, and the Hanyang Opera House had been dark for 2 months when I came through. I found that out because I went looking for a meal and instead found 15 people living in the back of a theater with the props sold. The troupe leader was a woman of about 50 named Old Chen, no relation, with a voice that could take paint off a door, and she had been running that house for 22 years, and the reason it was dark was extremely simple and extremely modern. The prefectural officer's nephew had opened a new house across the river. The new house had money and lanterns and a singer who could not sing. And an opera house is not a building, it is a habit, and habits move. So sing better, I said. Old Chen looked at me with the specific contempt of a professional being advised by a customer. We sing better, she said. That's not what's for sale over there, and you know it. What's for sale over there is being seen at the new place. Then give them something they can't be seen at anywhere else. With what? I've sold the drums. What's the piece you don't perform? She stopped. Every troupe has one. Every single one. There's always a piece in the book that they know and do not put on. And the reasons vary and are always the same underneath. And Old Chen went quiet for about 30 seconds, and then went into the back and came out with a case. Loyal Souls Lament. It is 140 years old. It is about the garrison of a border fort that held a pass for 9 days against an army, while a court that had already decided to give the province away sent them 4 letters telling them help was coming. The garrison knew the letters were lies by the 4th one. They held anyway. There is no victory in it. There is no rescue. The last act is 10 men who know exactly what has been done to them, singing about it, and then going up onto the wall. We don't perform it, Old Chen said. Why not? Because the last time anybody performed it in this province, she said, was 19 years ago in Tai'an, and the prefect had the troop leader beaten to death in the street, because the piece is about a court that sells a province, and this court is currently selling a province. I looked at that case for a long time. How much to put it on? I said. All of it. Full company, one night. You can't pay for it. I'm a master craftsman, a chef king, and a mine lord, I said. Tell me the number. We put on Loyal Soul's Lament in the Hanyang Opera House 16 days later. I paid for it with 40 days of work, a dozen sets of stage arms forged out of scrap in a borrowed shed, a banquet for the entire troupe every night out of my own pot, and 200 gin of copper I dug out of a played-out mine behind the town that 3 owners had walked away from. I also played in it, at the back, on percussion, because old Chen heard me hum 4 bars of Shang Yun Zhan Yu and told me to sit down and hit things. I learned more about music in 16 days in that theater than in 2 years on a mountain. Music with technique in it, cultivation music, is a weapon that works on the body. What old Chen did works on the room, and it works on people who have no cultivation at all, and it does not care whether you consent. Opening night was 600 people because old Chen had spent her last money on the announcement and had put 1 word on it, which was the name of the piece. Nobody breathed in the last act. I have stood in front of a 40-foot manifestation of a sect's guardian ghost. I have knelt to the shape of a dead war emperor. And the thing I have never gotten over is 600 people in a river town going completely silent while 10 singers walked up onto a painted wall. Musician King. The prefect's men came on the second night. They stood at the back with their hands on their sticks for the whole performance, which is how I know the piece works, because they did not do anything, and afterwards one of them walked out crying and did not come back to work. Nobody was beaten to death in the street, partly because I was standing in it, and partly because 600 people had told 6,000 people by the second morning, and there is a number of people past which a prefect stops being able to afford a story. Old Chen gave me the score, not a copy, the book, the actual book, the one with her teacher's corrections in it, and she put it in my hands the night I left and said, "Don't play it for people who'll enjoy it." I said I didn't understand. "You will," she said. Then I went to Tai'an, and I want to explain what Tai'an was, because otherwise, the rest of it is just a man singing. Once every 3 years, the 9 branch sects of the demon sect come to Tai'an and eat dinner. That is officially all it is. In practice, it is the only occasion on which the branch sects and the main hall are in one room, and it is where every question about who the sect actually belongs to gets settled for the following 3 years. And it gets settled by nothing more formal than who leaves the room having been impressed. He Yuan had been acting sect leader for 19 years. That word, acting, had survived 3 of these dinners. He had come to Tai'an this time with a plan to get rid of it. His plan was a war. I am going to summarize because it took me 2 days of reading a table to see it and about 4 sentences to say it. He was going to propose a punitive expedition into the northern passes against the 5 Hu, funded by an emergency levy on the 9 branch sects, commanded by the main hall. Everyone would agree, because the north was the thing everyone had agreed to be frightened of for 12 years. The levy would go into the main hall's treasury. The command would be his, and a man who commands a war is not acting anything. The war was unnecessary, and the north was not the threat, and 40 valleys at the bottom of the mountain were dying, while 9 sects voted money to fight a tribe that had not come south in 19 years. I was not on the guest list. Closed-door disciples with no rank do not attend Tai'an. I was there as staff because my master had gotten me a place in the kitchens, which he thought was hilarious. "You'll be able to hear everything," he said. "Kitchens always can." "And what do I do when I've heard it?" "Nothing at all," said He Tianbao. "You're a cook." I was a cook for 1.5 courses. What happened is that the second course went out, and it was a fish course, and the fish course was ice-scale fish, and the main hall had brought 40 of them from Duanwu Lake, and the kitchen at Tai'an had done to those fish exactly what alchemists do to fish, which is that they had steamed them into a wet gray apology. I sent it back. I want to be honest that this was not political. This was not a plan. 40 Bing-grade spirit fish came past me on trays looking like something you'd give a sick man, and I said no out loud in a kitchen full of strangers, and the head cook of the Tai'an Hall told me who he was, and I told him what he had done to the fish, and it escalated with unbelievable speed. 7 minutes later, I was cooking the fish course for 9 branch sects on 4 walks, with the head cook watching me with his arms folded and murder in his face. And the reason he let me is that I offered him a bet with the same structure Cheng Wei had once made on a shoreline, and I have never once lost that bet. The fish went out sweet and sour, opened into flowers, at a heat that makes the flesh come away in sheets. And that is how I ended up standing at the edge of the Great Hall of Tyann, in a cook's apron, when the sect leader of the Green Sun sect leaned back and said, "Whoever made this comes out here." So I came out. 9 branch sect heads, 14 main hall elders, He Yuan at the center of the high table with a levy proposal in front of him that he had not yet raised, and a young man in an apron with fish on his hands. "Wei Bao," I said. "Closed door disciple, main hall." "Whose?" "The groundskeeper's." There was a pause, and then about 40 people laughed, which was the correct response, and He Yuan laughed longest, because He Yuan had spent 3 days in an investigation hall being told by his own truth jade that he could not touch me, and had been waiting for a room like this one ever since. "Ah," he said warmly, "the fisherman, Elder May's disciple." The room cooled by about 4 degrees. "The one who was on an island," He Yuan said, "while his master died alone on a road. Tell me, Wei Bao, what else do you do? You cook? You fish? You dig? It's remarkable. The main hall is very proud." He turned to the Green Sun sect head with an expression of great generosity. "This is the standard of the junior generation now. We used to produce swordsmen, now we produce excellent staff." And then he did the thing, and I want you to understand that he did it well, because he was not a fool. He was a mediocre man who had survived 5 years by being good at exactly one skill. "Play something for us," he said, because it had gotten around. Of course it had. A closed-door disciple who had spent his last 2 months in a river town banging a drum in an opera house, in a hall full of 9 sects, at a dinner about a war. "Come, come," He Yuan spread his hands. "We're told you're a musician now as well. Entertain us, it's what you're here for." Old Chen's voice in a dark theater. "Don't play for people who'll enjoy it." "I'll need a drum," I said. They brought me a drum, a good one, out of the Tyann Hall's own store, because He Yuan was not going to be seen to be cheap about my humiliation. I sat down on the floor of the great hall with it between my knees, in an apron, with fish on my hands, in front of 9 branch sects. And I did not play Loyal Soul's Lament. I want to explain that decision because I made it in about the time it takes to sit down. Loyal Soul's Lament is a lament. It is 6 men who know they have been sold, singing about it, and going up onto a wall. It makes a room grieve. Grieving rooms vote for whatever the man at the high table suggests, because grief wants someone to take charge. There is a piece that is 140 years older, and it is not a lament at all. Full river red is what a general writes when he has spent his whole life winning a war that his own court is in the process of giving away. And when he finally sits down to say what he thinks about it, what comes out is not sorrow. It is fury with a very straight back. It is a man saying, "I have looked at the whole thing, all of it, and I am not confused, and I am not going to be quiet. And the mountains and rivers we lost are still there, and I am going to go and get them." Nobody in the demon sect had performed it in 300 years because it is not a sect piece. It has nothing in it for a cultivator. It is a soldier's piece about a court, and there is no way to play it in a room full of powerful men without every one of them working out which chair the court is sitting in. I hit the drum once. Just once, and let it stop, which is how the piece opens, and about 400 people looked up. Then I sang it. I am not a singer. I want that on the record, because old Chen told me so directly and at length. What I am is a musician king with total concentration and 9 days of standing at the back of a real theater watching a professional do it properly. And what I had, that night, was the entire thing held in one piece, from the first beat to the last, with nothing left over. The first verse is a man standing at a rail in the rain, with his hair coming up off his scalp. The second verse is 30 years and 8,000 li, reduced to dust and moonlight, and the line about not waiting, about a head going white for nothing. And the sound the hall made when I got to that line was not a sound anyone made on purpose. And then the piece turns and stops being about grief entirely and becomes a list. The shame is not wiped out. The debt is not paid. When will it be paid? And a man says what he is going to do about it in the plainest language in the world. And it is violent, and it is specific, and it is not a metaphor, and there is no court in it, and no permission asked from anyone. I have played that piece a great many times since. I have never played it that well again, and I never will, because you cannot get that room back. By the last third, the sect leader of the Green Sun sect was standing. I did not see him stand. I had my eyes closed. What I felt was the room changing shape. When I opened them at the end, there were about 200 people on their feet in the great hall of Tai'an, and 7 of the 9 branch sect heads were among them. Every single one of them had gotten up without deciding to, exactly the way 12 fishermen had stood up on a lakeshore months earlier when an old drunk played 4 bars of a marching song. And something moved in the middle of my chest. The Asura seal. It did not wake. I want to be careful here, because I have heard the story told wrong, and it is always told wrong in the direction of me being more impressive than I was. It did not wake. It turned over, once, the way a sleeping animal does when someone walks past it, and it settled again. And for about 1 second, I stood in the middle of a room of standing men and felt the shape of what it would be if that room were mine. 1 second. Then it was gone, and I was a cook again. The silence afterwards lasted a very long time. Hu Yuan did not raise the levy. That is the whole political outcome, and it sounds small. Let me tell you what it cost him. He had come to Tai'an to turn the word acting into a title by proposing a northern war, and he had arranged the evening perfectly, and then he had personally, publicly, invited a nobody to perform, and the nobody had performed a 140-year-old piece about a court that spends its army's blood on a province it has already decided to sell. Every single man in that hall was going to hear the phrase Northern Expedition inside the next hour, and every single one of them was going to hear it while that piece was still in the room. He did not raise it. He could not. He sat at the high table for the rest of the evening, being congratulated by the Green Sun sect head on the quality of the main hall's junior generation, and I watched a man be complimented to death over the course of 4 courses. At the end of the night, 3 branch sect heads came to the kitchen door to find me, not to recruit me, to ask me 1 question each, and all 3 questions were versions of the same question, and the version I remember was from the head of the Cold Marsh sect, who was 70 and had said nothing all evening. Where did you learn that piece? An opera house in Hanyang. And why, she said, does a closed-door disciple of the main hall spend 2 months in an opera house in Hanyang? Because I was walking to Tai'an, I said, and Hanyang was on the road, and the theater was dark, and I wanted to know why. She looked at me for a while. There are 40 valleys on the south face, she said, that are in the same condition as that theater. Does the main hall know? The main hall has known for 19 years. Cold Marsh nodded slowly and went away, and did not say another word to me for 2 years, and then, at the end of those 2 years, she did something enormous, and it started in that kitchen doorway. My master was waiting on the road out of Tai'an at dawn, sitting on a milestone. Well, he said, you were a cook for an hour and a half. You told me to do nothing. I did. He got up and fell into step. And I want to be clear that you disobeyed me, and that it was correct, and that if you make a habit of the second part, you will die of the first part. He drank. 7 of 9 stood up. Do you know what that means? That they liked the song. It means that 7 of 9 branch sects have now been in a room where the junior generation of the main hall did something that could not be bought, He Tianbao said. That is worth more than the levy he wanted. And you did it in an apron, which is the only reason you are going to survive the next 3 months, because a man who does that in a robe is a rival, and a man who does that in an apron is a curiosity. How long does curiosity last? Until somebody counts your trades, he said. Somebody counted my trades 4 days later, and he did it with a spear, on a road, in the rain. Xia Zongshi was standing in the middle of the north road out of Tai'an when I came around a bend, and he had clearly been standing there for some time because the puddles had settled around his feet. Old, 60 at least, a patched traveling coat, and a spear that was 9 feet of nothing special at all, no ornament, no spirit metal, a working man's weapon that had been reshafted so many times that the head was the only original part. You're the boy with the drum, he said. I'm the boy with the fish. You're the boy, Xia Zongshi said, who threw a spear at a ghost vine rock rhino king. I stopped walking. There is no possible way for a man on a road in Great Ma to know that. That happened inside a secret realm that had eaten 2 people out of the bottom of a lake and had put them back on a shore 6 weeks later, and I had told exactly 1 living person about it, and she was 200 li east, running a sect. How? Because I was in that hall 41 years ago, he said, and I failed the 3rd trial 7 times, and on the 9th they threw me out, and I have spent 41 years walking around this province with a spear, waiting for the hall to spit out someone who didn't fail it. He lifted his chin. The star was black, wasn't it? Yes. Show me the throw. So I fought a 60-year-old man in a patched coat on a wet road for 2 hours, and he beat me 9 times. I do not mean he defeated me 9 times. I mean he took me apart 9 separate ways to demonstrate 9 separate faults, and he narrated every one of them while he did it. At the end of the 2nd hour, I was sitting in a puddle with a bruise across my collarbone the color of a plum, laughing. For the first time since I had arrived in this world, somebody had looked at what I could do and found it inadequate for reasons they could explain. Your problem, Xia Zongshi said, is that you have never been taught anything. Everything you own you stole off a lake or a rock face or a dead thing, and it's all correct, and none of it is connected. You have 9 trades and no art. So teach me. That's why I'm standing in the road, boy. I've been standing in roads for 41 years. He taught me for 9 weeks in a barn. 9 weeks. That is all it took, because he was the best teacher I have ever had, and because total concentration means 9 weeks for me is 9 weeks with nothing dropped. He gave me the whole thing, the 4 schools he had learned before he was thrown out of the hall, and the one he had built afterwards, and the last one was the good one, because it had been built by a man with no talent and no sect, and 41 years. Congratulations, Spear King. On the last morning, he sat on a hay bale and told me what he wanted, and it was not money, and it was not a favor. When you take a sect, he said, and you will, because the seal in your chest is not going to let you do anything else with your life, you'll find you can hand out 7 of something. You know about that too. Everyone who's been in that hall knows about that. He was looking at the barn door. Put me on your wall, boy. Not now. I'm 61, and I have 9 years in me if I'm lucky, and I do not want a seal. Just put my name on your wall when you have one, so that somewhere there's a wall with Xia Zongshi's name on it, because I never had a student, and I never had a sect, and I have been extremely good at this for 41 years, and nobody knows. I put it on my wall. It is the first name on it. It is above mine. He was dead 21 months later, and he did not see it, and that is the second thing on the very short list of things I would go back and change. The Bloodblade sect came for the arm in the spring. Not for me. That's the part everybody gets wrong when they tell this. Xia Bao had cut his own arm off in a gully and called it an apology, and an apology given at the point of a spear is a debt in the Bloodblade sect's accounting, and the debt was not owed by me. It was owed by the Netherghost sect, because the Netherghost sect was the thing he had lost. They went east. They went for Liu Yueying. I found out because I was a bird. I had been putting the Jingqi bird over the eastern passes twice a month for 10 months at a height where it is a dot, because I am not a subtle man, but I am a patient one. And on a morning in the 3rd month, I was lying on my back on Lake Heart Island with my eyes closed, 400 li away behind a bird's eyes, and I watched 1,100 men in dark red come through the Wu Gorge Road in column, 2,000, against a sect that had spent 9 years being run by a usurper and 10 months being repaired. I want to describe what I did next accurately, because I have been given credit for a decision I did not make. I did not make a plan. I got up off the ground, and I ran to the artisan district, and I was on the road east inside 2 hours with a spear, a ring, a bug, and no permission from anyone. My master caught me at the 3rd milestone, sitting on it, which he does. You're leaving the sect without leave, he said. Yes. You understand that He Yuan will use it. Desertion. He's been looking for 10 months. Yes. Good, said He Tianbao, and threw me a token. Then take this, because it makes you an envoy instead of a deserter, and it is the only thing I am going to give you, and I want you to notice that I gave it to you before you asked. I got to Wu Gorge in 9 days on a bird, which is a sentence I could not have written a year earlier. And the Netherghost sect was not losing. This is the point where I have to introduce 2 people, because they were standing on the ridge above the gorge road when I came down out of the sky, and neither of them was pleased to see me. Ma Jian, young master of the Spirit Nest sect, aged about 24, in white, with a sword he had never had to draw against anybody who could hurt him. He had come to Wu Gorge with 300 of his own people, because the Spirit Nest sect sits between the Netherghost sect and the Bloodblade sect, and 1,100 men in dark red on his eastern border was his problem too. Zhu Li, aged about 30, in Spirit Nest Green, who actually ran those 300 men and who had been running them for 6 years while Ma Jian learned the sword from a series of increasingly expensive tutors. Who is this? Ma Jian said. Main hall of the demon sect, I said. Envoy. You came alone. I came fast. An envoy. He looked at my spear and my boots and the state of my coat, and he laughed. The demon sect sends one man on a bird. Are we to be reinforced by his poultry? I have thought a great deal about why I did not put him through a rock right there, and the answer is that Zhu Li had already put her hand flat on his forearm without looking at him, in the specific way of a person who has been doing that for 6 years, and I decided on the spot that I liked her. Where is Sect Head Liu? I said. In the gorge, Zhu Li said, holding the narrow. She has 400 people, and she has held 1,100 for 6 days, and she has not asked us for anything, which is why we are still standing on this ridge arguing about it. 6 days. 6 days. I went down into the gorge. I am not going to give you the whole battle, because the whole battle was 6 days old before I arrived, and it belonged to somebody else. What I will tell you is what I saw when I came around the last bend. A woman standing on a shelf of rock 10 feet above a road. Filthy, hair cut off short because somebody had grabbed it. 3 feet of ice diamond in her hand, and the 9 nether vengeful soul standing behind her 40 feet high in the smoke. 400 people between her and 1,100, and not one step of ground given. She saw me, across a battlefield at about 200 paces in smoke, and she shouted at the top of her lungs in a voice that carried the entire length of that gorge. You're late. I want to say that I answered with something worthy of the moment. What I actually shouted back was, I brought dinner. I had, as well, 12 days of smoked ding-grade fish in a storage ring, because I am who I am. The Bloodblade sect broke on the 9th day, and it broke because of geography and not because of me. Here is what I actually contributed, and it is unglamorous, and I am prouder of it than of anything I did with the spear that week. I spent the first night walking the gorge with a lantern and my palm flat on the rock. Wu Gorge is a river cut through a limestone shelf, and the road runs along a bench on the north side, and 1,100 men in column on that bench are a beautiful thing to look at and a catastrophic thing to be. The shelf is not solid. 400 paces back from the narrow, there is a fault where the bench is sitting on a bed of soft stone that the river took out a very long time ago, and it has been held up ever since by about 5 feet of good rock at the front edge. I mined it. 2 nights, alone, with a pick, from underneath, at the river line, in the dark, while a battle happened over my head. Mine Lord is not a fighting rank. It is knowing precisely which 22 feet of a mountain is doing all the work. On the 9th morning, Liu Yueying gave the narrow up. That was the hard part, and it was hers. She pulled 400 exhausted people back through the gap they had held for 8 days, in good order, under pressure, in a way that looked exactly like a collapse, and the Bloodblade sect came onto the bench in column at a run, because a collapsing enemy is the one thing that makes a professional stop thinking. I dropped 400 paces of road into the river. The sound of it went up the gorge and came back twice. About 600 men went into the water with the shelf. The rest were on the far side of a gap they could not cross, watching. And Ma Jian's 300 came down off the ridge onto that far side about a quarter hour later, because it had become extremely safe to do so. Bloodblade lost 1,100 men and 4 elders in Wu Gorge, and did not come east again for 2 years. Liu Yueying found me sitting at the river line, covered in limestone dust, with my hands ruined. She sat down next to me. Neither of us said anything for a while. 10 months, she said. I know. I sent 4 letters. I got 2. I looked at my hands. I answered both. I'm told my handwriting is a war crime. It is. She leaned her shoulder against mine. I'm not finished. The hall's mine, but the outer branches aren't, and there are 9 of them, and 2 of them still send my aunt's people money. I know, I'm not finished either. How long? And I said the true thing, because I had stopped being able to say anything else to her about 10 months previously. I don't know. My master says there's a war coming out of Great Ma inside 3 years, and he is not the sort of man who is wrong about that. And there's a chair in the main hall with a man sitting in it who's going to have to be taken out of it. And until that happens, the thing in my chest is a stone. Then say it out loud, Liu Yueying said. You've never once said it out loud, and I have been waiting 10 months to hear whether you know. So I said it out loud, sitting in limestone dust by a river with 600 dead men in it. I'm going to take the demon sect. Good, she said. Now say the other thing. What other thing? She hit me, not lightly. You are the stupidest clever person who has ever lived, said Liu Yueying. Ma Jian tried to kill me 2 days later, which I had entirely expected, and which was still funnier than I anticipated. He did it properly, at least. Formal challenge, in front of both camps, on the grounds that an envoy of the demon sect had destroyed 400 paces of the Spirit Nest sect's road without consultation, which was completely true and was not why he was doing it. He was doing it because a woman he had been proposing to for 2 years had spent the previous evening sitting in limestone dust with her shoulder against somebody else's. I did not know that. I found out afterwards from Zhu Li, who told me while laughing so hard she had to sit down. He was good. I want to be fair to Ma Jian, who I later spent 4 years fighting a war beside and who died well. He was soul inscription early, 1 realm above me, with a sword school 400 years old and a blade his sect had bought for the price of a town. I had 9 weeks in a barn with a 61-year-old man in a patched coat. It took a little over a minute. He never got the sword all the way through a single form, because every form has a place where the weight transfers, and Xia Zongshi had spent 9 weeks teaching me that a spear is a lever, and a lever is for exactly one thing, which is arriving in the middle of somebody else's transfer. I broke his wrist, his sword arm at the elbow, and his sect's 400-year-old blade, in that order, and then I stopped, because there is no point. He was on the ground looking up at me with an expression of total blank confusion. And the confusion was not about the fight. It was about the fact that a man with no spirit root, no faction, and a fishing rod had just done that to him. What are you? He said. Everybody asks, every single one of them. And I had spent a year giving the modest answer, and I was very tired, and there were 600 men in the river, and I said the true one instead. I'm a handyman, I said, and put my hand out and pulled him up. That night, the Spirit Nast sect invited me to their secret realm. Zhu Li delivered the invitation herself, standing at my fire, holding a sealed tube she clearly had not been authorized to hold. He's doing it because you beat him, she said. He thinks you'll die in there and it'll settle the accounts. He's not entirely wrong, incidentally. 4 of ours died in it last cycle, and 1 of them was better than him. And you're bringing it to me anyway. I'm bringing it to you, Zhu Li said, because it opens once every 60 years, and it opened 12 days ago, and something came out of it this time that has never come out of it before, and I have been trying to get somebody to take that seriously for 3 days. What came out? A woman's voice, she said, in the middle of the night, speaking to the whole valley at once. And what it said was, I have been asleep for a very long time, and I would like to be introduced to whoever is currently in charge. The Spirit Nest secret realm is under a mountain, and it is not a realm, it is a room. That is the first thing that is wrong with it, and everybody who goes in notices it in the first minute, and nobody says it out loud. The Asura realm had a rainforest in it, and a dead dragon, and an island with 276 fish. The Spirit Nest realm is a stone room about the size of a village square, with a floor and a ceiling, and nothing else in it whatsoever. 61 people went in with me. 9 came out. The room kills you by being a room. There is no beast. There is no trial. What there is a very old and very simple arrangement, which is that the room contains an amount of qi that is not survivable, and it distributes that qi evenly across everyone standing in it. 62 people, and each of you gets 1/62nd of a killing dose, which is a wonderful cultivation resource. 61 people, and each share is slightly larger. I understood the mechanism about 5 minutes in, when the first man died and the pressure on my chest measurably increased, and I looked around a stone room at 61 strangers all doing the same arithmetic at the same time, and I have never in my life been so glad that I am not clever. Because the clever answer is to reduce the denominator. The Spirit Nest Sect has been running that room every 60 years for 400 years, and they have never once said out loud what it does. And what it does is it takes 62 juniors from 4 sects, and it makes them into 9. And the 9 who come out are precisely the 9 who were willing, and the sect calls that a talent filter and writes down the numbers. I got out by making it worse for myself. Here's what I did, and I did it fast, in the first quarter hour, before anybody had committed. I walked to the middle of the room, and I sat down, and I opened incubation. Every drop, everything I had, not sealing it away this time, the opposite. I opened the jar and left it open, and I took in as much of that killing pressure as would come, and I did not refine it, or convert it, or push it into my meridians. I simply let it pour into a sack of nothing, where time does something strange to it. I became the largest drain in the room. The share of every other person in there dropped, immediately, measurably, because I was taking about 6 people's worth. And a man dying slowly of pressure does not need to do arithmetic about his neighbors if the pressure is going down on its own. I sat in the middle of that floor for 4 days with my heart going like a hammer, and my eyes bleeding, drinking a room, while 61 people around me got steadily more comfortable and steadily less murderous. 52 of them died anyway. I need to say that because I have heard this story told as a rescue, and it was not a rescue. The dose was survivable at 1/62nd only for people who had a body that could take it, and most of them did not, and they died over 4 days in a stone room with nothing to look at, and I sat in the middle of it and could not stop drinking long enough to help any of them. 9 came out. Zhu Li was 1. Ma Jian was not in there. Young masters do not go into the room, which tells you everything about the room. And on the 4th day, the floor opened. Not for everyone. The 9 were up at the wall by then, at the door, waiting for the cycle to close. The floor opened under me, specifically, about 9 feet across, and there were stairs. Nobody else saw them. I asked afterwards. Zhu Li watched me stand up, walk 4 paces, and go down through solid rock. She was sitting at the bottom. I want to describe her carefully, and I am going to fail. There was a chair, and it was enormous, and it was so old that the stone had gone soft at the arms where hands had rested. And there was a woman in it, and she was the size of a woman, and every single time I tried to look at the edges of her, the room got further away. She had been there for a length of time that made the Asura king a recent event. "Oh," she said, "you're the drain." "Yes." "Do you know how many people have come down those stairs?" "No." 412. She put her chin on her hand. Over rather a long while, and every one of them wanted the same thing, and asked for it in the first 4 words, and I have never once been so bored in my entire existence, and I would very much like you to do something different, so I don't have to eat you. I stood at the bottom of a staircase in a room under a mountain, and I understood 2 things simultaneously. The first was that the world-destroying Mother Empress, which is what the Spirit Nest Sect's oldest records call her, and which she has never once called herself, was not sealed under that mountain. She was living under it. The room upstairs was not a filter, it was a doorbell. The second thing was that she was not lying about eating me. "May I ask a question instead?" I said. That's the 412th person to open with a question. The question is always, how do I become stronger? It's not that. Then ask it. There are 40 valleys on the south face of the Zhangtiao Range, I said, and they have been taxed by my sect for 19 years past what the land makes, and the rain has been short for 4 of those years, and inside 3 years, the court of Great Ma is going to come apart, and when it does, there will be about 1 million people on those roads with nothing. I have read the tax rolls. I have recut 1 irrigation channel, and it took me 9 days, and it saved 41 people. There are 40 valleys. I stopped. She had not moved. My question is, what do you actually do about that? Not the fighting. Anyone can do the fighting. What do you do about the food? The silence in that room went on for so long that I began to compose a short apology. Then the world-destroying Mother Empress started to laugh, and the mountain moved, and about 7 tons of dust came off the ceiling. 414 cultivators, she said, when she could speak, and a farmer. I'm not a farmer. No, you're something much stupider. You're a man with 9 trades who thinks the trades are the point. She leaned forward, and the room got very cold and very close, and I did not step back. mostly because my legs had stopped taking instructions. Listen to me, because I'm going to answer your question, and then I'm going to do something to you that you will not like. You cannot feed 1 million people. Nobody can. What you can do is decide in advance, before they are on the road, who is responsible for them, and make that person real. Every famine in the history of everything has been a failure of ownership, not of grain. There is always grain. There is never a name at the top of a list of who it belongs to when things go wrong. So when you take your sect, and you are going to, the appointment is written all over you, and it is extremely rude of you not to mention it. Do not build an army first. Build the list. Put a name at the top of every valley. Make that name accountable to you, and make you accountable to it. Then build the army, because someone will come and try to take the grain, and they always do. I stood there and had my entire strategy for the next 4 years handed to me in a cellar by a thing that eats people. What's the part I won't like? This, she said, and touched me on the forehead with one finger. It did not hurt. That is the worst part. You're marked, said the world-destroying Mother Empress. It doesn't do anything. It isn't a curse and it isn't a blessing, and it will not help you in a fight. It simply means that from now on I know where you are, and so does everything else that is as old as me, of which there are 20 that I am aware of, and 4 that are awake. She sat back. I have been bored for a very long time, and you are the first interesting thing to come down those stairs in 4 centuries, and I am not going to lose track of you. That's a hunting mark. That is an extremely rude way of putting it, she said, and yes. 6-6 came out of the spear haft. I want you to understand that I did not send it. It came out on its own, all 6 disagreeing colors of it, and it walked down my arm and stood on my knuckle and looked up at a thing that had been alive since before there were mountains in that province, and it made a noise. The world-destroying Mother Empress went absolutely still. Where, she said in a completely different voice, did you get that? A dead man gave it to me. That is not an insect. She had not taken her eyes off it. That is a set of teeth that somebody left in the world on purpose, and the person who left it was not my friend, and I would take it as a very great kindness if you would put it away. I put 6-6 away. You may go, she said, and the stairs came back. I got about 4 steps up before she spoke again, and this is the part I have never repeated to anyone except my master and my wife. Handyman. Yes? The mark is not the favor, said the world-destroying Mother Empress. The favor is this. When the court comes apart, they will not come at you through your army, and they will not come at you through your sect. They will come at you through the one thing you are still doing for free. I came out of that mountain 4 days later, in daylight, with 9 survivors and a headache that lasted 3 weeks and an entire economic policy. And Ma Jian looked at me across the valley with the expression of a man who has bet against the same horse twice. And on the road home, I finally understood what my 60 years of scholar reading had been circling, and it landed all at once, and it landed as a joke. Congratulations, Sage. The Sage rank does exactly one thing more than the Scholar rank, and it is this. I stopped being able to read a document without seeing who benefits. Do you have any idea how unpleasant that is? I have never enjoyed a poem since. Tufeng Temple was on the wrong side of the Zhongtiao Range, with half a roof and 1 monk in it, and I stopped there because it was raining, and I stayed for 4 months. The monk was called Un Kai, and everyone in 8 villages called him the moronic monk, affectionately, the way you would about a large, friendly dog. He was about 40 and built like a door, and he had, as far as I could determine over the first 3 days, no interior life whatsoever. He swept. He carried water. When you asked him a question about scripture, he said, "I don't know," with tremendous cheerfulness, and went back to sweeping. He had been at that temple for 22 years and had never once been given a rank in his order because he had failed the examination 19 times. I liked him immediately, which should have warned me. The reason I stayed was the children. There were 60 of them by the time I arrived, and there were 211 when I left, and they were there because Tufeng Temple was the only building on that road with a roof and 1 man in it who would not turn anybody away. The valleys on that side of the range had started emptying in the winter. People go last. Children go first, because a family that cannot feed 6 can sometimes get 2 of them to a temple. An Kai fed them by carrying water and begging in 15 villages, which had worked when there were 9 of them and did not work at 60. So I cooked. That is the whole of my first month at Tufeng Temple. I cooked and I dug a proper well because the one they had was a hole, and I recut the drainage on the temple's 4 terraced fields because they had been growing water instead of grain for a decade. And I fished a river that nobody had bothered to fish because everybody in that valley had decided the river was empty, and the river was extremely not empty. And in the second month, I started teaching them, and that was an accident. There was a boy of about 30 called Lele, and Lele had been following me around the fields for 3 weeks, and one afternoon he asked me why I always cut the channel on the outside of the bend, and I opened my mouth to say, because that's where the water wants to go. And then I stopped, because that answer is useless. That is the answer of a man showing off. It transmits nothing. So instead, I sat down on the bank with a stick and drew a bend in the mud and made him tell me where the water was fastest. He got it wrong. I made him go and stand in the river and find out. He came back and told me. Then I asked him why, and he did not know, and I did not tell him. It took him 2 days. On the second day, he came running across a field, shouting the answer at me from about 80 paces. Elementary teacher. I sat down in the dirt and laughed until I had to lie back. Because I had been given 9 trades by a system that measured the gap between what I could do and what I did, and I had spent a year and a half assuming that the gap was mine. And here was a profession that only paid out when the gap closed in somebody else. I taught for 2 months, and I was extremely bad at it for the first 3 weeks. The mistake I made is the mistake every competent person makes, which is that I explained things. I would take a thing I knew, and I would say it very clearly, and they would nod, and 10 days later, not one of them could do it. Total concentration is worth nothing at all in a classroom. You cannot concentrate on somebody else's behalf. What worked was worse and slower, and it was this. Never say the answer, ever, under any circumstances, no matter how much faster it would be. Put them in the river. By the end of the second month, 41 children at Tufeng Temple could read a slope and cut a channel that held. 15 of them could gut and smoke a fish so it kept for a month. 9 could set a snare that actually caught something. 4 could do rough arithmetic on a grain store, which I taught them out of the demon sect's own tax roll format because I am petty. Advanced teacher. And here is the part where I stopped being a young man who was good at things and became something else, and it took a moronic monk to do it to me. I was sitting on the temple steps at the end of the 3rd month, feeling extremely pleased with myself, and An Kai sat down next to me with a bucket and said, "What happens to them when you go?" "I'm going to leave them the knowledge." Said An Kai. "They can feed themselves. They can read a field. They can fish." Said An Kai. I looked at him. "Say it." "I don't know anything," he said cheerfully. "I failed the examination 19 times. An Kai. He looked out over the 4 terraced fields for a while, and then he said, in exactly the same friendly, empty voice he used for everything, "There is a man in Jinyang who owns 1,100 ching of land on this side of the range. 200 children on this road who can read a field are worth a great deal to him. He will come, and he will offer them work, and it will be real work, and he will pay them, and inside 4 years he will own all of them, and they will be very good at their jobs." He picked up the bucket. "You have not taught them anything about that." I sat on those steps for a long time. "How do you know about the man in Jinyang?" "Everyone knows about the man in Jinyang," said the moronic monk. "He's been buying since the winter. He bought Shaguan village in the spring, all of it. The people agreed. It was a very good offer. And that is when the world-destroying Mother Empress's last sentence finally arrived, 4 months late, sitting on a wet step next to a man who could not pass an examination. They will come at you through the one thing you are still doing for free. I had cut a channel at Kanyao and made 41 people prosperous and had walked away feeling like a hero, and I had not once, in 9 days of digging, asked who would own that channel in 4 years. "You're not a moron," I said. "I am a very great moron," An Kai said comfortably. "I have simply been a moron in one place for 22 years, which turns out to be its own kind of school." I want to tell you what he actually was, because I found out 16 months later, and it recontextualized the entire 4 months. An Kai had failed the order's examination 19 times, because the examination is 9 parts scripture recitation and 1 part debate, and he cannot memorize text. He is genuinely, permanently unable to hold a page in his head. He is also, and I say this having by then met a war emperor's ghost and a thing under a mountain, the strongest human being I have ever stood next to. 22 years of sweeping the same courtyard, carrying the same water, refusing the same people, nothing. There is a stage past soul inscription that the sects reach by grafting and forging and 40 kinds of pill, and there is apparently another road to it that consists entirely of doing one small good thing 4,000 times without ever once being noticed for it. And An Kai had walked all the way down that road while failing an examination. He never fought anybody in front of me. Not once in 4 months, including 2 occasions when he absolutely should have. But on the night the man from Jinyang's people finally did come up the road to Tufeng Temple, 9 of them, with a very good offer and a piece of paper and 4 men behind them holding sticks in a relaxed way, Chan Kai went out to the gate and stood in it with a broom. And they left. Nobody said anything. There was no confrontation. 3 men walked up a road with a contract and looked at a monk in a gateway holding a broom, and turned around and went away, and 2 of them were crying. And I could not have told you why then, and I cannot now. I stayed 1 more month, and I taught the children the thing I had been leaving out. Not farming. Ownership. Who owns a field? What a deed is. What it means when a man offers you money for a thing that feeds you. How a debt written in the spring becomes a person in the autumn. I taught 211 refugee children the demon sect's own tax roll format, and then I taught them how the demon sect had used it on their parents for 19 years, because I had read the ledgers, and because a sage cannot read a document without seeing who benefits, and I had decided that 22-year-olds should have the same disease. Congratulations. Teacher King. On the last morning, An Kai walked me to the bottom of the road with a bucket, because he was always going somewhere with a bucket. You'll come back, he said. It was not a question. When I have a sect, I'm going to put a name at the top of every valley on this range, I said, and be accountable to it, and make it accountable to me. There are 40 of them. I need 40 people who cannot be bought by a man in Jinyang, and I have met exactly 1. I'm not going to be one of your officials, An Kai said, appalled. I know. I'm going to send you the children. He thought about that for a while. Then he laughed and put the bucket down and gave me a hug that I felt in my ribs for 2 days. I went up the mountain with a Teacher King rank, a policy, and a very bad feeling. And the very bad feeling was correct, because while I had been at a temple on the wrong side of a range for 4 months teaching orphans about deeds, the acting sect leader of the demon sect had finally worked out what I was doing for free. There were 4 deacons waiting at the gate of the demon sect with a writ, which is a very expensive way to greet a closed-door disciple. Wei Bao, the lead one said, you are charged with the unauthorized transmission of sect knowledge to persons outside the sect. I read the writ. It was well drafted. Somebody had spent money on it. It named Tufeng Temple. It named 211 children. It named the Kanyao Channel, the Hanyang Opera House, and the 6 villages where I had shown people how to smoke a fish. And it framed all of it correctly as the systematic distribution outside the sect of methods developed under sect patronage. Every single fact in it was true. Who brought the complaint? The weapon department, the deacon said, and I nearly laughed in his face, because that was the one department in the entire sect that had never had a single thing to do with me. Which is, of course, how I knew where to look. I had 9 days before the hearing, and I spent all 9 of them in the sect archive, being a sage. And I want to walk you through this because it is the only fight in this entire story that I won sitting down. The weapon department requisitions ore from the ore district, forges it in the artisan district, and issues the product to the 9 branch sects on a 3-year cycle. 3 ledgers. 3 different sets of clerks. Nobody has ever read all 3 at once, because nobody has ever had a reason to, and because reading a ledger is beneath everybody in that hall. I read all 3. The ore going in did not match the steel coming out. That is not unusual. There is always loss. The loss in the demon sect's weapon department was 11%, and it had been 11% for 19 years, and 11% is not loss. 11% is a policy. 19 years at 11% is enough weapons to arm about 6,000 men. Then I went to the artisan district and found Shu Guojian and asked him one question, which was whether the weapon department's issue blades had a maker's mark. Every blade in this sect has a maker's mark, he said. It's under the tang. Why? Because I want to know what mark is on the swords the Bloodblade sect brought to Wu Gorge, I said, and I picked up 4 of them off a road 9 months ago, and I have all 4 in a ring on my finger. Shu Guojian went very quiet, and then took the first blade apart on his own anvil with a punch, and looked at the tang, and sat down on the floor of his own shed. It was his teacher's mark. The one on the ring he had given me. The weapon department had been selling the 11% for 19 years, and the 11% had gone, over that time, to a man in Jinyang who owned 1,100 qing of land, and from him to the Bloodblade sect, and 600 of those blades had gone into the river at Wu Gorge in the hands of men who had come to kill my wife-to-be. And He Yuan had signed the weapon department's ore requisition every year for 12 years. I want to be very careful here, because this is where everybody who tells this story makes him a villain, and he was not. He was worse than a villain. He was a man who had never once asked. He had signed a requisition. It arrived on his desk, correctly formatted, from a department that had been running the same 11% since before he took the chair. He signed it because reading it was beneath him. He did that once a year, 19 times. And somewhere in year 6 or 7, the weapon department worked out that the acting sect leader's signature was on all of it, and started routing rather more than 11% through the same channel, with complete confidence. He was not selling the sect. He was simply, comprehensively not looking, and there is a point past which those two things stop being different, and I have never been able to work out exactly where it is. The hearing was in the Great Hall, with 12 elders and about 200 disciples in the galleries, and He Yuan ran it himself, which was the first mistake, and it was the only one he needed. They put the truth jade on the table. Did you transmit sect methods to persons outside the sect? Yes. The gallery made a noise. I had not intended to be dramatic. I simply could not be bothered. Did you do so knowingly? Yes. Did you receive payment? I received a jar of honey that was about a third full, I said, from a village where 41 people had been feeding their daughters to a snake for 7 months because a great Ma officer widened an irrigation ditch. I ate it on the road. I would like that on the record in exactly those words. The jade stayed clear the entire time, which is the funniest possible outcome, and I watched 12 elders slowly work out that they were going to have to convict a man for teaching starving children to fish while a truth jade sat on the table glowing like a lamp. And then Lin Zhifeng was called as a witness. I had not seen him in 21 months. He had done extremely well for himself. He was in a weapon department secretary's robe, and he had gotten thinner and better dressed, and the mole had 3 hairs in it still, and he walked past me to the witness place without looking at me, which took an amount of effort I could see from where I stood. He testified for a quarter hour. He was good at it. He described a handyman who had always been strangely capable, who had been the last person to see Elder Mei Ling alive, who had left the sect without leave to fight in another sect's war, and who had spent 4 months in a temple on the wrong side of the range teaching commoners to read a sect's tax rolls. Every fact of that was true, too. He had learned. 19 months in a records department had turned a spiteful supervisor into a genuinely dangerous man, and I sat there listening to him and felt something almost like respect. And then he got to the end and could not help himself. He was always like this, Lin Zhifeng said. Even in the wood district, he could never simply be what he was. Which was what? One of the elders asked. And Lin Zhifeng, in front of 12 elders and 200 disciples and a truth jade, said, "A handyman." The jade stayed clear, and the hall went very quiet. And I watched 200 disciples in the galleries, most of whom had been handymen 4 years ago, all of whom knew somebody who still was, receive that sentence. Then He Yuan did the thing that finished him, and he did it out of impatience. "The charge stands," he said. "Transmission of sect methods outside the sect is a matter of the sect's security, and the sect's security is presently a matter of some urgency, given that the Bloodblade sect has recently armed 1,100 men on our eastern border." I stood up. "With our steel," I said. There is a particular silence that happens in a room of powerful people when somebody says a sentence that cannot be walked back. I have only heard it twice. It is not loud. "Sit down," said He Yuan. 5%, I said. 19 years. The ore ledger, the forge ledger, and the issue ledger do not agree and have never agreed, and no one has read them together because reading is beneath us. 4 of the blades that came to Wu Gorge are on this table in about 6 seconds, and every one of them carries a Demon Sect maker's mark under the tang. And I would like the Weapon Department's senior secretary to explain to this hall why the sect that brought this charge against me for teaching children to fish has been arming the sect that came to kill 400 people on our own border. I put the 4 blades on the table. I want to record what happened next in the correct order, because the order is the whole thing. He Yuan did not look at the blades. He looked at Lin Zhifeng, and he did it fast, before he could stop himself, the way a man looks at the person who is supposed to have handled something, and every single elder in that hall saw him do it, and that half-second of eye contact told 200 disciples and 12 elders exactly what the ledgers were going to say before anybody had opened one. And then, because he had spent 9 years surviving by one skill, and the skill was finding someone smaller, the acting sect leader of the demon sect came down off the dais and slapped his own witness across the face hard enough to put him on the floor. "Who authorized it?" he was shouting. "Who authorized it?" Lin Zhifeng sat on the floor of the great hall with his mouth bleeding, for the 4th time in this story, hit by the 4th different person, and this time by the man he had spent 21 months making himself useful to, in front of everyone he had climbed over to get there. I looked at him for a moment, then I looked away because I had a hall to take apart, and because he was no longer, in any sense that mattered, in the room. The elders adjourned the hearing at that point, which is the polite way of saying that 12 very old people stood up at the same time and left without agreeing to. My master was waiting for me on the path outside, raking. "That was fast," he said. "You knew." "I have known for 19 years," he kept raking, "which is a fact you should sit with before you decide how you feel about He Yuan." I sat with it. I did not enjoy it. "Why didn't you stop it?" "Because I could stop it any morning I liked, in about 4 minutes. And the sect would go back to running exactly as it does, and in 21 more years, there would be another 11% going out of another department." He Tianbao straightened up and put his hand on the small of his back like an old man, which he is not. "I have been waiting 19 years for someone in this sect to find it by reading." "That's a monstrous thing to say." "Yes," he agreed, "I'm a monstrous old man. Do you want the chair or not?" And before I could answer, a bell went off up the mountain, and it was not 3 strikes. It was 9, which is the alarm for an armed force on the sect road, and I turned around and went up onto the wall with everybody else and looked down the mountain at the eastern approach. There was a column coming up it, gray and green, perhaps 2,000. At the head of it, riding, with her hair grown back out and the 9 nether vengeful soul rolling along the road behind her like weather, was the sect head of the nether ghost sect. "Oh," said my master, with enormous satisfaction. Now this I did not arrange. 2,000 people of the Nether Ghost sect stopped 400 paces short of the gate and made camp, in good order, in about a quarter hour, which is the most aggressive thing an army can do without doing anything at all. Then one rider came up the road alone. The gate elders would not open. I want you to picture 4 very old people in a gatehouse having a whispered argument about protocol while the sect head of a foreign sect sat on a horse in front of their door. And then picture a closed-door disciple with no rank walking past all of them and opening it himself. "Wei Bao!" "I know," I said, and opened it. Liu Yueying rode through and got down and handed me the reins like I was staff, which, historically, was fair. "You didn't write," she said. "I was in a temple. For 4 months. There were 211 children." She stopped. "How many?" 207. It was 60 when I got there. I gave the reins to an extremely confused deacon. "Yueying, why are there 2,000 of your people on this road?" "Because you're on trial," she said, "and I am not going to sit in a hall 400 li away and find out afterwards." "How did you even—" "You have a bird," said Liu Yueying, "and I have 400 people whose entire job is to notice things. And I would like you to consider that for a moment before you ask me another stupid question." The hall reconvened at noon, and the composition of it had changed. 12 elders, 200 disciples in the galleries, the acting sect leader on the dais, and, standing along the east wall where guests stand, the sect head of the Nether Ghost sect and 14 of her people, present as observers by treaty right, which is a rite that had been on the books for 200 years and had never once been used. The weapon department's senior secretary was brought in from a cell. He talked for 2 hours. He did not have to be persuaded to. That is the thing about a man who has been running an 11% for 19 years and has just watched the acting sect leader slap the wrong person in public. He does his arithmetic instantly. He named the roots. He named the Jinyang buyer. He named 4 elders. And then, right at the end, without being asked, in the flat voice of a man emptying his pockets, he named the year the arrangement had changed from 11% to 21, and the reason. Year 6, he said, when the acting sect leader stopped reading the requisitions. That is not a crime. I want to be exact about this because the hall went for his throat over it, and they were wrong to. It is not a crime to stop reading. There is no article in the sect code for it. He Yuan had not sold a single blade and had not taken a single coin, and I believe both of those things to this day. He had simply held the highest seat in that sect for 20 years without ever once doing the smallest, dullest, most menial part of the job, because he was above it. And 11% had walked out of the back door for 19 years and armed the men who came to Wu Gorge. He stood up on that dais, and he defended himself, and he defended himself well, and it did not matter. Every one of you signed something, he said. Every one of you. There is not a man in this hall who reads what he signs. You are all going to sit there and pretend that the difference between me and you is a matter of character, and it is not. It is a matter of which desk the paper stopped at. And he was right, and 12 elders looked at the floor, and he was still finished, because being right about everyone else is not a defense. It is a confession with company. Then my master took his hat off. He did it in the middle of He Yuan's next sentence, without standing up, from a bench at the back of the hall where the groundskeepers sit. I have described the reaction in the investigation hall a year and a half earlier. This was worse, because this time there were 200 disciples in the galleries, and every one of them had grown up in a sect whose old sect leader was a portrait. He Tianbao walked down the middle of the great hall of the demon sect and up onto the dais, and he did not tell He Yuan to move, and He Yuan moved. Sit down, nephew, he said, not unkindly. You've been standing for 19 years. I did not know they were related. Nobody had ever told me. He had been made acting sect leader at 29 because he was the old sect leader's brother's son, and because the old sect leader had walked out of that hall 19 years earlier and become a groundskeeper, and I had spent a year and a half in that man's house without ever asking him one question about his family, which I now think is the single largest reason he chose me. The judgments took a quarter hour, 4 elders stripped and confined. The weapon department dissolved, and its functions split across 3 districts, because a department that can be captured once can be captured twice. The Jinyang buyer's landholdings on the south face declared forfeit to the sect, which was legally aggressive and which nobody in Great Ma was in a position to contest that spring, and He Yuan removed, without disgrace, and given the north face garrison, which is a real command, and which is 1,100 li from any paper at all. He took it. He walked out of that hall past me, and he stopped, and I braced for something, and what he said was, "You were on an island for 8 months, and I never once wondered why." Then he left, and I have not seen him since, and by every report, he is extremely good at the North Face garrison, which does not surprise me at all. The charge against me was dismissed on the grounds that the complainant no longer existed, which is my favorite piece of legal reasoning I have ever been the subject of. And then He Tianbao, sitting in a chair he had not sat in for 19 years, did the thing I had spent a year and a half assuming would take me a decade. "The word acting is retired," he said. "I'm taking the seat back for as long as it takes to hand it over properly, and it is going to be handed over properly this time, in daylight, to a named successor, so that the next 19 years do not happen again." 12 elders waited. "Wei Bao," said the old sect leader of the demon sect, "come here. I want to tell you what went through my head walking up that hall, and it was not triumph. It was a very specific and very stupid piece of arithmetic, which was 211 children at a temple, 40 valleys on the south face, 9 branch sects, and 1 bell that had gone off 9 times that morning. He named me successor in front of 200 disciples and 12 elders and the sect head of the Nether Ghost sect, and the hall did not object, and I know exactly why it did not object, and it is not because they loved me. It is because 7 of 9 branch sect heads had once stood up in a room at Tai'an without deciding to. The Asura seal did not wake. I checked. Standing right there on the dais with my ears ringing, I checked, and it turned over the way it had at Tai'an and settled again, and I understood the joke that a dead war emperor had made at my expense 2 years earlier. Successor is not a chair. It is a promise about a chair. The seal is not interested in promises. It sleeps until I rule. I still owe it that. 3 things happened in the following month, and then I will stop. The first is that I abolished the blood worship, and it took 4 minutes, because I had spent 21 days as a sage reading the article that established it, and it turned out to be a hall directive from 200 years ago that had never once been ratified as sect law. Nobody had checked. 400 people a year for 2 centuries on a piece of paper that was not binding because reading is beneath us. The second is that I put the first names on the list. 40 valleys on the south face, and I had 40 names to find, and I started with the 2 I already had. Guo Kang went to the Zhongtiao East Valleys, which is 4 days' ride and 15 villages and about 9,000 people, and he went in a chair with wheels that Shu Guojian and I built in 30 days, and he cried again, which is apparently just what he does, and then he ran those 10 villages for 19 years, and there was never once a famine in them. Cheng Wei took the Wood District valleys and immediately submitted a budget that was too large, which I approved because I know what he does with a surplus. And on the wall in my rooms, above every other name, above mine, there is a strip of paper that says Xia Zongshi, and there is nothing after it, and there does not need to be. The third thing is that I got married. It happened 16 days after the hearing, in the Wood District, in the cutting ground where I had felled an ice-iron elm in 1 hour with hands that came apart, because Liu Yueying asked me where I wanted it, and that was the honest answer, and she did not argue. It was not a sect wedding. 2 sects were present, and neither of them ran it. There were 400 handymen there, and Cheng Wei braided his beard down to nothing, and Wen Tao came, and the black-faced laborer came on a stick, and Tao Yong came and tried to bill me for a bird and then cried, and An Kai walked over the range with a bucket for reasons he never satisfactorily explained. Old Chen brought the Hanyang troupe, and they performed Loyal Soul's Lament in a wood camp, which is not a wedding piece, and I would like the record to show that it was Liu Yueying who requested it. He Tianbao presided in a straw hat. And at the end of it, when the shouting had gone on for a while, and somebody had set fire to a stack of no-rank timber that I had personally cut 2 years earlier, my wife took my face in both hands the way she had in a burnt gully, and said, "I told you I was coming back." "You did. Say the thing." "Which thing?" "Say what you were," said Liu Yueying, 2 years ago, in this exact place. So I looked around a cutting ground where I had once stood with an axe an inch from a man's skull, sick, with 22 days left, being claimed like a stray dog in front of 20 men who were joking about eating me. "I was a name on a list," I said, "for the jar." "And now?" "Now there is a woman with her own face on holding mine in a wood camp. Now there are 211 children on the wrong side of a range who can read a field and a deed. Now there is a bald man in a wheeled chair running 40 villages and an old spearmaster's name on my wall above my own, and 400 people a year who are not going into a furnace because somebody finally read the paperwork. And now there is a seat in the great hall of the demon sect with my name written next to it in daylight, and a thing asleep in my chest that will not wake until I sit in it. I am in no hurry. The day I sit in that chair is the day the debt comes due, and I have read enough ledgers to know what a debt looks like when it is written in somebody else's hand. 3 more things are true, and I am going to say them plainly, because they are the reason I did not sleep well that night and have not since. There is a mark on my forehead that nobody can see, put there by a thing under a mountain that has been bored for 400 years and has told me, cheerfully, that 5 others as old as her know where I am, and 4 of them are awake. There are 7 general seals in my chest, and 2 names on my wall, and one of those names belongs to a dead man. And somewhere on the wrong side of the Zhongtiao range, a man in Jinyang who has just lost 1,100 qing of land to a sect directive with my handwriting on it, is finding out that the boy who wrote it also spent 4 months teaching 211 orphans exactly how a deed works. She told me they would not come at me through my army. She told me they would come at me through the one thing I am still doing for free. So I made a list of everything I still do for free. It is 4 pages long. I read it twice, the way my master taught me, looking for who benefits. Then I folded it up and put it in my coat and did not stop a single one of them. Because I am a handyman, and the work does not care who is watching.